And a quorum of the board is present. State Board of Education meeting of January 11th, 2022 is called to order. The first item on the agenda is the approval of agenda in order of priority. Are there any items board members would like to add or delete from the agenda? President Albrecht.
I would like to make a motion to add to the agenda discussion and action on a resolution on teacher shortage.
So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Dr. Pritchett, a second. If we could take a roll call vote on this. Remember, this is not on the merits of this resolution or any other resolution. We are simply agenda setting. This is for the purpose of putting it on the agenda or not. Marilyn, if you could call a roll, if you could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton.
Here.
McMillan.
Excuse me. That it's a vote
Yes
on
or no?
placing teacher shortage on the agenda.
Yes.
McMillan.
For discussion, yes.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yes.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Are there any other resolutions that board members would like to add to the agenda? Dr. Pugh.
I would like to add resolution on teaching comprehensive history.
There is a motion on the table from Dr. Pugh. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Ms. Lipton. Roll call vote, please. Marilyn.
Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
No.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
No.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Are there any other additions recommended for the agenda? There's another motion. Yes, Dr. Pugh.
Layered public health approach to keeping schools open during pandemic.
So there is a motion to put on the floor a layered public health approach to the pandemic. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Lipton. Marilyn, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
No.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
No.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And are there any other additions or other changes to the agenda to be proposed? President Albrecht.
Given the fact that I think we're going to spend a lot of time on resolutions today, I would like to propose that we table discussion items D and E, the presentation on Michigan's top 10 strategic education plan and the educational updates related to COVID-19, as well as the report of the Teacher of the Year.
Okay. And just for clarification's sake, our Michigan Teacher of the Year, Leah Porter, our Regional Teacher of the Year, Mr. Brian Paul, have graciously agreed, in the interest of time, given the expectation that we have around these resolutions, to agree to come back in February and present. So all in favor? I'm sorry, we have a motion on the table from the president. Do we have a second?
Second.
The second from Dr. Pritchett. If we could have a vote, Marilyn, please. Discussion, please. Sure.
Okay, I mean, I was unaware of this. I'd appreciate it if, well, I guess the COVID update, it seems like that would be, I mean, unless people are realizing, as most scientists are now freely admitting, Omicron is less harmful than the flu, likely. So maybe it's not as important to have the update on COVID. I don't know. If it is important, I would assume that you would want to have it. So I guess this just means that it's not all that important anymore.
This is just for clarification's sake. This is about whether items are on or not on the agenda today. Given the amount of time we believe that we're going to spend on the resolutions, we think that there's a value to tabling these. We also believe that there will be substantial conversation about COVID-19 during the public health resolution conversation. Marilyn, if you could take the vote, please.
I'm sorry, I would
Yes,
like to
please.
comment.
I'm sorry, yes.
As far as it relates to setting an agenda, I mean, I'm kind of also questioning just the bringing forth of these resolutions in the way that we have. Only one of the resolutions relates to legislation that's being considered in the Senate and the House. That should be voted on and voted out of committee, the legislative committee.
Mhm.
We have an agenda setting committee. Those other two resolutions should be addressed through the agenda committee. I'm not quite sure. I'm just going to throw it out there that all of this that's happening right now is a reflection of not using process the way we typically do. So
Okay. The board has the right to put resolutions on the agenda, has agreed to consider resolutions that were distributed more than 24 hours in advance. Each of these three resolutions was distributed more than 24 hours in advance. All three of these ideas were discussed at the legislative committee and in multiple legislative committee meetings. There's nothing out of order regarding the placement of any of these resolutions on the agenda. Dr. Pugh.
I just wanted to add, just for the listening audience, that if we were voting, I understand that if we vote in either of those committee meetings, we would most likely be outside of the Open Meetings Act.
The legislative committee considers different issues and often recommends a given direction to the full board. That's different from whether it votes on specific language of a resolution. So I agree with you in that regard. Marilyn, if we could take a roll call vote regarding the tabling of items put forward by Dr. Albrecht, seconded by Dr. Pritchett.
Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
No.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
no.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, very good. And now a vote, board, on the full agenda as amended. Marilyn, if we could have a motion, please.
Lipton.
If we could have a
no,
motion
no.
first.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember if we moved it or
Motion,
not.
no, you don't, my error.
Motion on the full agenda as amended, please.
So moved.
Dr. Pritchett. If we could have a second, please.
Second.
Second by Mr. Strayhorn. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Now we go. Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
No.
Pritchett. Yes. Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
No.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. Thank you very much. Marilyn, if you would be kind enough to introduce our members of the State Board of Education at this time.
Happy to do so. You've just been listening to Dr. Michael Rice. He's the state superintendent and chairperson of the board. As we go around the table to his left, seated at the table, all board members present today, by the way, and it's Dr. Cassandra Albrecht. She's president of the board from Dearborn. To her left, Dr. Pamela Pugh, vice president from Saginaw. Ms. Tiffany Tilly is seated up above to Dr. Rice's left. She's secretary from West Bloomfield. Ms. Nikki Snyder back at the board table, seated here, has been at the board table. She's SB Legislative Committee member. She resides in Dexter. And next to her is Ms. Leah Porter, the 2021-22 Michigan Teacher of the Year. She's a third grade teacher at Wilcox Elementary School and Holt Public Schools. The governor's representative, who's joining us virtually today, is Ms. Angela Benander. She's with the governor's Office of Public Affairs. That's an ex officio non-voting seat. And then back to the table, Dr. Judith Pritchett, the board's association delegate, National Association of State Boards of Education, and SBE Legislative Committee member from Washington Township. Next to her, Mr. Jason Strayhorn, SBE Legislative Committee member from Novi. Next to Mr. Strayhorn, Mr. Tom McMillan, treasurer from Oakland Township. And is standing in the doorway over here, also in the room, Ms. Ellen Cogen Lipton, chair of the SB Legislative Committee from Huntington Woods. Thank you.
Public may provide public comments during the public participation portion of the meeting at approximately 1 p.m. Public comments will be accepted from those in person and online who register before 1 p.m. today. If you wish to offer public comment online during the meeting, send an email to schneiderm@michigan.gov. Provide your name, city, and telephone number from which you will be calling. You will receive an email with the call-in number and conference ID. To provide public comment in person, please complete a public comment form when you arrive here at the meeting location. These instructions are listed on the MDE webpage at www.michigan.gov/MDE. The next item is adoption of resolution honoring Carla Whitsat as the 2021 Michigan Education Support Staff Professional of the Year. Congratulations to Ms. Carla Whitsat, paraeducator at Achieving College and Career Education in Ypsilanti Public Schools, who was named the 2021 Michigan Education Support Staff Professional of the Year on November 4th, 2021. Michigan Department of Education staff will share more about Ms. Whitsat and the award. Presenters today are Dr. Delsa Chapman, Deputy Superintendent of Educator, Student, and School Supports, Ms. Jennifer Robel, Manager of the Recruitment and Recognition Unit in the Office of Educator Excellence. May I please have a motion to adopt the resolution honoring Ms. Carla Whitsat as the 2021 Michigan Education Support Staff Professional of the Year?
So moved.
Moved by President Albridge, seconded by? Seconded by Ms. Tilley. Any discussion associated therewith? Okay, yeah, please.
If we could just offer our congratulations and our thank you for all that you do for students in Michigan and how much we appreciate it. We're very proud of you.
Very good. Let's do the presentation and then vote. Create a little bit of suspense. I beg your pardon. I'm being overruled by Ms. Schneider. Let's vote so that we get the resolution signed for Ms. Whitsat. There you go. Marilyn, if we could have a roll call vote.
Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
Yes.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yes.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albridge.
Yes.
Unanimous approval.
Very good. All right, and now, Ms. Robo, if we could, the presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Rice and board members. It's great to see everybody here today, too. When Ms. Whitsat walks up, please check out her shoes because they're quite fierce. The Education Support Staff Professional of the Year is in its third year here at the MDE. We revised it about 3 years ago. This year, the MDE received 100 nominations of exceptional education support staff professionals. These support staff professionals were recognized for the effective work in and out of the classroom, in the buildings, in the district, and more importantly, in the community that they live. The 2021 Education Support Staff Professional of the Year is Ms. Carla Whitsat. Ms. Whitsat is a paraprofessional at Achieving College and Career Education, ACE High School in Ypsilanti. Carla is a paraeducator who has more than 20 years of service in Ypsilanti and other area districts. In her nomination by Ms. Diop, who is here today, she was described as someone who does this job out of genuine love, care, and belief that every child deserves to have educators who look like them, who believe them, who serve them, and who care about their well-being and success. Her dedication to her position within the community goes beyond ensuring that all her students have a positive experience. She checks in with school staff every day to make sure that she's lending a hand where needed. And Ms. Whitsat has been described as an exemplary teammate who works with other school staff for the betterment of students and their families, colleagues in the district. Also, before we watch the slideshow, I do want to mention that Ms. Whitsat is going back to school to get her bachelor's in order to become a social worker, correct? So let's watch the announcement. Dr. Rice, we also have Ms. Vereen from ACE here live with 2 students, and Ms. Vereen is a behavioral specialist who has volunteered her time this morning to help with the students. Ms. Vereen, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay. Is Kenya or Tanaja available?
We have Kenya and Tanasia available right here today. I want to say congratulations one more time to Ms. Carla Whitsett, and here is Kenya with a little tribute to you.
How y'all doing today? Okay, I'm gonna start with if encouraging was a person, it would be Miss Carla Wissett. I've been here for at least 3 years of ACE program. I am now a senior pushing to graduate. I never met a woman in Michigan school district that knows how to communicate with children like she does. She pushed me past limits I failed to be as a student, but as a child, she has shown me a lot. As much as students improve here, as well did Miss Wissett. I'm proud y'all finally see the improvement she has made. Thank you, Miss Wissett.
Thank you, Kenya. That was beautiful. Next up, we have Tanasia.
Hi, I'm Tanisha, and I want to say thank you, Miss Wissett, for reaching deep into me to find all that I can be before I can see it myself. You never gave up on me or others. I may be an average student for you. I may be the same student you know, but for me, you will always be in my heart. You, you are my most favorite person. C is for caring. A is for acknowledging. R is for respectful. L is for loving. C is for advice. Thank you, Miss Wiss. Thank you for everything, Miss Wissett, and I love you.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vereen.
Absolutely.
Okay, now for the talks. First, I want to say, Dr. Rice and board members, I've been in a lot of schools making announcements like this and filming Proud Michigan Educator videos, and I've never, and my staff has said it, that we've never felt as welcomed as we did walking in to Dr. Hugin's building. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that as well. So today we have Dr. Chelsea Harris-Hugin, who is the principal of ACE, and she is here to receive the plaque from Dr. Rice honoring Carla that she can hang in her building. So Dr. Rice, if you can come and present the plaque. Then we also have the resolution and the certificate, if you'd like to present those to Carla.
Okay, there we go.
Picture, Dr. Rice picture.
Yep.
I'm smiling under my
Dr. Rice and board members, I would like to now introduce you to the 21 Education Support Staff Professional of the Year, Ms. Carla Whitsett.
No, you should be in the middle. Come on.
Thank you so much.
We don't let you get away with
Thank you.
Carla, would you like to say a few words? Or?
Yeah. First, I would like to give thanks to the Michigan Department of Education, the State Board. It's truly an honor to be here right now. I'm super excited. When they first surprised me, I was in the midst of handling a student. He had got detained, something that happened over the weekend, and I wasn't even thinking about the award because
I was too busy trying to find out what was going on with my student. I truly love kids. I know I'm good at what I do because I form relationships with kids, parents, and people in my community. I would like to give a special thanks to Ms. Lauren right here. She was the one that nominated me. When I read what she nominated me, I said, that's me. I said, you're a good writer. Most of all, I am really truly blessed to be working with our students, and I love to see them being successful. I know that right now in our community, it's a need for services because of the pandemic. A lot of our kids is dealing with depression and things that's going on, and so I'm out here in it to give them what they need. I'm taking my $1,000 and I'm starting a nonprofit program called Better Than Youth, and I'm going to give all the kids the support and help they need. Thank you.
And lastly, I'd just like to say thank you to Dr. Chapman. She was a rock star walking in there. Yeah, you. She was graceful and professional, and she knocked it out of the park for her first time working with me. So I think you're better than Kyle. So. Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much.
Very much. Well, the next item on the Committee of the Whole agenda is presentation on teacher recruitment and retention to address teacher shortage. Goal 7 of the Michigan's Top 10 Strategic Education Plan is to increase the numbers of certified teachers in areas of shortage. This is a presentation on current legislation proposed to address teacher shortages, programs that the Michigan Department of Education is implementing, and recommendations to improve the recruitment and retention of Michigan teachers. This is an informational meeting, or presentation rather. No board action is required. There is a resolution associated therewith, which we will consider immediately thereafter. This is a presentation done by 2 people in person and 2 people virtually. Welcome to our new world. Dr. Delsa Chapman, backed by popular demand, our Deputy Superintendent of Educator, Student, and School Supports. Ms. Leah Breen, Director of the Office of Educator Excellence, who is appearing remotely this morning. Dr. Sarah Kate Levon, Assistant Director of the Office of Educator Excellence, and Dr. Cheryl Kennedy, Legislative Liaison in the Office of Public and Governmental Affairs. Dr. Chapman and Dr. Kennedy are here in person. Ms. Breen and Dr. Levan are at a distance or are remote. Gentle people, welcome. We're interested in your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. And at this time, we will go right to Director Breen, who will share her screen and the presentation that we're presenting before you today.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you see my presentation and hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I love it when everything works like it's supposed to. Okay. So the first part of this presentation is just a very quick recap of things you have seen and heard before to orient us all to the same place. The first is to look at Goal 7, increase the numbers of certified teachers in the area of shortage. That's the primary focus of the information we're about to share today. In the past, we've talked about why there is an educator shortage, noting that this is not unique to Michigan, that there is a nationwide shortage of teachers, but there are things that have happened in Michigan that impact Michigan's educator shortage. Specifically, we're ranked 50 out of 50 states in total education revenue growth, inflation adjusted from 1995 to 2015. There was a decrease in funding in 2011 of $470 per student, which resulted in freezes, reductions, layoffs. Educators have been mandated to pay a greater share of health insurance and retirement costs. and the state mandate for annual evaluation, which was incurred in 2009 and then amended in 2011, that includes things like student growth data, imposition of state tests, et cetera, et cetera. So to take a look at the MDE initiatives that are in place to support the educator workforce and attempt to reduce the shortage and increase recruitment of teachers, we have the Welcome Back Proud Michigan Educator campaign, which you have heard of. The latest statistics on this campaign are 373 districts are now participating in the campaign. 2,465 educators have shared their contact information to be contacted for purposes of employment, and 210 class teachers have re-entered the classroom either with full certification or temporary permits while they attain their certification. So that's excellent news. We have, of course, started some Grow Your Own programs. The first is the middle school and high school program that we call the Explore program. We were able to issue $1.1 million in grants last year for planning programs to implement these programs. Those were incurred by 44 districts and 80 buildings, and it include 28 pilot programs that began last year with the remainder kicking off in 22 and 23. Also very exciting news. We have approved 2 new alternative route preparation providers. Those are intended to decrease regional shortages as well as increase the diversity of our teacher candidates, which is an important element of Goal 7 as well. Those 2 programs, as a reminder, are Detroit Public Schools Community District DPSCD On the Rise Academy. The last time that we received information, they have 55 teacher candidates enrolled in their program, and the New Paradigm for Education's program, which has 13 teacher candidates in their first cohort. We also recruit teachers from out of state. 31% of our applicants on average last year were completed out-of-state preparation programs. Those do include online programs. Those individuals may be living in Michigan but taking an out-of-state preparation program. As you can see here, that the numbers are good for initial certification overall, which is also good news. You have also seen this slide before, teacher preparation enrollment. Back in 2013 and 14, we had enrollment of about 23,000 teachers. That dipped to a low in 2016-17 of about 9,500 teachers, and we have seen an increase, which is great news. 1920, which is our most recent data set, we're looking at about 12,000 teachers. We believe this is evidence that some of our initiatives are working, albeit not quickly enough to satisfy the needs of the field. Certification flexibilities. These are a little bit newer. So as a reminder, late last year, we created an opportunity for districts to increase the number of certified teachers in special education by providing some flexibility around placement. As of December, 20 districts have applied for those waivers for flexible placements, and 28 teachers have been able to utilize that to be placed more flexibly within districts, providing some relief. We are also working on temporary approvals for school social workers to allow them to serve while completing their coursework under supervision. It's an expansion of our school social worker program. So we have issued 35 temporary approvals in addition to the 200 temporary approvals that we typically issue with this new flexibility. Again, small increments, but positive news for districts taking advantage of these opportunities. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cheryl, who will talk about recent legislative actions.
Thank you, Director Breen. It is not a surprise that if you speak to anyone in the field, there is a concern about teacher shortage. And that is no different for our current legislators. In the past budget cycle, we received $1.6 million for some grants, Grow Your Own programs. And in the last supplemental, there was a $10 million appropriation to address teacher recruitment efforts. Also, just recently, Public Act 149, which was represented by Rep. Paquette and signed by the governor, is a short-term, very short-term suggestion to allow current school staff to step in an emergency basis to cover a classroom. This could be anyone who is currently employed by the school. There are some requirements regarding background check and salary But again, this is an attempt to address the immediate need of teachers in the classroom. Currently, the Department of Education is working with a Senate sponsor to make the out-of-state reciprocity much easier with fewer hoops to jump through. As you could see by Director Breen's part of the presentation, this is an area that we see as a strength. Soon the bill, we hope, will be introduced. It is currently in the drafting process. As I mentioned earlier, there is no question that our legislature understands that this is an issue. Currently, there have been several bills introduced that address educator evaluation, substitute teaching, teacher loan forgiveness, and paraprofessional tuition, all in an attempt to minimize the gap between the current teachers in the pipeline and our current need. However, to this date, there remains no significant funding for educator recruitment or retention to address Michigan's significant teacher shortage. This is something that needs to be addressed immediately. If we wait for the next budget cycle, we will not have an opportunity to influence until the following year. So we need the legislature to act. Spring is only 68 days away. We would like to see a significant funding supplemental before that time. And now I'm handing it back to Director Breen.
Thank you very much. Recently, the Department of Education sent a letter to the legislature for a call to action with a request for $300 to $500 million over the next 5 years to address the educator shortage. The initiatives included in that request included tuition reimbursement for current college students and support staff members who aspire to become teachers, student loan repayment for recently certified college graduates who commit to careers in education, and for current teachers who are working to pay off college. Grants to districts for Grow Your Own programs that encourage support staff to become teachers. Grants to districts or directly to teacher candidates for paid teacher internships to offset loss of earnings by candidates, and stipends for student teachers to relocate and pay for housing in high-need school districts for up to 1 year. Grants to educator preparation providers to expand the Welcome Back Proud Michigan Educator campaign to phase 3. This campaign would offset the cost necessary to review transcripts and provide support for individuals who completed programs or almost completed programs and yet never attained certification to help them across the finish line. Reimbursement for teacher certification transfer and testing fees. So this supports the reciprocity legislation that is proposed. So we would make it easier for them to attain Michigan certification and pay the fees necessary to attain certification. Grants to districts to support growth of the high school Explore programs we talked about earlier that inspires interest in teaching, and scholarships for high school seniors who aspire to and commit to a career in teaching, who are successful graduates of this program. We would like to revive and strengthen the teacher preparation pipeline in the Upper Peninsula and Northern Lower Peninsula. We know that it is sometimes hard to access, and we'd like to provide additional pathways for individuals seeking certification in those areas of our state. Expand eligibility for child care reimbursement for individuals enrolled in teacher preparation programs. This is especially important for career changers who aspire to go to school full-time in order to attain their certification more quickly. Grants to educator preparation programs or districts to help prepare teacher candidates for the MTT test for teacher certification. We know we have individuals that perhaps have been out of the field for some time, or again, career changers that are switching programs that may struggle a little bit with the test for teacher certification, and we want to make sure that they have the resources they need to be successful. Grants to districts to offer access to specified mental health services for teachers. We know that teachers are struggling. We would like to help retain them in the field by providing them the supports that they need to be successful. Tuition reimbursement for the reading course requirement that teachers need to move to their professional teaching certification. And last but not least, some funding for program evaluation so we can collect data and analyze the effectiveness of programs in order to demonstrate that they are effective in implementation. with that, I will turn it over for questions.
Thank you to our presenters. Board members, any questions or comments of our presenters?
Yep.
Mr. McMillan.
You know, the slide that says, why is there an educator shortage? One of the bullet points is educators were mandated to pay a greater share of health insurance and retirement costs. I was actually the lead legislator from the House on this topic when it passed. And by the way, my staffer at the time that helped me, not my staffer, but the one that was assigned to me was Elizabeth Hertel, who is now the governor's health director. She was my staffer on this. And it's clear that many educators actually got a reduction in costs for their health insurance. It allowed more flexibility. There had been a lot of Cadillac plans, a lot of overinsurance that had been going on, and so it gave a lot more flexibility. So just wanted to point that out, that that's actually incorrect. And as we've talked in the past, you know, there's some bullet points missing here, like the politicization of the teaching profession through things like CRT and the tenants that is being incorporated into the curriculum and into being instructed to add. So this plus SEL, they're being told that they need to be kind of armchair psychiatrists now. And these are just things that we hear from the profession, that this isn't what they signed up for, and they're leaving because of that. We also know that, you know, a vax mandate, which I guess we're going to vote on later today, would certainly cause 15 to 25% probably of teachers to leave if we look at like the medical profession and how many were fired or left. So, you know, there's clearly, this is clearly not the whole picture. There are things that the state has done with the response, the bad government policies with the response to COVID that has caused other teachers to leave the profession. So, I mean, I think that there's a lot more to it than money. Just give us more money. That's kind of the mantra. And by the way, administrative costs and overhead costs for districts are through the roof. It's outrageous how much money is being siphoned out of this classroom and into overhead and superintendents and assistant superintendents and deputy superintendents and all the staff that is overhead and not in the classroom. So I'm sure they could find easily $300 to $500 million if they would just focus on the classroom.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McMillan. Other board members, questions or comments related to the presentation?
Are we discussing the resolution?
It's not the resolution at the moment. It's the presentation
Yeah.
initially and then the resolution subsequently, yes.
I have a question.
Ms. Tilley, yes, please.
How will people that are interested in the program be able to find out information about it? Will it be just through the district, or will MDE have a website or some type of, you know, how will people find out about it?
So our recommendations are just that. They are recommendations to the legislature. The legislature needs to act on those recommendations depending upon how it does, what the legislature approves. We'll set up structures accordingly. But those will be dependent upon legislative action. They will be a function of what the legislature approves and how it approves.
So if the legislature does approve it, will it be on a district level? Will it be MDE? Will it be in concert?
Yeah, again, it depends upon the form or forms in which the legislature would approve any or all of these measures.
Okay.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Ellen?
I'm sorry? Ms. Lipton.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Breen. I think that you did an excellent job of really painting the complexity of the problem. First, I would like to say that although it is a convenient talking point to say that it's not about the money, it actually really is all about the money. I think that we've seen data that when past administrations took the unprecedented step of cutting nearly $500 per pupil cuts to our state aid fund, the likes of the cuts that the state had never seen in the history of the school aid fund. I think it's pretty clear that you can track the exit from the field and the decline in education in the state. And so those of us that have been in the space for a long time do understand that the deprofessionalization of the profession, as well as the drastic pay cuts that teachers have had to face, have been increasingly significant on the ability of people to flock to a profession that really is one of the greatest professions that someone can get into. Having said that, we do recognize that these types of trend lines that we're seeing in Michigan are also national in nature. And so my question to Dr. Breen is, are there any efforts to look at successful, rapidly successful teacher recruitment programs that have been implemented in other states that we can look to in order to follow, if you will, because there is a long-term strategy, I do believe, but there's also an immediate strategy. And I'm just curious as to if there are other models in other states, being that I believe that there's going to be sort of a national scramble for teachers.
Ms. Breen, your thoughts?
Yes. So I'm lucky to have the opportunity to serve on the board of the national state directors that essentially perform my function in the 50 states as well as territories and Canada and some other places. And we routinely meet, obviously, to discuss this crisis. I will tell you that there are states that are implementing things that we have discarded, and we are trying things that they've already tried and found unsuccessful. So pretty much we're all turning around the same ideas. The places where they have seen success are with significant investment. So places like California, where the legislature appropriated tens of millions of dollars to incorporate teacher residency programs, saw significant increases in both recruitment and retention of teachers because they were supported appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Thank you, Ms. Breen. Other questions or comments from board members before we get to the resolution? Dr. Pugh.
Yeah, first, I'm always big on, since this is an education board, correcting misinformation. I don't know, and maybe I'm unaware that we're voting on a vaccination mandate today. So I just want to bring clarity to that, and the listeners and those who are in the audience. I don't know of a vax mandate in a resolution that we will be voting on today. The other piece that I want to bring about, and we can't not discuss it at this time, is the health and safety of teachers. That's like everywhere, that conversation.
Sorry, Dr. Pugh, could you repeat that last sentence, please?
I don't understand how we not talk about the health and safety of educators as we talk about this. And let me go back, because I do appreciate all of the work and effort that has been going into the presentations and the data that has been brought about. And we do know that teacher salary needs to be addressed. We do know that teachers took some heavy cuts in past years. And so that does need to be addressed. But now this whole issue of health and safety of teachers, and we can't ignore that, because we do have teachers that are leaving the profession to the point where now we're allowing subs to come in that can be the lunch person to the bus driver. And so we know that part of our issue here is teachers making sure that they feel that their health is going to be protected in this pandemic or any other time, that their voice is going to be listened to, but not only their health, but the health of their children. And so I do want to continue to bring that up. So as we consider this conversation here, I don't see it decoupled from conversations related to how do we keep our buildings and schools safe. And I know we will be talking about a resolution on how to do that, but I don't see how we decouple those things as far as keeping and retaining teachers.
Fair enough. I think the physical and mental health of staff members are hugely important in this equation about recruitment and retention. There's no question about that. Thank you. Ms. Snyder.
Several things. We are voting on a vaccine mandate today. In the layered healthcare approach, which is really a resolution on medical mandates for schools and staff, and soon will be for students, it directly reflects the language in the federal vaccine mandate. So we can take out vaccine mandate from that last whereas, or maybe it's the second to last whereas paragraph that's in that resolution. And I understand that in our legislative committee, when we addressed the resolution, it was clear that we're not all hands on deck about vaccine mandates, but the language still reflects the federal vaccine mandate. So we're going to call it what it is, even if we don't give it the specific verbiage or title that it is. The second thing, I'll speak to Tom's politicization of this particular resolution and issue. And the reason why I'm willing to speak to that is because I really do think that if we are going to come together and acknowledge this issue for what it is, give it what it needs, we cannot politicize what it came to be, if you will. So I think we do need to consider the concept of inflation, certain issues that are baked into this next resolution and what we're discussing here today. First of all, don't address anything that this board has any authority over. And it's certainly up for debate and disagreement in terms of whether or not we agree on what has led to this, right? So if you talk about inflation and the concept of those per pupil cuts, yes, they did happen. Nobody's going to deny that. But we also have to consider the decreased enrollment that happened during this time frame, all related to federal policies that we didn't have control over. There was a gift to the state of Michigan when we changed the way we did free trade with Canada and Mexico. It hit our manufacturing industry significantly. It hit our job sources significantly. Families left Michigan in droves due to that policy. That was a gift of President Clinton to our state. And then later on, increases in health care was a gift to our country from President Obama through highly regulatory healthcare practices we had never seen before. So now we're going to say, look at what that has done to us, and we're going to talk to each other in a blame-oriented, accusatory way on an issue we need to find unity in. We can't do that when we act this way and we present resolutions in this politicized manner. I will leave that there. I would also like to ask, did we vote on when we added these resolutions to the agenda where they would be placed within our agenda?
Given the need to juggle, we did not vote. There's going to be some flexibility associated with that, a flexibility, I might add, for which there's precedent in past meetings. So we will be putting these on the agenda as we are able to accommodate them. Yes. Other board members on the presentation before we pivot to the resolution? Hearing none?
I have one more.
Yes, please.
I have to say, this idea of heavy cuts, I was in the legislature. We were trying to pick up the pieces after 8 years of Granholm and Democrat policies. The average citizen incurred much heavier cuts in their salaries. The ones that teachers and those in government jobs was a lot lighter. We were 50th out of 50 in our economy in many ways post Granholm, and so I think a little perspective is important. It didn't seem like certain party cared much about the average citizen, as much as the government citizen or the government worker in those times. And we saw van after van, moving vans leaving the state. And as Board Member Snyder said, we've seen a lot of people exiting the public schools lately through homeschooling and private schooling because of the horrible COVID policies. So, you know, I think that, and the feds are dumping tons of money on the state, and yet they just want more and more. It's just a mantra that I think the average citizen is getting really tired of. Spend the money more wisely, and try to, and don't keep fighting parents. I think things would go better for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you. Speaking to the presentation, I appreciate the work that the department has done in, I'm going to use a trite term here, in brainstorming and researching those programs and initiatives that we believe, at least at this point, would help the teacher shortage. However we got here, we have a teacher shortage. We have a teacher shortage across the country. Most specifically, we're concerned here about Michigan. We experience it anytime we talk to school personnel. I'm sure Leah and Brian could speak to it very well because they're in schools every day. So I do appreciate that. My question is, not that I'm expecting anything else is going to become, you know, something, oh, gee, we hadn't thought of that. But in case something does, my assumption is there's flexibility within the department, and I realize it's tied to the legislature right now, where possibly one program might be looked at and said, you know what, this is just not going the way we expected it to. However, we at this point believe that if we did X, Y, or Z, we might be able to alleviate some of the problem. So I'm just questioning, we're not necessarily tied to each one of these, though I'm not saying that each one of them isn't good thinking, good research.
So the recommendation is a menu of recruitment and retention ideas. It is meant to give the legislature a lot of room for reflection. We've noted a range, $300 to $500 million over 5 years. We've noted a range of ideas. We are actively sharing those ideas now with state legislators, and we'll continue to share ideas with state legislators until the state legislature begins to address this very, very challenging problem. The reality is that we have a profound teacher shortage across the state, and that in its legislative actions, the legislature helped create that. And in its legislative actions, the legislature can help rebuild the profession. And it's in the spirit of helping to rebuild the profession that we put forward this menu of recommendations for the consideration of the legislature. We have many legislators on both sides of the aisle that are concerned with the profession and that are very, very actively reflecting upon these ideas. Ms. Snyder.
I appreciate what Judy had to say, and I understand what you're saying. It's in that spirit, so I'll be making some amendments to the motion, which has not been on the table yet, right?
Right.
To address the resolution, and I will save further comment for that as well.
Very good. If we could, if there are no other questions or comments regarding the presentation, if we could have a motion to move the resolution on Michigan's teacher shortage.
So moved.
Moved by President Albrecht,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Pritchett. Discussion associated therewith. Actually, if we could read that into the record, please, for the listening audience.
Resolution on Michigan's teacher shortage. Whereas the teacher shortage is a major issue facing Michigan schools and school children, and in many cases, schools and school children across the country. Whereas the teacher shortage has been exacerbated by certain state legislative actions over many years, including but not limited to last in the nation inflation-adjusted total revenue growth between 1995 and 2015, which resulted in inadequate staff compensation and insufficient numbers of staff members. The mandating that educators pay a greater share of their health insurance and retirement costs, and the mandating of annual evaluations requiring the use of student growth data, including standardized state tests and evaluations. Whereas the state legislature now has the opportunity and responsibility to help rebuild the teaching profession by enacting laws and appropriating funds associated therewith. Whereas the Michigan Department of Education has provided the legislature with a menu of strategic investment options to respond to the teacher shortage that include grow your own programs for students and support staff to become teachers, scholarships for high school seniors who aspire to and commit to careers in teaching, tuition reimbursement, and a teacher internship stipend for current college students who make a commitment to pursue teaching. Loan repayment for recently certified college graduates who commit to careers in education, and for current teachers who are working to pay off college loans. Work with stakeholders to develop programs that will help strengthen the teacher preparation pipeline in the Upper Peninsula and Northern Lower Peninsula, which face particular geographic challenges in the preparation of teacher candidates. Support for improved mentoring of new teachers to help retain quality teachers in Michigan, and the easing of restrictions on accepting teacher licenses from other states to help recruit quality teachers to Michigan. Whereas an investment of $300 million to $500 million over 5 years is necessary to increase the recruitment and retention of high-quality educators from diverse backgrounds, revitalize the profession through support for thousands of teachers and teacher candidates, and provide a sustained investment in these initiatives to ensure that the demand for high-quality educators to serve all of Michigan's children would be met more enduringly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education strongly supports the recruitment and retention recommendations that MDE has put forth to the state legislature to help strengthen Michigan's teaching profession.
Thank you. President Albridge, is there anything you'd like to add to that? We have had a presentation already on this, but you moved it. Is there anything you'd like to add on it?
I would just say that I understand the desire not to look back to see where we are, how we came here, but there are a lot of things that have happened, and a lot of legislation that has been proposed and passed in this state that has deprofessionalized professionalized the teaching profession. And there have been appropriations decisions made that have also impacted the profession in the state of Michigan as well. I will give you just one anecdotal example, and that is a friend of mine left the profession after 10 years. When he left, after many of the changes made at the state, he was actually bringing home less money than when he started 10 years prior. So these are real impacts on real families. And this is someone who had 2 children and a spouse to take care of and could no longer afford to be an educator in the state of Michigan. These are real issues that people are dealing with. And, you know, I think it is incumbent upon us, if we can help to bring this profession back to where it should be, then we as a board should stand up and say that this is something we need to do. So I'll just leave it at that, and that's it for me.
Very good, thank you. Other board members on the, Ms. Porter.
I just wanted to share that after hearing this and the presentation too, and hearing it read out loud, thank you, Sandra, for that. And teaching in a public school for the last 16 years and spending my entire professional career in public education, this is entirely accurate about what it's been like to be, I would say, in the trenches for the last decade specifically, and watching the resources be stripped away in our buildings, watching us go bare bones in every possible way because of not having the funding, not replacing positions because there was no funding to do that, people absorbing other positions and jobs, and that trickle-down effect has had massive impact. And now we're in the precipice of dealing with the pandemic as well, which is causing the most stressful time in any education. I can't speak for every educator, but I would say in every educator's career is probably the most stressful year that they've ever had. And so when I read this, it gives me hope that we are on the horizon of change, and I appreciate that the board and this Michigan Department of Education are taking this so seriously, because it is a very dire, terrifying circumstance we're in on a daily basis right now in schools.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mr. McMillan.
I've got two amendments to the resolution that I prepared. I emailed it to everybody on the board. I didn't know when it was going to come up, if it was going to be after lunch, but I did recently email it to everyone, and so.
Could you distribute?
Yeah,
That'd be
I can
great.
distribute. They're short. I mean, I could just make the first one. I mean, it's just a sentence or two long. So at appropriate time, it doesn't have to be now after discussion. Well, let me think. I guess it would be the right. But I'd like to make an amendment.
Please.
Amendment number 1, after the first whereas paragraph, after, quote, children across the country, insert with a separate paragraph, quote, whereas a vaccine mandate as dictated by President Biden's OSHA rules and supported by Democrats on the State Board of Education would likely result in many public school teachers not willing to get the vaccine, and therefore 15 to 25% of current teachers will either retire or quit. This would further exacerbate any teacher shortage.
Okay, let's be clear. This is, you're considering, you want the consideration of two amendments separately.
Right.
From one another. Beautiful. Okay. So we have a motion on the table from Mr. McMillan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ms. Snyder. Discussion on the amendment as offered.
Well, I mean, I had already.
Please. Yeah,
Yes,
no, please.
just since it's my amendment. I mean,
Yes.
I've already talked briefly earlier, but, you know, if there's concern about the shortage, we have a resolution that's coming up that supports President Biden's OSHA rules. A lot of districts have over 100 employees and would therefore fall under the vaccine mandate, although hopefully it's going to be ruled unconstitutional, but can't count on that. It's really, the intention is clear. And so we're seeing, and I'm hearing plenty of teachers say they're going to leave, they're going to quit, especially given that the vaccine is, I mean, it's not really helpful currently against the Omicron, and the Omicron appears to be nothing worse than a flu, or even not even that bad as far as the case fatality rate goes, from what scientists are saying. So I think that, so if there's a concern about shortage, I wanted to acknowledge that that there's really, you know, no reason to, I mean, the policies that are going to be voted on and supported by many on this board appear to be just further making a problem of teacher shortage.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. We have a second. We're into comment on the amendment as offered. Ms. Snyder.
I would just add support for this amendment. Just in real life, I've heard of a lot of people that are going to quit or are willing to get fired. I know people, first responders, that have been let go of their job because they were not willing to conform and comply with these mandates, and their exemptions were not approved. And that's one of the things that we continue to hear is, oh, but there's exemptions, but there's not. When a state-funded, publicly funded institution can wield those dollars and make those decisions for you and define things like religion, and it gets far stickier in ways that are very unconstitutional. So I would definitely support that. And I'll be completely honest, I am one of the people that have left my job because I'm not willing to do a vaccine mandate. It's one thing for you to strongly encourage it and to be transparent and open about the rigor of the research and the ethics of how that research is carried out, and then give me a choice, and I make the choice that's best for myself, and I encourage everybody else. That's a different environment than the environment that we have happening right now. So you're going to see teachers in an already, after everything we just talked about, you know, regardless of the disagreement and the debate over the politicization of the resolution in terms of what led to this, you see teachers that have already retired, they've already left, teachers who have left because of remote learning, and now there's going to be an added layer as to why they will not dig in and lean into this. And to Tom's further point earlier, the concept of kids coming to school ready to learn is more and more difficult. So I just think we're adding extra to a teacher shortage that we all agree exists. We want to put out a resolution, we want to unify, but we can't do that when we include things like this. And
So
then the other thing,
you're supportive of the amendment as offered?
supportive of the amendment, and I'm still
Okay,
talking.
and that's where we're
So,
focused on. We're focused on the amendment.
Correct. We also have another resolution in advance that.
Focused on this amendment, on this resolution.
Correct. And I am going to speak to the fact that we've talked about the pandemic relating to the teacher shortage in the next resolution or one of the other resolutions we're discussing. In the layered health approach to the pandemic, it says that the teacher shortage is due in part to the pandemic. But we don't see that in this resolution. Why? And I would ask board members that are supportive of this resolution and that resolution to speak to how do you find it due in part, number one. And number two, could you meet us in a space and understand that it's not going to just be based on your perspective that it's due in part to the pandemic. There are other perspectives that people will carry and they will respond to this leadership. And if there's already a shortage of teachers, is that what we should be doing at this table, leading in that capacity?
Fair enough. Thank you. President Albridge.
I can answer that question. The person who drafted this resolution and the person who drafted the other resolution are two different people. So they're not going to be the same resolution. They're not going to say the same things. And it shouldn't be a surprise that it doesn't. And there might be a reason for that. So I would ask that we focus on one, and then we can focus on the other. Right now, this is the resolution that's on the table. So if there's particular language you're in addition to what Tom has proposed, if you could share that, that would be great. Or if you're just supporting Tom's, that's fine too.
Can I speak
Please.
to what you're saying? I don't think that it matters who wrote it and that they're different people. If you're going to support this resolution and you're going to support the later resolution,
No
this
one said
amendment
anyone's
speaks to
supporting
that.
anything right now.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
If you support both resolutions, it's worthy considering that our future resolution today says that the teacher shortage is in due part to the pandemic. So I want to ask of the board members that are going to support this resolution, potentially not vote for this amendment, and then later speak to it. What do you think the pandemic is contributing to the teacher shortage? Help me understand. That's all I'm asking. Clarify it, because I know that what Tom is doing in presenting this amendment, the reason why I would support it, and how many Michiganders I really truly believe carry this perspective. We have to consider, why would you support it, this notion that the pandemic is in due part, the teacher shortage is in due part to the pandemic? What does that mean to you? Okay? And can you understand and meet us in a space where there's a lot of other people that have this perspective as well?
Okay, so
Can I speak now?
please.
Okay. We have no idea what's going to happen with the future resolutions. So don't make assumptions that people are supporting one thing and not supporting another, because you don't know what's going to happen, and you don't know who's supporting what. So can we focus on this? And if you have something specific that you want to add to this, regardless of what happens with future resolutions, all I'm asking is to put it on the table.
It is on the table.
Okay.
Let's be clear. We have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. We have an amendment on the table. It has been seconded. This is a conversation about the amendment to the base motion. And if there is no other germane discussion on the amendment to the base motion, if we could have a roll call vote, please, on the amendment.
Lipton,
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett,
No.
Pugh,
No.
Snyder,
Yes.
Strayhorn,
No.
Tilly,
No.
Albridge.
No.
Motion fails.
Mr. McMillan, to you on your second amendment,
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Rice. Second amendment is after the last whereas paragraph, after, quote, be met more enduringly, end quote, insert with a separate paragraph, quote, whereas the requirement of public school teachers to incorporate the tenets of critical race theory, CRT, and so-called social and emotional learning, SEL, has and will continue to cause current public school teachers to quit or retire because the politicization of CRT and the pseudopsychology of SEL is not what they signed up for when deciding to be a teacher.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. McMillan, a second by Ms. Snyder. Mr. McMillan, to you to talk to the amendment as offered.
I think it speaks for itself.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I continued to hear teachers complain, and I even spoke to at a group this past week, and the things that are going on in kindergarten and in other classrooms that principals are pulling in their kindergarten teachers and saying, you will teach this, and the teachers just, and you will not tell the parents about it, in the Lansing area, by the way, district. It's outrageous, and these teachers are just fed up, and they're looking for other ways to care for kids, which is what they signed up for. They didn't sign up to be deceptive and to, do all this politics.
Okay, thank you. Other board members on the amendment as offered? Other board members on the, I'm sorry, I need to widen my, need to have kind of fly peripheral vision here. Ms. Tilley.
Just want to say for clarity's sake that there was a teacher shortage before the pandemic, not only here in Michigan, nationally. The profession has taken a hit. And there are various reasons why that has happened. I think that the resolution as it stands, as it was written already, is great. I'm excited about it. I hope we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tilley. Other board members on this, on the amendment to the base resolution? Ms. Snyder.
I just would support it. Again, there's future resolutions that I'll save the discussion for.
Fair enough, thank you. Other board members on the amendment to the base resolution? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Snyder, a roll call vote, please.
Lipton,
No?
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
No.
Tilly?
No.
Albrecht?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, any other discussion on the base resolution? Dr. Pugh.
To Board Member Tilley's point, my questions are, we single out the Upper Peninsula and the Lower Peninsula, and there have been major teacher shortage that preceded COVID and have definitely been exacerbated during COVID. And Benton Harbor, Detroit, Flint, Saginaw. And I'm just wondering why we singled out like these areas.
Right, so the vast majority of these recommendations will affect the entire state. Every single one of them, save one of these recommendations. There's a single recommendation that is focused on a single part of the geography up north, because that single part of the state has largely a single entity providing teachers for it. And so you've got the entire expanse of the Upper Peninsula, a good portion of the northern lower, largely being served by Northern Michigan University. Michigan Tech has paused its program. Finlandia has closed its program. Lake State has a diminished program, a program that it's trying to re-energize and revivify. We have a lot of respect for these individuals. They need more than a one-legged stool up north. They need more in terms of teacher preparation. The issue down in the vast majority of the state is not the number of institutions providing teacher preparation services, but rather the number of young people going through those programs and the number of young people staying in the profession once they choose to go into the profession. So we offer these recommendations. All but one of them are without geographical basis. The one is associated with geography.
Okay, so then my other thought is I am considering, to Tom and Nikki's point and to Cassandra's point, considering, how do we work into this resolution, and to our teacher's point, in this resolution, protections for teachers, and the students, that I know that they're even more concerned when we have such a small percentage of students, um, that are vaccinated. And when we say vaccinated, what do we mean? With Omicron, there are people who may not think it's a bad thing, but if you only have 2 vaccines versus the booster, it may be something, and the data shows that. There are teachers who can't separate themselves like other people, when it comes to masking. They're around students who are not masked, and other students are around students who are not masked. And the data shows that that is a formula for a quick spread of COVID. And it also shows that in those school systems, we are seeing educators that are not able to show up because they are ill. They have family members that are ill, but we also have, they are also concerned about the children. So I guess, as I see it, and as I know it, it's not teachers waiting to leave. There are teachers that are leaving. We don't have substitutes, to the point that here in Michigan, we've just passed a law where the lunch person, the bus driver, the secretary can teach our kids. And so how do we address that if we have people who may have a problem with passing a resolution that simply asks for statute to be invoked, for mask to be worn? All medical professionals of some credibility say that masks should be in place and should be worn. Last data that I saw, only 35% of school districts wore masks. So how do we make sure that we know that we are letting our educators know that while they're waiting on the money to come, which it should come, but while they're waiting on it, they're not going to lose their life, their kids aren't going to lose their life, there won't be hospitalizations, there won't be children orphaned. How do their children won't be orphaned? How do we build those protections, or build that into this resolution? And I'm saying that because we're not tying the resolutions together. We've made that very clear. And we don't know how people will vote. And I'm very concerned how people will vote. So I'm asking that question and would like to add language if we're concerned with how we're going to vote on resolutions that protect children, protect teachers, by simply asking for masks, simply asking for procedures like testing to stay, testing for kids to come back to school. There's support, just expressing support for OSHA regulations. So that's a question that I guess I pose, and I guess I could pose it in the form of an amendment if that's what I need to do.
If you have an amendment, we're happy to consider it. Others, while Dr. Pugh is reflecting upon a potential amendment, are there any other comments on the, yes, please.
On the base resolution, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are some things in this resolution that I believe are contributing to some teachers leaving. The mandating of annual evaluations state down, top down. I mean, I know districts can have their own evaluations, and they rightly should, but Governor Granholm, Democrat, signed into law based on the money that was President Obama's administration was enticing. We didn't get that money, but in order to be in the running, you had to support certain laws that Granholm did sign in regarding annual evaluations tied to state standardized testing, very top-down, which I opposed and fought vigorously in the legislature. So I do agree with that. As I mentioned before, I think the mandating of educators pay a greater share of their health insurance and retirement costs is not necessarily true. I think there's a significantly large amount of teachers that are paying less because what you saw before the legislation was a lot of overinsuring that was going on, and so it gave them the options to adequately insure, which brought their costs down. I'm not sure, I'm not going to ask for the data on the last in the nation inflation adjusted total revenue growth. I will say that a lot of that, is due to, in the 90s, the very dark Granholm decade that really plunged our state into disrepair, and our revenues did, in fact, tank. And so I think a large portion of that is due to those years that we would like to forget. And then, as I mentioned, the fifth paragraph, the 300 to 500 million, there's money, there's plenty of money. I mean, we just got over $5 billion given to us. If this was that important, then significant amounts would have been sent to that. Instead, as I exposed, there was a significant portion going to CRT and getting kids indoctrinated into a Marxist ideology, among other things. And so, there's a lot of problems with this resolution. There's a few things that I agree with. I don't know. I do think that the other side of the aisle might have been responsible for a good portion of that, unfortunately. So I'll be voting against this resolution.
Fair enough. Ms. Snyder, Dr. Albridge, Dr. Pritchett.
So I'll speak to the base resolution. I'm going to sidestep from the political science we're focusing on here. Back to the issue of teacher shortage being a very real issue. And I understand that and respect that. And I'm not hoping we can find our way through it. So with that said, the very middle paragraph, 1, 2, 3, I think it's 4, there are good ideas in this paragraph, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. I would like to stay focused for the students' sake on things like scholarships and tuition reimbursement. I do want to say out loud that we're finding things where loan repayment seems to be a real pain in the butt for students to chase after and almost impossible for them to gain access to on many levels. I think we're seeing a lot of students after they've graduated from school sharing that story. And it's really a shame because by the time they get to that space and they're trying to figure out the loan repayment process, they're trying to have kids, they're buying houses, they're moving on with their life, they're trying to work their job. There's less and less time in the day to get mired in the muck of loan repayment. Not that it isn't an option, but just to speak up on behalf of students in general and having gone through that process as well, I think scholarship and tuition reimbursement in and of itself are better approaches. I would also call to the concept, which sort of relates to what I'm hoping to say next, that administrative costs are so high in our public schools right now. It's shocking. I saw somewhere in one of our school districts in the state of Michigan, when you include benefits and pay, and I'd have to pull it back up, they're making almost $350,000 a year as a superintendent of a school. You have to think about that when you think about things like you're talking about with teachers who can't even afford to be a teacher and live where their district is. So we do have to consider the concepts of administrative costs as well. But as far as the resolution on the whole, we've already addressed Tom's amendments. I would move, put it on the table, make a motion to strike paragraphs 2 and 5. And I would like to discuss that further.
Support.
Okay, so we have a motion to strike 2 and 5. We have a second. Is there any further discussion thereof?
Yes. So as far as the amendment itself to strike paragraph 2, Tom and I have shared, look, We don't want to politicize this issue if we want to come together and acknowledge it as an issue on the whole and as something that our body wants to put out there for further discussion within the legislature and in areas that have the power to make moves and do things that we don't. And clearly we've debated how we got here, who's responsible for it, the concept of blame and accuse it. I just think strike that paragraph, and maybe I should have separated the two. But to move to discussion on the fifth paragraph, I'm not comfortable with stating, okay, we know this is a problem. We know that it will need to be addressed. We understand money includes addressing problems. But $300 million to $500 million, those are two very different numbers. And when you're signing a resolution that relates to that, for someone from my perspective and from our position, I feel like we need to understand what goes into that number, okay? $200 million difference, 300 to 500, what are we putting that in? And I guess I relate it to, other people who pitch projects or in any other industry. They don't come and say, I want this much money without saying, here's how it breaks down. Here's a spreadsheet of how it works out. So, to ask us in this arbitrary way, again, we know money is involved in solutions and solving problems. We're not saying that. But those are big numbers without more information.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Snyder. Just a point of clarification. We appreciate the fact that you are supportive of tuition reimbursement and scholarships. Those are helpful to people who are considering the profession. They are less helpful to people like Ms. Porter and Mr. Paul, who are already in the profession and who have already graduated from school and for whom scholarships and tuition reimbursement are not relevant, but for whom loan reimbursement might be relevant. So I share that, number one. Number two, relative to the funding, there's an extensive analysis of what is necessary by category, which we've shared with the state legislature, which we've shared with the state board. We offer a menu of opportunities, and depending upon which of those opportunities, which of those critical investment options the legislature takes up, there will be more or fewer costs associated therewith. We represent it as a menu, and we make clear that it's a menu by giving a range rather than a point estimate associated with those elements. To Mr. McMillan's point about the citation of 50th of 50, Michigan is 50th of 50, or was 50th of 50 from 1995 to 2015 in total revenue growth, inflation adjusted. That's an MSU study from 2018. 6 studies in 6 years, beginning in 2015 through 2020, said the same thing. Different children have different costs, and those costs need to be funded. The needs of different children need to be funded, and we underfund public education in the state of Michigan. That's what 6 studies in 6 years have shown, including one that was voted on and approved by the state legislature in 2014 in the lame duck session. And ultimately that study would come out in the summer of 2016, including a study by the lieutenant governor in 2017 about special education costs, which indicated that special education costs were underfunded by approximately $750 million in the state of Michigan. So this is well-trodden territory about the underfunding of public education in the state of Michigan. It's not simply underfunding of teachers, although it is. It's also underfunding of support staff and supports for children and the like. And the cumulative effect of that over a 20-year period of time has chipped away at and denigrated the profession. It has made it a less desirable profession to enter and a less desirable profession in which to stay. It's not simply my opinion, although it is my opinion. It's the opinion of teachers across the state. It's been regularly shown survey after survey after survey after survey. And teachers lead with the funding is inadequate. And it's nowhere more inadequate than the funding associated with our young teachers, our beginning teachers. So I just wanted to clarify that the citation didn't come from thin air. It's a legitimate citation. It's one of 6 in 6 years that have said the same thing. Would anyone else care to speak to Ms. Snyder's amendment to the base resolution, which is on the table?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, in response to what you were just saying, we know that statistics can be twisted to say what one wants. During that decade of 95 to, or 2 decades to 2015, it'd be interesting to know what the public school student population, what happened during those years. It likely could very well have gone down, especially compared to the nation and other states, as a lot of people flocked out of Michigan during the Granholm years, and a lot of people have gone towards homeschooling or private schooling as the public education has become further politicized. So, I mean, that needs to be taken into consideration. I still, on both of these, including the 300 to 500 million, I'd love to hear, and I don't think we'll ever hear about it, what happened to the $5.5 billion that came into the state or that is coming into the state over a few years? Where has that been spent? We're talking about 10% of that could have gone to, would equal as $500 million. So apparently, that has not been a priority, teacher shortage, among that $5.5 billion. So there could be a lot more than just superficial statistics. A lot of times they need to be put into context, is all I'm saying. Thank you.
Right. So just a note, because I do think it's important to be clear about statistics, the same study from 2018, because enrollment has declined in the state of Michigan, as you well know, Mr. McMillan, the same study noted that we were 48th of 50 in per pupil revenue growth, inflation adjusted, from that period from 1995 to 2015. So even if you reflect upon revenue growth on a per pupil basis for the same 20-year period of time, we're still near the very bottom in the nation. We underfunded public schools during that 20-year period of time, and unfortunately, it adversely affected what we were able to provide for our young people. President Albrecht.
Just to answer that question, so pupil growth, pupil enrollment actually was growing from fiscal year 95 to fiscal year 2003. And then it began to decline from then and has been declining ever since. So basically it's a hill that we're looking at. So it was both growing at one point during that time frame and then declining at another. But I will, if we want to add, to inefficiencies in Michigan, I would also say that at the same time we were declining student enrollment, we were adding hundreds of new charter schools. And if we want to talk about administrative costs, no administrative costs are larger than those in charter schools because so much of the money goes into management contracts and things like that. So you are absolutely right. There's a lot of inefficiencies that we could be talking about. But again, right now we're focusing on teacher shortage in crisis time at the moment. And so I personally, I don't support eliminating language, but this is a board decision, and we'll go with what the board wants.
So we have a motion on the table to amend. We have a second. Mr. McMillan.
Well, I mean, just to reply, I mean, we know that charter schools can't do property millages. We know that they are significantly less funded than public schools. And we know that during that period of time, there was a lot of people in the state that suffered a lot worse revenue reductions than government workers did. But I mixed those two. But yeah, charter schools are, I would say that there's a lot more per pupil that goes to administrative costs in non-charter schools than charter schools.
Well, on a per pupil basis, that's not accurate.
Well, if you add in property millages and the fact that they get a lot less than most public schools.
Okay. Ms. Snyder, you get the benediction on this, on your amendment, and then we are going to vote on the amendment. Okay, very good. Hearing no other discussion, Ms. Snyder, a roll call vote on Ms. Snyder's amendment, please.
Lipton?
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh? Snyder,
Yes.
Strayhorn,
No.
Tilly. No. Albridge,
No.
motion fails.
The base amendment, the base resolution is before us. Are there any other recommendations for amendments thereto? Here, Dr. Pugh.
So this would be right before the last whereas. I would would like to move to have the statement, whereas the State Board of Education has introduced a resolution for a layered public health approach to keeping schools open during a pandemic that will provide health protections for teachers, for educators, and students.
Okay, if you would, that's fine, I appreciate that. So you've moved the resolution, if we, or moved the amendment, I beg your pardon, if we could have a second there too?
I'm sorry, just a clarification. Whereas the State Board of Education has introduced, we haven't introduced. That's not accurate.
Well, will. Let's change that word.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we sure don't, do we? So it needs to be here. So whereas the State Board of Education will introduce a resolution for a layered public health approach to keep schools open that will provide health protections for educators and students.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table relative to a later resolution. Do we have a second associated therewith?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Dr. Pugh, to you for discussion.
Again, I think I've said, I don't see how we sit at a table and the world is going on around us. Virginia, who was dead set against, or so they say, that people, I guess the people who were loudest and most violent were dead set against mask or whatever mandates. They've just declared a state of emergency. We have other professions. We don't even have to look, we can definitely look to educators, but we can look to police, airlines, hospitals that are being impacted by not being able to be protected from COVID. And we have over 60% of our schools that don't have a mask mandate, something as simple as a mask. They're not asking for children to be tested to come back to school. We don't know if children are, parents are telling me that they don't know when their children are exposed. We have people right here, right now, that are separating themselves from people who are unmasked. Our children and our teachers can't do that. They need those protections. And we have a resolution that will be introduced that would add, we don't have to add too much more language to this if we're able to just add that language to this amended to the proposed resolution.
Okay, President Albridge. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. President Albridge.
I completely understand wanting to add as much as possible to this, but I would request that we keep the resolutions separate and we not tie bar them, because we don't know what the end resolution, the next resolution is going to look like, or whether it'll even be supported and or what the end result might look like. So I would ask that we not tie bar resolutions together.
Okay. Any other reflections from state board members before we vote on the amendment to the base resolution? Dr. Pugh, Ms. Snyder.
If that's the case, then maybe we should table the resolution until after the other resolution is voted on. Because
Okay,
I would like to know that we're considering protections for teachers, and I would want to amend something different if we don't.
Are you withdrawing your motion?
No.
Okay, you are not withdrawing your motion.
I'm not withdrawing my motion.
If you're not withdrawing the motion, then we will be voting on the motion. Ms. Snyder, to you for your comment.
Just to speak to the amendment, which relates to Tom's previous amendment, which is the foundation that the pandemic, that the teacher shortage is in due part of the pandemic, which is in a future resolution. We won't discuss that right now. But to speak to it, I know teachers right here in town Someone told me just a story last week. They said, I have Crohn's disease. I know that if I get this vaccine, I could end up hospitalized. It's happened before, but I'm so sick of this nonsense that I'm just going to do it. So we're talking about protections for teachers so that they can stay at work and continue to serve children, which is what they want to be doing without all of this politicization. But here we are. And this particular teacher just went ahead and got the vaccination, knowing that if we really bark up the tree that we're going down, which is mandated vaccines annually, which is what we had in hospitals, they were reimbursed by CMS, 90% plus of mandated vaccine rates for nurses and healthcare professionals was a regulated thing that they did through CMS with hospitals. Yet we have these people who have autoimmune illnesses, and to protect them, we have said that we should not do that from a physician's point of view until now. And these people know that. They've experienced it. They live with their autoimmune illness every day. They understand that maybe it's not the best time this year or ever for them to get a vaccination for the flu or for COVID. And they know they have to really consider risk-benefit conversation with their doctor, with themselves, if it's any other type of vaccination or medication. So we've got this concept of protection of teachers on the table in relationship to teacher shortage, and yet we continue to completely dismiss and ignore those perspectives. It is harmful to teachers to dismiss this perspective. It is harmful to students who have the same situation to dismiss this perspective. It's harmful for them in the short term, it's harmful for them in the long term, and it makes absolutely zero sense to not consider it when we consider the teacher shortage. Whether it's within this resolution, the next resolution, or the next, doesn't matter. So we voted Tom's down. I don't know where we're at with yours. We'll vote to it, but it has to be said because there are teachers out there that cannot get the vaccine, that should not be recommended that they get it.
We have a motion on the table from Dr. Pugh, seconded by Ms. Lipton. I'm sorry, Dr. Pugh, you would like to speak more to it? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Please.
and when I was saying the amendment, table or till, that was to Cassandra's point. And then to Nikki's point, right, some people won't get the vaccine and won't be able to get the vaccine. And so OSHA also calls for testing of people who do not get the vaccine. So that, to me, would address that issue.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table from Dr. Pugh, seconded by Ms. Lipton, to link to a later resolution. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Pritchett, please.
I just want to say regarding the amendment, I can't support that because I believe that this particular resolution is focused on where we need to focus it on. Pragmatically, we need to provide some programs, some reimbursements, all of the things outlined here, and request some funding from the legislature in order to do that, to alleviate the teacher shortage. I am not discounting, would I ever discount the safety and welfare of our teaching staff, of all staff in schools, not only teachers, but paraprofessionals, the food service staff, et cetera. But I don't think it's appropriate to put it in this resolution. I think this resolution is targeted. To Tiffany's comment earlier, this shortage has been going on for several years. We saw the tsunami coming. It has gotten worse. Has the pandemic added to it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything would have added to it at this point, anything adversely. So I just wanted that clear.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pritchett. Anyone else care to share? If not, it is on, I'm sorry, Dr. Pugh.
I just want to respond to Dr. Pritchett, and that is, there are people who don't think that there's a need for equitable and even public health approaches across the state for our teachers or our children. And I'm so far against that, and I'm so concerned because we're not talking about teachers that are thinking about leaving. There are teachers who are leaving. There are teachers who are ill. There are schools that are not in today because there's a teacher shortage. And some of these things that we're talking about, it's going to take some time. They are necessary, they are urgent, and we need to have them. Everything that's in here. But while we're waiting, there are teachers who are not showing up and may not show up because of some simple, very simple things that people have no idea Michigan does not have in place, that are not in place, that I'm talking about. So I will put that out there, and I've done all that I can do to protect our teachers.
Fair enough. So I just want, because it is confusing, I keep reiterating so people know what they're voting on, because it is complicated. So we have a motion on the table from Dr. Pugh, seconded by Ms. Lipton, to add a portion to link to a later resolution. Hearing no other discussion, Marilyn, if you would be kind enough to do a roll call vote.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
No.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilly?
No.
Albridge?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we have the base resolution before us. Mr. McMillan.
One last thing, I just was texted or got information about, I guess Superintendent Vitti in Detroit had done a PowerPoint for the reopening agreement with DFT, and it indicates that they had class size reductions within the agreement of about 15% or 20%. So that certainly would mean that you'd need 15% or 20% more teachers, which would certainly cause issues in teacher shortage. So that also, and I'm told that it's not just in Detroit, there are other large districts that had such negotiations with their teachers union. So those type of negotiations could have also be contributing to the shortage or perceived shortage.
Fair enough, thank you. Anything else on the base resolution? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Just a quick query. Is there anyone who would like to offer public comment on this specific item before the vote? Hearing and seeing none.
Are you opening that up for the people?
I'm opening it up for the
person.
people, right? I'm opening it up for the people who are listening. I mean, I don't know how to open it up for people who aren't.
Dr. Rice,
Yes,
am I allowed with that request?
please. So this is, just a note, this is Mr. Brian Paul, one of our regional teachers of the year, one of the individuals whose presentation has been postponed until next month. Mr. Paul.
I know in governing bodies like this, we have to look at macro level decisions and how they affect the state. So I'm only going to offer you one anecdotal, because sometimes that helps with perspective. You go anywhere into a grocery store and people will have different opinions on COVID and masks. It's permeated your discussions here today, and I can tell that. What I'd like to offer is this with regards to what we have to do here, and that's taking care of the students. Doesn't matter what I think about COVID or masks, all due respect. It doesn't matter what you all think about COVID or masks, and I don't say that lightly. This is the reason why I say it. It matters what the parents of the students think about COVID and masks mandates. This is the reason why. Yesterday, I lost 40% of my class. 40% of my class was not present for schooling yesterday. The same with another colleague that I teach in 3rd grade. Why? I can't tell you exactly why. Some called in for sickness. Some could be parents just retaining their children at home because of what they feel. regardless, the child is absent from the educational system, okay? I thought about a lot of what Dr. Pugh was stating, and this is just as you have your other discussions down the road with the other resolution, about the safety of the teachers. Our district today, with the decision made yesterday, is going remote for our middle school and high school, just like that. So I tried to simulate that for you. Take your afternoon discussions, go online. Will you have all your notes with you? Will you be able to talk as comfortably as you would like to talk, as you are able to right now in person? You have to flip like that and go online. You have to be able to do that. Why? The teachers don't have a choice. It's the decision made by the upper echelon because of the safety protocols. Why? There's simply not enough staff, not just teachers, bus drivers as well, to support the functioning of the middle and high school. So you have to be ready like that. Even though 40% of my class was absent yesterday, 2 students returned who were gone the whole week previously. Somehow I have to balance that. The gaps in education they received from not being there last week and the 40% absent yesterday. It's very messy. So it doesn't matter as much what we think. It's how the parents perceive and if they're going to have the students present or not.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
offer
Paul.
that to you as an anecdote, and I'll stop
Thank you
there.
very much, Mr. Paul. Ms. Snyder, roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
It's on the base, it's on the base resolution. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Somebody's confused as to how they're looking at this, and they don't know how they give public participation.
Public comment at 1?
Yeah, but Dr. Rice just asked if people
know.
wanted to give.
Right, so this is, I mean, we're set up for public participation at 1 remotely. We're set up for public participation both remotely and in person now. Is that correct or not?
Well, they said that they haven't. This person says, how do I comment on this part? Please advise, exclamation point, exclamation point. I said, yes, you can. They said, how do I do it? I haven't received anything yet, so how do I get in? Question mark, question mark.
Can I talk?
Please.
Public participation for this month, yesterday at midnight, we had several hundred emails, but people that had registered and provided the required information, a name, location, their city, and the phone number they'd be calling from. At midnight last night, we had 163 people that were properly registered. We're asking for patience. I know there are people that can't get through.
Right.
That's the situation we're in.
Okay, very good. So, I'm sorry, do you have public participation? Yes, please.
I wasn't planning until like 1 o'clock, but.
Please. Is it regarding this resolution?
It is regarding masks.
It is, this resolution is on teacher shortage and teacher shortage recommendations.
Okay, so then no.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Yep. Any other, yes, ma'am.
I do. I have it on both for 1 o'clock and now. On the teacher shortage, as a teacher of past for 31 years, talking to other teachers, I affirm what this gentleman had said about parents and teachers. The reason the shortage is many parents are thinking of alternative education, etc., because the state and the local school boards aren't listening to what they're saying. They're tired of it. Going to some of the other schools that don't mandate masks or other stuff that you're mandating, they have a high performance and less cases. So I'm saying that parents are saying they're pulling their kids out of school for different things. As I was at the meeting that Mr. McCollum was at, because of what they're mandating. It is teaching the kids the totalness of who they are. And so teachers, as a teacher, when I look at teachers coming out of education, they also feel they don't have a lot to say about it. And the support, you have to have a community of educators, community of the parents, with the kids' wholeness being considered. Their intelligence, their social, their spiritual, their total well-being. And I'm going to tell you, parents are tired.
Are you timing this?
They're tired of putting money where it's not being used where they think they're supposed to be. Teachers are getting tired.
Ms., let me ask you a question. If you could clarify your name, please, for us. Are you Ms. Wood?
Sorry. I'm Bonnie Wood, and I live in Ovid, Michigan, but my kids went to, and I'm in Shiawassee County, and my kids went to Ovid Else in Clinton County. And I have been in lots of positions as a teacher, unions and et cetera, but I'm saying teachers are feeling overwhelmed, and they want to help the parents out, but they also want to do other things, and then they have their own personal commitments. Yes, teachers are going to charter schools, they're going to other places to teach where they can teach.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. We appreciate it. Marilyn, roll call vote, please.
I'm still having issues. I have another person who's called saying that they want to give public comment and they cannot. I think that that's an issue.
I think you were supposed to get it by 9:30 a.m., right? Aren't those the rules?
The normal rules under normal circumstances are by the beginning of public participation on the day of the meeting, which is 1 p.m.
It was 10:30. Okay.
My point is that my personal opinion is we're not under normal circumstances.
We've already got a few hundred people who have signed up to provide public comment at 1 p.m.
So we apologize.
But
Yes, we have a vote to call the question. Do I have a second to call the question? Dr. Pritchett is the second to Ms. Lipton's call the question motion. If we could have a vote on calling the question. Roll call vote.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
abstain.
Snyder?
Abstain.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Hilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, if we could now have a vote on the base resolution.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Abstain.
Snyder?
Abstain.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a question because people are
Yes.
texting
Please.
me, and I guess I don't understand. So people are not going to be able to public participate, period, if they haven't signed up yet? Is that what we're
They can sign
saying?
up for 1 o'clock, yeah. They can go onto the website.
I mean, they have, but they haven't received phone numbers, so they couldn't call in. That's what they're saying. It's people who are telling me that they are trying to get in, but they don't have a number.
There are 344 emails at that site since midnight. So there was probably that many yesterday.
So
I'm
Is it
sorry.
still open right now, though, for people to,
It
because you
is-
said
it
it's
is-
up until
It is in theory still open, yes. It is in theory still open. It does prompt the question what the board is going to do with this volume of public
But
comment.
can I get my question answered?
Please, yes.
Because these are people who did email, and I get it, Marilyn, I understand. I just need to be able to respond to them, because they're asking, they were trying to get in, but they don't have a phone number. I had already email or the phone number. And so I'm getting emails that people have not gotten the phone number. And so now during this conversation, I'm hearing that they very well may not.
This is something to consider for future public participation.
Can I, just for those that are at home, whether you can get in or not, I just want to reiterate, our email addresses are online, and you notice we have computers in front of us. That's because people are emailing us constantly with their public comments, and we are looking at those during the meeting as well. So if you don't want to hold online, you are more than welcome to send an email, and it will be seen by the board members.
Not in time for me to vote, because I don't know if you all have, but I've gotten emails I've gotten like 30 emails per minute on a personal email address and my .gov email address. So I won't get through all of those by the time we meet, and that's been between 8 o'clock yesterday morning, so I understand
Similar
what you're saying.
concern. You're living it.
But we got a problem because people want to participate,
Right.
and they wanted to participate prior to that last vote, and they did follow the directions, which said by 1 p.m. get their self signed up, and they were already emailing saying that they hadn't received an email yet, giving us the phone number. So I just want to, and they wanted to public comment prior to the last vote and prior to the next votes.
So the board's bylaws indicate a 1-hour limit to public comment. The board's bylaws also note that the board may extend that period for public comment. That's at the board's discretion. You have a bylaw that says a 60-minute limit. You also have a bylaw that says that you may extend beyond that 60-minute limit to the extent that you would like. So it's going to be up to the board over the next few hours as to what it wants to do with respect to public comment. So that's the answer for the minute. Any other questions? Ladies, thank you so much for your presentation. We apologize for holding you up. The next item on the Committee of the Whole agenda is presentation on supply chain impact on school food service. This is a presentation of information on the supply chain impact on school food service. It is an informational presentation, and no board action is required. Presenters are Mr. Kyle Garant, Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Operations, Dr. Diane Golzinski, Director of Health and Nutrition Services, Ms. Nancy LaFave, Food Service Director of the Escanaba Public Schools. I think she gets the award for the longest commute to the board meeting. And Mr. Carl Williams, Executive Director, the Office of School Nutrition, Detroit Public Schools Community District. This is indeed an esteemed group. Carl Williams received the Director of the Year award from the School Nutrition Association of Michigan in November at the SNAM annual conference. Mr. Williams, welcome. And congratulations. Ms. Nancy LaFave is president of Michigan's largest purchasing cooperative, the Great Lakes Consortium. She was also Michigan's first school breakfast hero awardee from No Kid Hungry. Ms. LaFave, welcome, and congratulations to you. Dr. Diane Golzinski is past president of the School Nutrition Association of Michigan and past president of the Association of State Public Health Nutritionists. That's a mouthful, Dr. Golzinski. And she is an enormous force in her own right and a terrific leader. And of course, Kyle Garant, our erstwhile Deputy Superintendent for Finance and Operations, batting cleanup in this outstanding group of presenters. Presenters, welcome. Thank you so much for making time out of your busy days for us.
Thank you, Dr. Rice and Board, for the opportunity to present today. The only certainty during this pandemic has been uncertainty, and school food service programs and professionals have worked diligently to serve meals to students throughout the pandemic. Today, we will share supply chain shortages that are impacting districts' ability to provide meals to students, and what districts and food service professionals like the ones we are so graciously have with us today are doing to mitigate those impacts. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilzinski.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Typically, I am here for the side of my world that is health and safety programs, and so I'm excited today to talk more about our food service programs. Thank you. Our office is responsible for all of the USDA food and nutrition programs except for the Women, Infants, and Children program known as WIC, and SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps. Both SNAP and WIC are housed at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. That leaves our office, OHNS, responsible for the federal school lunches and breakfasts, childcare meals, meals in the dependent adult care setting, and after-school and summer meals. While these meals are federally regulated, Michigan does have 2 state laws that require all public schools to serve lunch, and most of our public schools must serve breakfast. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, USDA released a number of nationwide waivers in order to facilitate assuring children had access to meals regardless of where they were learning. On this slide, you can see that as a result of the waivers, we implemented various versions of the summer food service program from March of 2020 through August of 2021. Since August of 2021, we have returned closer to the traditional national school lunch and breakfast programs. Michigan has chosen to participate in all of the waivers offered nationally. This includes the ability to continue to provide meals to all children free of charge. When children are not physically in school, our schools may provide pickup meals for up to 7 days at one pickup time and location. And for this school year only, as a result of the severe supply chain challenges, we are also able to reimburse meals at the highest reimbursement rate available and reimburse meals that may not meet the full meal pattern requirements as long as the school has an approved meal pattern waiver on file with MDE. Nationally, school food service has seen challenges at every level of the supply chain for nearly every product that they order. School food service directors are dealing with products not being in stock in the quantities needed to feed the thousands of children that they need to feed for both breakfast and lunch in a single day. Paper products are in short supply, so directors are being forced to serve only finger foods. And where possible, they are returning to reusable trays and flatware. The challenge is that not all schools have dishwashers to clean those reusable trays and flatware, or the staff to run the dishwashers. The other challenge is that manufacturers have discontinued many school-specific menu items during the pandemic. Where a chicken manufacturer may have made 30 varieties of chicken products prior to the pandemic, now they may only be making 3. Making matters worse is the labor shortage. We've been talking about teacher shortage, and I want you to know that there is a shortage at every level of our supply chain. I've been at MDE for nearly 10 years, and I've never seen the number of new school food service directors as I have this year, as a result of retirements and many leaving the profession due to the intense challenges realized during the pandemic. In some places, these essential workers have received small pay raises or bonuses, but in many cases, district administration or unions have not allowed funds to be spent, even if they have the funds to do so. So what I have for us today are 2 guests who are going to talk about what it's like to try to serve the children now during these challenges. First is Nancy.
Thank you for having me. Being the chair for the Great Lakes Consortia, which, like Diane said, is the largest consortia in Michigan, that is how we get our USDA foods through the consortia. And so I spend a lot of time on the phone with manufacturers. I spend a lot of time on the phone with our distributor, which for myself is Gordon Food Service. And we all have a lot of things in common, and labor shortage is the first, price increase is the second, raw material to make products is the third. Our distributors alone, since the beginning of the school year, has seen 77 price increases mid-contract. Beef is up about 20%, eggs is up 20%, ham and turkey about 12% just since the beginning of the school year. And of course, as you know, that trickles down to the school districts. A lot of schools are worried that the recipes that they've come up with, the standards that they've set for their school programs, they're going to have to start using subpar ingredients because they can't afford the price increase on some of the other items that they're used to using. Because manufacturers have labor issues, like Diane said, chicken products, they might have had 30, could be down to 3 or 4, but we're also dealing with them providing commercial and to restaurants and stores. So that same manufacturer is trying to produce for the refrigerators at Meijer. They're trying to produce the school food chicken patty. And because of the price, the commercial usually wins out over the school. So we can't always have our products available because they are manufacturing for the commercial side of their business. And how that affects, like on a local level for myself, breakfast is a big issue. We do K through 12 breakfast in the classroom. Every teacher in every building feeds their kids after the bell. It's a great program for us. We started a couple years ago, but I had to train and rely on the teachers to make sure that the meal that those students are getting qualify for a reimbursable meal. And when I have to sub an item because we can't get white milk from our distributor because they had labor issues, they had a machine go down, we can't serve cereal that day, obviously. So we have to have something to substitute right away. And so not only does the kitchen staff, but my whole district literally needs to know and is affected by that change. At lunchtime, we have a central kitchen in Escanaba, which means everything is made at the high school and we ship it out. So we have come to like products that handle well, that ship out well, that hold, that the breading stays on. If we have to substitute those products, when we ship out, they're not always the best quality by the time the elementaries are eating. And we want that student who's the very last one in the kindergarten classroom to have the same quality of food as that high school student that ate 2 hours before. So that is another issue with subbing products. I have one district that told me they're the exact opposite. They got subbed restaurant quality chicken products, and so their kids loved it. And so now when we have the whole grain patty back available, they're wondering where that bar food was that they just had last week. So it's trying to balance out and make sure that you're serving the same thing every day so the students know what they're getting. The last thing that I really have is special diets. We have a lot of diabetic students in our district. When we are substituted products, that affects what those kids can eat. They have to know ahead of time at breakfast and at lunch so that they can get their carb counts, they can get their insulin. And when we're constantly subbing products for them, sometimes it's the last minute, it really affects their lives, literally. And paper products, you know, everyone's that has to deal with styrofoam knows that they're low. So we become hoarders, which we don't like to do. But if there are school trays available and you can get 50 in, it's each man for himself at that point. You get 50 in, but we've had it down where I've had one case of school trays left in our district wondering, what am I gonna do tomorrow? So it's all around from paper products to food, lunch, breakfast. It's affecting us in every way.
Thank you, Nancy. And it's the same in Detroit, correct?
Yes, yes. Is it okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Take this off. Okay. I apologize. And thank you for your time. I know this is very important. So I'm not a scripted guy, as my colleagues know, but I will read from my script so that I can respect your time. I am glad that you did mention the special needs special diet and special needs students, because for those students, consistency is so important. And if you change anything in their day, it just throws everything off for them. And that has been a huge impact. But I want to share with you a story so that you can kind of see what the life of a food service director is. So it's Wednesday in the middle of the month of October, and I'm conducting my periodic visit to schools. I'm pulled aside by a principal with a concerning look on her face. Mr. Williams, are you aware of our concern regarding the menu? She asks. We are a little tired of chicken, she tells me. Our menu over the last 6 days have been chicken tenders, chicken bites, barbecue chicken, oven roasted chicken, three-piece chicken, baked chicken. And also we've had 4 different type of plates. And right now, my kitchen staff is in the back cutting in half to-go containers so they can make 2 plates out of 1. And she asked Mr. Williams, why in the middle of lunch every day, my staff is leaving my building to go to another school so that they can find product to finish feeding my kids. So at that point, I stopped her and began my spiel on the domino effect of the disruption in the supply chain.
We're not getting the product that we need to stay compliant with our district posted menus, and the products that we are getting are very inconsistent. What we need is just not there, and it's not there when we need it. I have been forced to drastically reduce my menu offerings at every level. Prior to COVID, my K through 8 schools, we offered 4 to 5 different entree offerings daily. Now, we're offering 2 at most. 1 is more consistent. At the high school level, we were offering 9 different entree items every single day. Today, we're offering 3, but on a more consistent basis, 2. My students, they choose to eat with us based off that variety. And when that variety isn't there, they're choosing not to eat with us. At least once a week, myself or my assistant directors are using our vehicles to go store to store, trying to find product just to make it through the day. We find ourselves driving to our distributor's warehouse in Wixom to pick up our own food and milk because they have shortages in truck drivers and can't get the food delivered to us. Due to the labor shortage, the supply chain has, as I said, has a limited number of truck drivers. As I have read, there's a shortage of about 80,000 nationwide. And that has stalled our ability to receive product. As a large district, we coordinate with our food distributor on our menu needs 3 months in advance. In today's environment, we are still not able to receive the items we need with a 3-month notice to our suppliers. A closer note to staffing, which affects us more closely at home, is my staffing shortages. I started the year off with 165 kitchen staff vacancies. That's 25% of my staff missing. We have a dozen of schools with only 1 kitchen employee there to cook, serve, do the USDA required accountability, clean, sanitize for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that's typically for a school of about 300 students. Since September, I have had the EMS rush to 2 of my kitchens to attend to medical emergencies from staff passing out from exhaustion, from being overworked, not having enough resources, and being asked to do more because of the additional COVID protocols. As I say, I'm not scripted. Prior to the challenges presented to us in COVID, our district of 50,000 students, we were serving 39,000 lunches daily and 29,000 breakfasts daily. Today, with fewer students in the building, my 39,000 lunches have gone down to 26,000. And my 29,000 breakfasts a day has gone down to 24,000. So that's a decrease of 30% in my lunches and 15% decrease in my breakfast. So basically, the supply chain domino effect has been, right now, I'm not feeding kids. And when I am feeding kids, I'm not able to give them the variety and the service that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. I'm sorry to backtrack, but I had brought this with me. It's a note from a student that I had received. Special education student asked her aide if she could write it out for her. And I don't know if everyone here knows what a Bosco stick is, but if the kids don't have Bosco sticks in school, they are not happy. And right now we have a substituted Bosco stick. So she wrote a note and gave it to the lunch lady and said, please bring back the old Boscos. The ones that we have now are really bad. Thank you if you take this into consideration, from your favorite Kyra B. Or I'm starting a protest. So that's what's on their mind when they're eating. They're not enjoying, they're worrying about what else is out there.
Thank you. Thank you both. So what's up next? What can we even do about this? Just prior to the December holidays, the USDA notified us at MDE that we will be receiving a little over $29 million in supply chain assistance funding. While we are thankful for this investment in our schools, it is still concerning that our child care centers, who have suffered so much throughout the pandemic and are suffering from the same supply chain challenges, will not have access to this assistance funding. These funds are also restricted to unprocessed or minimally processed foods only. So that means that our local farmers and producers will benefit, but things like Bosco sticks cannot be purchased. For school districts who do not wish to purchase these specific products or have an excess fund balance and more funds than they know what to do with, they have the option to decline the funds, and MDE will be able to reallocate those unspent funds to other districts at that time. So in closing, I'm sure you all have noticed the empty shelves at Meijer. I'm sure that you have experienced it in your own lives, in your own grocery shopping. Today, what we've been trying to do is help you to understand what that shortage looks like when it's multiplied by 100 for our local school districts. While none of us at this table can magically make these products appear for our school districts, just being kind to our school food service directors and understanding what they're going through would be an absolute step and an absolute benefit to these folks, because they work so hard every day, and I thank you for what you do to take care of our children. Thank you.
Board members, we appreciate that presentation. I thought the portion about the calls to EMS were particularly sobering. It's a fraught period of time. There's a lot of anxiety, and we appreciate the work that you do from Escanaba to Detroit and everywhere in between. Board members, are there any questions of our four outstanding presenters, the four horse people? I beg your pardon. Hard to hear from a distance. Ms. Lipton.
Thank you, Dr. Rice, and thank you to our four presenters. I think that your presentation really centers the notion that for those among us who believe in schools as centers or hubs of a community, and believe that community schools can be so enriching in the lives of our children, the notion that food, the serving of food and the eating of food, can build tremendous bridges among students and create a community where a student can be prepared to learn, because we all know that a hungry child is not in its best place to receive the knowledge of our hardworking and dedicated teachers. So thank you so much for that. I have a very specific question. On the second to last slide, there is a specificity that the supply chain assistance funding for schools only, parens not childcare. And my question is, does that also include those school districts that provide school-based childcare in terms of Great Start, Great Readiness, or other school-based childcare, including aftercare programs?
That's a great question. The USDA has specified that we are allowed to send those funds to school districts only and not sponsors who only have childcare. So I can't send it to like a Happy Elephant type of childcare, but I could send it to an Escanaba
Did you understand my
Public Schools.
question?
Did she not hear me?
Can you hear us?
Could you hear us, Ms. Lipton? Ms. Lipton, are you able to hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear us now?
No, I cannot hear anyone,
Okay.
but I can now.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Dr. Golzinski, back to you.
I'll try again. So the USDA has specified that I can send those funds to school districts only. Those school districts might have childcare programs in it, like a Great Start Readiness program, but I cannot send those funds to a child care center only. So a Happy Elephant or a NEMSCA, which is up in northern Michigan, which has a number of child care centers only, I cannot send those funds to them. I can only send those funds to school districts.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Golzinski, Ms. Lipton. Ms. Porter.
Ms. LaFave and Mr. Williams, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the work that you're doing, being in schools every day and watching my own food service staff in my district and the districts around me. I know how hard you've been working for the last several years, and listening to you talk about ensuring the quality of food and making sure of the variety of food. So many students, the only meals they get are the ones they're served at school. And when I was listening to you, it just continued to go home to me that anybody that is in the field of education, regardless of teacher, administration, every facet does what they have to do to support kids and give them the best that we can. And in these trying circumstances, I just appreciate so much people like you that are doing that for your students. So I just wanted to share that personally because it just really touched me to hear how much you're working so hard to provide that for kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Other reflections from state board members? Going once, going twice. Dr. Albrecht.
I just want to echo that. Thank you so much for what you're doing and for coming all the way to Lansing today to talk to us about the struggles that you guys are facing. I certainly hope that we can help in some manner alleviate some of this pressure that you're under, but you're doing a really important job and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to that, if I could add the notion that for many of our young people, their food is at school, and that's it. And no school, no eating or skinny eating, if eating at all. And I think that's important for people to understand that for a lot of administrators, the decision to have school or not in part turns on what happens with feeding. It's not simply a snow day call or an ice day call or a COVID number call, but it's also about young people who, but for school, would not eat. So this is basic, it's fundamental, it's critical. There's tremendous research that suggests that children's nutrition affects children's thinking, affects children's learning, affects children's subsequent opportunities in life. There's a lot of research that draws a line from what you do to children's outcomes. And it's easy to be dismissive of nutrition when you have plenty of good food. It's less easy to be dismissive of nutrition if you're not eating or you're not eating well. And so as someone who's spent my entire life in urban public schools, I appreciate what you're doing every single day because I saw the value of what you do every single day on my babies. And we just have more babies across the state for whom we are focused at the moment. So thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you. Board members, it is 12:06, and we are going to break for lunch. We will return at 1 p.m. to begin public comment. 1 p.m. We're adjourned until then.
I need to know what's going to happen with public comment. I need to tell people that they're not
The time is now 1:04 p.m. and a quorum of the board is present. The State Board of Education regular meeting of January 11th, 2022 is called to order. Marilyn, are there individuals who wish to address the board during today's meeting?
There are. We are accepting public comment in person and virtually, and if you did not hear this earlier, I do want to reiterate, we have had hundreds of emails that need to be sorted through and replies, and we have answered all of them up through midnight last night. If you requested public comment after midnight, please accept our sincere apologies, but it was just not humanly possible to make all of that happen online. So we do have, oh, you want to say something? Go ahead. We do have 171 people that were registered in accordance with providing your name, where you're from, and the phone number you're calling from. Do you want me to stop?
No, go ahead.
Okay. What?
Finish what you had to say,
With the procedures?
please.
Okay. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to address the board, and I will keep track of time. If you're in the room, you'll be able to monitor it here. We will be strictly following the time limits so everyone has an opportunity to speak. It is the practice of the board not to respond to comments during the public participation portion of the meeting. We will maintain an atmosphere of respect for all people, and those disrespecting anyone by name or otherwise will be asked to cease. We will begin public comment with the people in the room, followed by those joining us virtually. So, we'll be.
If we could, we just have one point of clarification
Okay.
from our board president, and then we'll roll right into public comment.
So I just wanted to mention, I have been monitoring the emails that are coming in. Thank you to everyone who's sending us emails. We are looking at those and taking your comments into consideration. I just want to clarify a couple things because I think there's some, based on some of the emails I'm seeing, there might be a little bit of confusion about what the board has authority to do and what we do not have authority to do. So I just want to reiterate, this board does not have the authority to mandate masks or to do the opposite, to mandate that no one do masks. We do not have the authority to mandate vaccinations. We do not have the authority to mandate testing. And I noticed that MDHHS came out with some clarification recommendations this morning. I just want to clarify that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here today. The two are completely unrelated. So I just wanted to make that clarification if there was any confusion. Thank you.
President Albrecht, to you, Ms. Schneider. Yes.
So the people that have contacted after midnight last night, above the 170, what's going to happen to them? Are they not going to get to speak?
So we have, I think, all had hundreds of people reach out to us. So we've gotten, in fact, feedback from hundreds of people more than have signed up for public comment. So that's number one. Number two, they retain the right to share with us. Number three, notwithstanding their right to share with us, we do not have authority as the State Board of Education to impose masks or not, to impose vaccines or not. And it's important for people to understand that. The resolution in immediate question is a resolution of support for mitigation strategies. It's an important resolution, but it's important to understand that, like a number of things, we're weighing in on elements on which we do not have authority, but on which we may have influence. And I think that that's an important distinction for the public to understand. Relative to public comment, the board's bylaws are clear on public comment. I appreciate you asking this question, Mr. McMillan. The board's bylaws say in pertinent part, the public participation segment of the meeting shall have a limitation of 1 hour. The bylaws continue in pertinent part to note that the 1 hour limitation in some instances may be extended to permit every person to present views to the SBE. The board can extend its public comment beyond the 1 hour. And so what I'm going to be doing is at the end of an hour, I'm going to be asking the board if it would like to move for an extension of that public comment period. And we'll operate based on that. Ms. Schneider, to you.
Well, hold on. If I could just follow up with So
Public
I
is
was-
waiting, yeah.
I was told that, and I can't find it, they sent a link, but there's on our website, it says that if you register before 1 o'clock, you will be able to speak. Is that not the case? I wish I could find it, but
The 1 o'clock on the day of the board meeting, 1 o'clock being before public participation begins, is the registration deadline to provide public comment.
it doesn't say that you'll be able to speak. I just don't, I haven't,
I would have to look up the exact wording.
okay.
I
But I think
have
the
the
hope,
same
is-
issue.
yeah, I think the hope and the expectation is that we could accommodate everybody. But the reality is that there's only, there's a finite amount of time. So the board's going to have to decide how long
Not
the
finite, I
public,
could be here till midnight.
well, with respect, midnight is also finite.
2 in the morning.
And again, 2 in the morning is also finite.
Okay.
You're a numbers person. So the reality is that the board's going to have to determine, it's got a 1-hour period in its bylaws. It's going to have to determine how much it's going to extend that period to. And that's a legitimate question. You may recall last time when we had a large number of public commenters in August, we did 3 hours of public comment, 2 hours beyond the bylaws. So just for context. Ms. Schneider, to you for public comment.
We will begin with the people in the room. The first speaker is Cherie Ritchie, followed by James Mellock. If I mispronounce your name, please feel free to correct me. If Cherie Ritchie, is she here?
Sherry's here.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
I get it all the time, and what's funny is younger people say it right all the time.
Please be seated at the board table,
Please.
yes.
So we can catch you on the microphone.
If you're at the board table, the microphone picks you up.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Sherry Ritchie. I live at 1206 Brookside Drive in Lansing. I was born and raised in Lansing, went to Michigan State, moved around, came back to Lansing in the 90s. Just a little bit about me. And I worked in business for 38 years. I was in sales, consumer product sales, and some other things, and that's just a little bit about me, all right? So I'm here today to speak primarily about the COVID-19 situation, which is multifaceted, as we know. I wrote a bunch of comments here, but I'm going to shorten them due to time and being respectful of other commenters. Medical treatments are not a one-size-fits-all. They cannot be. They never have been. They cannot be going forward. Medical treatments are not a one-size-fits-all. I think everyone in this room knows that the current vaccinations, if you want to call them that, by medical definition, they are not a vaccine, but that they are still in an experimental phases. They are not, the experiment is not complete. There's a lot of unknowns about that. To impose that on children in schools, even teachers, it should be choice. It's personal choice. Medical treatments are personal choices, period. That's my belief. And the last thing I want to say is government-run schools attempting to usurp parental authority over their children's medical care is fundamentally immoral. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
James Mellock is next, followed by Lee Ann Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is James Mielak. I'm from Lake Orion. I'm here today about the vaccines, and hopefully I have enough time for the masks. I've got some facts here I wanted to share, exactly what this vaccine is. It doesn't qualify as a traditional vaccine. It doesn't contain attenuated virus. So I took the liberty to pull some information from Moderna themselves, and they basically call their program an operating system, where it programs your genome to create these spike proteins. Some people feel that it's genetically altering their DNA, but they say that it doesn't do that. Without going into the science, I don't have a doctorate or anything like that, but I do have common sense and good morality, and I think those are the only tenets necessary to get at the bottom of that. And the fact that they don't have a coronavirus in there makes you question whether or not, where they're getting this information from. So they're using mRNA technology, which is based off of cNA technology, which has been designed by CRISPR from back in 2012. So we're entering a new frontier of biomedicine. And as the woman before me had said, this is experimental. And to force us to take this with no long-term studies done, we don't know what kind of consequences it's going to have because there's no control groups. So once this is unleashed upon the public, there's no turning back that genetic altering sequencing. I have a Supreme Court case as well from 2012 against Maya Genetics. They were applying for patents on natural life, and they were denied these patents. Anything prior to that was retroactively denied as well because you couldn't put a patent on natural organisms. In order to obtain a patent, it had to be synthetically created in a lab, and I have a coronavirus patent on that as well, the Pure Institute, to show that the coronavirus has been scientifically engineered. It's not naturally occurring. I also have the Childhood Vaccination Injury Act from 1986 that makes these manufacturers not liable for harm, injury, or death. So where there is risk, there needs to be choice. I'm not against the vaccines. I'm pro-freedom. It's all about choice. If people want to take these and they feel comfortable and they have informed consent, you do what you feel is best for you and your family, but it needs to come down to a choice. And we're not being given that. We're being bullied. We're being coerced. Misled in so many ways because they flip their stories every week on the news. So you need to kind of do your own research at this point. And as far as the masks, even the WHO had said themselves prior to 2020 that the masks don't stop illness. They're gaining importance in terms of the scientific issues involved and concerns for liberty and social function. And there's increasing calls for mask wearing.
Thank you, sir.
Permanent part of our lives. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leanne Williams. She will be followed by Shelley Odnicki.
My name is Leanne Williams, and I've lived in Michigan all my life. I currently live in Fowlerville. I'm a mom of 7, and I have 18 grandchildren. So I want to speak to the needs of the children, and regarding masking and vaccines, children need to see faces. They need to see the faces of their playmates. They need to see the faces of their teachers. It's important for development. They need to see faces. We don't have any studies showing that children are big spreaders of COVID. There are no children, well, let me back up. 150 children nationwide died in 2020, this is per CDC, from or with COVID, and none of them were without big, serious comorbidities. So to impose masks and vaccines on these children who are not at great risk is immoral. Also, per the CDC, vaccines do not stop you from getting sick or from transmitting COVID. So what's the point? We don't know the long-term effects of vaccines because they haven't been around long enough to know long-term effects. But we do know from early indications, we have heart inflammation, which is serious and can be life-ending. We have major neurological disorders. We have autoimmune diseases. We have infertility issues with both females and males. What else? We don't know. Because they haven't been around long enough. It would be a crime to impose this on our children, not knowing the long-term effects of what they're going to suffer. And then one other thing, I'd like to just briefly address the 1619 project. It's not our history. It's revisionist propaganda, and I don't mean any disrespect to people of any race or color. There are people on both sides of the aisle in all races. There were black slave owners. There were white people who fought to get rid of slavery. There were people on both sides of the aisle. But we need to teach our real history, what really happened, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and we have all three for sure. We need to learn from our history, our true history. 1619 project is not it. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me talk.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelley Ognicki, and she will be followed by Rashonda Schild.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's Shelley Akadnicki.
Thanks.
I am a parent of 5 children, grandparent of 5.5 children. I have one on the way here that's coming in May. I also sit on my local school board, 12 years. I'm on 3 terms. And we are struggling at obviously a smaller level of how we address all of this. And I appreciate that all of you are taking the time to be a part of our children's education in Michigan. As we are making these decisions and influences and recommendations, I think there is always a lot to consider. One of the things, obviously, that we talk about at every meeting is vaccine, mask, and testing. We are now 2 years into this pandemic, and I think that it is really important to remember that no one knows their child better than the parents of these children. Parents know what is best. They can consult with their own pediatrician to make these decisions, whether if they should wear a mask, they should test, or have a vaccine or quarantine. 2 years later, we have enough information to make these decisions. As teachers, also feel they have been left out of the process, is what I'm hearing in my own community, that they may not feel the same as some of the recommendations that are coming from our boards. They're afraid to speak out. Mask, vaccine, and testing should always be a parent choice. People just want the right to decide for themselves, and believing that that choice is going to be what is best for their children or themselves as a staff member. Through this process, we have somehow avoided the idea of even understanding or taking into idea that we have antibodies. I personally have had COVID. I have an antibody. My doctor told me my antibody was better than the vaccine. That is a choice. I could still get a vaccine if I chose to, but I believe that that needs to be taken into consideration when we are making these decisions. At the end of the day, I think that we have choices for everybody, but the ones that want to have a choice. And that is what we are missing in the bigger picture. We live in a constitutional republic. We believe in our own rights and being able to have rights of what we are putting into our body and how we are doing that. And as educators, it is our business to stay in our lane and to better follow what the parents at this point are wanting to do with their children in the educational system that they pay for. We are a public entity paid for by the taxpayers, the parents of the school districts that we all represent. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rashonda Schild, followed by Bonnie Wood.
Hi, I have like 4 pages of stuff that I'd like to say, but I'm going to condense it because of all the people. My name's Rashonda Schild. I'm from Dansville. I'm a mother of 3 children, an 8th grader, a senior, and a 2nd grader. I'm also a small business owner and a varsity volleyball coach. I have an autoimmune disorder. I also have a child that was harmed by the MMR vaccine. Kids have a 0.007% chance of dying from COVID. Suicide rates are up 51% for teenage girls. Depression for children is at an all-time high, with high anxiety leading to depression. Disgusting masks that are not clean, quarantining, closing schools, taking away school activities, especially from our seniors, forcing kids to stay home, coercing them to test when they are healthy, restricting oxygen, no stability put on by government schools. All of this is and has created a mental health crisis in our children. I see it firsthand, not only with my 3 kids, but in the last few years with the children, the athletes that I coach. It's been very, very sad. I'm asking you to open the schools, take away Band-Aids, let the local governments choose for themselves. Teachers, students, and families have a choice and a constitutional right. I feel it's immoral for this board to even recommend mandates of masks and vaccines. It's proven that vaccines are for emergency use only as well as masks, and if there's a risk at all, there must be choice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Wood.
First, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak twice earlier and this time. My name is Bonnie Wood. I've lived in Michigan all my life. At 74. I have taught in Michigan for 31 years and coached for a long time too. I have 2 children and I have 3 grandchildren. And I'm not going to reiterate what was already spoken because I'm in agreement with all the above, okay? I would just like to say, should the school board, the state school board recommend to the legislation to mandate, would be very detrimental to staff, to students, as it relates to the so-called shot, and also the mask. I believe that as we're looking at the polarization of the CRT, critical race theory, we have enough polarization. I do believe that if somebody wants to wear a mask, they should have the right to wear a mask. If they don't want to wear a mask, they shouldn't have to wear a mask. If they believe, for whatever reason, I'm also a minister in full-time ministry, that they have to answer to the Most High God on what they're supposed to do with their bodies. So I ask for your recommendations to the legislature and et cetera, to be very, very careful on whether you're going to highly recommend this CRT and the mandates for the shots or the mask. And I thank you for your consideration of what was said before you today. And I appreciate you being here and doing what you're doing, because not everybody can do what you're doing. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to virtual public comment. Is there a caller in the lobby, Mike? Can anybody hear me? Hi.
The Most High God.
Hi.
And what they're supposed.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, if you could please mute the meeting in the background, state your name, your city, and then provide your 3 minutes of comments. I'll keep a timer.
CR. Thank you. And the mandates versus shots.
Please mute the meeting. Thank you. Timer running.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Elizabeth Rosemarnovich. I'm from Pinckney, Michigan. And I am also wishing to comment about any board's recommendations for masking and or masking, as well as testing. They are all 3 of those items are emergency use authorized only by the FDA. And you cannot mandate anything that has an EUA due to the Nuremberg Code. So there must be choice. Also want to reiterate a comment somebody said to stay in your lane. We all have our own specialties. You are not a medical professional, and to mandate or even recommend a medical treatment is practicing medicine without a license, which is a felony. I'd also like to make a comment about CRT and SEL. SEL, I just believe, is a precursor to CRT. I have spoken at our board meeting, giving them examples of some lesson plans that were part of the second step SEL program, and it was disgusting. And I actually know that there were some people that were very uncomfortable with what was talked about, but it's what's in the curriculum for 8th grade students. And in my opinion, it is creating young generation of promiscuous young people. And I think that the school needs to stick to teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and that's it. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate your time that you spend on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hello, caller. Please state your name. Is there a caller? I think that was a ding leaving. Caller, please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Smith. I'm from Livingston County. I have a 7-year-old daughter who is a second grader. Her name is Sophia. And as you may know, Livingston County does not have a mask mandate for kids in schools, even though one is strongly recommended. Sadly, the issue of masks has been made political. Our county officials have decided to not listen to science, to not take direction from public health experts, ignore the pleas of our medical community, and has refused to enact a mask mandate. As a parent who believes in and follows science, I have been pleading with my commissioners and school boards to put a mask mandate in place for months. My pleas and the pleas of other concerned parents have gone unheard, and our commissioners and the school board administrators not only refuse to put a mask mandate in place, they have taken away all mitigation strategies as well, leaving our children and teachers at risk on a daily basis. There's no social distancing, there's no mask mandate, there's now no quarantine, and no proof of a negative test to come back. It's as if they are completely denying that COVID even existed. To play with the health and the safety of our children and teachers is reckless and negligent, and to do this when our case rates are out of control, our positivities rate is astronomical, and our hospitals are at a breaking point, well, this is wrong. Over the past 8 months, I have been to and participated in more school board and commissioner meetings than I ever wanted to. I have tried logic, factual, and emotional approaches, pleading with them to protect kids, and nothing worked. And that's why I'm speaking to all of you today. I'm here to ask that you plead with you to put a mask mandate in place for our kids in schools K through 12. Please do what our local boards refuse to do and protect our children and teachers. In an ideal world, our local communities would do the right thing, and there would be no need for you to do this. And in some communities, they have done this. However, there are counties where politics is more important than doing the right thing. I want my daughter and I want other kids to be safe when they're at school. Part of your responsibility and obligation is to ensure that kids and teachers are safe while they're at school. Without mask mandates, without proper mitigation protocols, and without following recommended guidelines, our children and teachers are not safe, they're at risk. And in order to keep our kids in school, which is what we all want, and to keep the children and teachers safe, we must enact proper mitigation strategies. But that's a key piece to that is wearing masks. While it's not rocket science, it is science. We know how the virus spreads. We know how to mitigate spread from person to person, social distancing, hand washing, and mask wearing. And we are sending kids into packed classrooms with no protection to directly infect others, their families, and our entire community. How do we expect to ever get through this if we don't do what we need to do to stop the spread? It doesn't sound very smart, does it? You're educated individuals, and you know that doesn't make sense. The only way to keep our children safe and in school is by enacting a mask mandate. Politics should not be driving this. Your decision should be based on what is logical and what is necessary to keep kids and teachers safe. By enacting a mask mandate, you're protecting kids, teachers, parents, and our whole community. We are asking you to do the right and necessary thing. Please mandate masks for kids in school. Please help us take a step towards curbing the spread in schools with our communities, making it safer for kids to stay in school and for our teachers to teach. Thank you so very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Please, thank you for calling. Please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments.
This is Maggie Setar from Milford, Michigan, and I have 2 children in Country Oaks Elementary in the 2nd and 4th grade, and I'm here to oppose any mandates that remove me as a parent in my children's medical choices, for a mask, for also the mandate over vaccines. My son had an MMR when he was 1 year old and had febrile seizures. So I submitted a medical exemption letter on the first day of school and was given a different form that would actually segregate and discriminate for both of my children, which is really quite interesting when we're educating our children on not bullying. And I get the fact that I've gone to my doctor for their entire life, 8 and 10 years old, for all of our medical decisions. And now I'm told that my child would have to sit separately and the board would decide whether or not that they would be okay to have a mask. What we have found, especially from the caller before, is that there are schools that do not have mask mandates and they are not having the issues that we are in schools because there is more than just a mask at the issue. We have to understand that this is not the way our children learn, especially at the age that they are in elementary, in learning pronunciation, proper emotional connection. If you haven't been somewhere and have not been able to recognize someone, it's because you don't see their full expression and facial features. We are instilling an enormous amount of fear without other alternatives and options for people's well-being. And the choice as a parent, I brought these children into the world, and this is the most important decision to give to the parents, not to the educational board. And I find it super interesting that I lean into our school board as some of the most highly intelligent people in our community, and yet the flu disappeared. I'd really like to meet the scientist who had it disappear. But from what I understand is that in a lot of these tests, because they're changing the test as of December 31st, you can't tell the difference between the flu and COVID. So for the last few years, there's been a mix of numbers with the same exact symptoms. We need to learn from this and make sure that our children are not the ones playing victim in this situation. And I believe that the choice needs to rely on the parents. If someone wants to wear a mask and they feel comfortable and that makes them feel safe, then they have that right.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Hello?
Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. And if you have the meeting in the background, can you please mute that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Horton, and I've been a public elementary teacher for 25 years. The last 23 years have been in Fenton. I am a highly qualified teacher, and I've spent countless hours volunteering to help my school and community. The last 2 years have definitely been the most challenging. Myself and the teachers that I work with have jumped through hoop after hoop to meet the demands of this pandemic and the insane protocols and restrictions that the Michigan Health Department, along with Gretchen Whitmer, have put upon us. So, Mr. McMillan, you are absolutely right. This teacher shortage is not just about the money. And now I have the right. Now I have to fight for my right to medical freedom. You want to recruit and keep teachers? Stop supporting overreach and mandates. The Michigan Department of Education has no right to tell me what I put in my body, nor does the health department, my school district, OSHA, the Supreme Court, the MEA, Gretchen Whitmer, or the corrupt Biden administration. What I put in my body is up to me. It is my God-given and constitutional right to decide with my doctor what I do medically. I could not attend in person today because I am one of 4 teachers in my building that is currently at home for testing positive for COVID. I had the least severe symptoms of all, and I'm the only one who is unvaccinated. I felt better within 24 hours, but the Michigan Health Department is not allowing me to go back to work until Friday, 10 days later. Why on earth would I put a vaccine in my body where my symptoms might be worse because of it? I've had COVID twice. Why isn't anyone talking about natural immunity and the fact that this vaccine is about money, not health? If it worked, then we would not be here right now. The CDC said as of January 1st, Omicron represents more than 95% of COVID cases. There is ample data on the fact that this is very troubling. This vaccination is extremely troubling. You all need to remember that the government does not have any money. Through taxation, it belongs to the people. Our schools are paid for by the people. All decisions involving our public schools should include the people who pay for them. To the Michigan Department of Education board members, it is clear of the political bias after listening today. Thank you to Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder for not allowing politics to sway you and for standing up for myself, parents, colleagues, and children. You are clearly outnumbered on this board. The rest of you need to read your strategic plan to maximize lifelong learning and success. You should discuss healthy lunches for kids, exercise programs, increasing pay for qualified substitute teachers. Stop forcing children to wear bacteria-filled masks that are constantly being touched on the floor and filled with germs that they inhale daily and cause more medical issues. Get our college kids back into person and hold these liberal universities and professors and their unions accountable. And most importantly, start talking about the true pandemic in our country, which is the mental health crisis. Adolescent suicides, anxiety, and depression have been on the rise since March 2020.
Thank you for calling. Caller, please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
The word mask and vaccine have no place being discussed among this group unless you are discussing how discriminatory and destructive it is to our teachers and children. Start advocating for what really matters, children and mental health. Every single person sitting in that room today needs to think about
Excuse me, caller. Can you please state your name and where you're from? I'm sorry to have to interrupt you.
I'm from the last caller. I'm continuing. Please advocate for our children.
Please, ma'am, please, I'm sorry your 3 minutes is over. We'd like to give as many people an opportunity as possible. Okay, the new caller. Can you please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes? Hi.
Hi, Todd Kreinyak, St. John's, Michigan. What's everyone thinking regarding an upcoming student COVID vaccine mandate? I've got some thoughts I'd like to share in the record for when you get to this conversation. We all know the basic back and forth. It really doesn't hit kids that badly. CDC says statistically it's 100% near 100% survival rate for students who get COVID. And now after 1 shot, 2 shots, and a booster, you can still get COVID, transmit it, and die from it. We now have to look at it as a failed product. So at this stage, in order to give consideration on how to act prudently, we really need to look at how we got here to figure out where we're going. The beginning, in a race with the election, Donald Trump pushed for Operation Warp Speed to bring a chemical that killed its test animals and hadn't been tried on humans. Wise liberals said, don't take Trump's vaccine. It killed the test animals and hasn't been tried on humans. Then Biden won. Now we're being told it's our vaccine and everyone must take it. Well, last week, One America Insurance Company CEO Scott Davidson issued a statement that their actuarial data shows 18 to 65 non-COVID mortality is up 40%. This stuff is now working its way through our individual systems. You, as administrators, now know we have non-political agenda actuarial data available, which supports the assertion that voting to create a vaccine mandate for school children will be you knowingly signing a death warrant for some of those children. Knowingly, unfortunately, opens you up to individual civil and criminal liability. Independently, those of you who forgot about the beginning and have taken the vaccine will have a night when you wake up realizing you actually put Donald Trump's slow motion death serum into your arm. Friends, you can't get this stuff out of your veins. Will tomorrow be the day you get your clots? Will tomorrow be the day you're diagnosed with lupus or myocarditis? Y'all have sealed your fate, but as a group, you do not ever have to vote to do this to other people's children. I wish you good counsel.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Caller? Caller, if you're speaking, maybe
Hey,
you're...
are you there?
I'm here. May I have your name and where you're from and your 3 minutes of comments, please?
Yes, my name is Jennifer Smith, and I'm from Brighton, Michigan.
Keep talking.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to thank Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder for your pursuit of freedom for children and parents and for having the best interest of our children's education at heart. Your continued fight against tyranny is recognized and appreciated by every parent fighting at school boards and county level governments. We encourage you both to stay the course and hang in there as hard as it may be. I wanted to provide some facts today on COVID deaths by state. The state of Michigan is ranked 6th highest COVID deaths in the country, with a population of 9.98 million people. For Ms. Pugh, who likes to base opinions on how the real world goes, well, the real world goes like this. Florida is a state with a population of over twice that of Michigan, and they have 0 masking requirements, and their COVID death ranking by state puts them at 47th. 47. Leaving out the obvious, politics here is ludicrous. One governor ran a state and the other one ran it into the ground. How are you all so very educated and degreed and not see the screaming facts of this writing on the wall? Stop crossing party lines. It's time to wake up, step off the crazy train, and get back to fixing your staff shortage and educate these children without your hard left liberal indoctrination. Additionally, I'd like to add that the remaining 6 of you board members that repeatedly disrespectfully dismiss Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder and every single hardworking resolution they bring to the table, remember the rest of the state is watching you, and we are onto your behaviors, and we cannot wait to celebrate your removal from this board so that we can rebuild our state education system. It's clear we cannot do it with any of you and your political agendas. I would also like to say that while the decorum of this meeting today has been much lighter than others, the vice president, or I'm not really even sure what her position is, but Ms. Aldrich, your behavior is rude and unbecoming consistently, and I really think you should be penalized and removed from the board. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
They look alike.
Third caller? There we go. Caller, if you please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Duty from Sterling Heights, Michigan. I'm not speaking on the vaccine proposed mandate that people are talking about, and I do want to highlight, I do agree that people should have choice when we come to putting something into our body. However, a mask is not putting anything into your body, and it can be equated to part of a dress code. And if we can still enforce decades-old dress codes that are patriarchal and biblical in sense, we can definitely enforce a simple mask mandate. I also want to point out that research does not equate to Google searching. If you do not have a lab and test subjects and do trials and have peer-reviewed medical journals involved, you are not doing your research. We need to stop addressing research as something simple that lay people can do. We have health officials and scientists in our society for a reason. At least we used to. We need to become reasonable and listen to the people that have done the research, that have gone through school, and who are living in the world of science. There is no reason for us to be telling scientists that they are wrong. To keep looking at these numbers and not at least try to support the initiatives that would impose a mask mandate is blatantly disregarding your responsibility. Let me be clear. You do not have to be brave to do this. So I really want to know why you're not. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Tina Hine, and I'm from Lake Orion.
Continue, please.
Yes, I am for masking optional, no testing in the schools, no CRT, parent choice, no mandates for masks and vaccine, and definitely keep the in-person learning for all the students. And I just wanted to say real quick, I have a couple children. They are students in the Lake Orion schools, and the Lake Orion schools are doing a very good job.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Please provide your name, where you're from, and provide your comments. Thank you. Caller, please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling. Next caller, please. If there's something on in the background, could you please mute it, caller? Thank you. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling. Caller? Please provide your name, where you're from, and provide your comments. Please turn off the meeting in the background. Thanks.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please provide your name, where you're from, and state your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. My name's Anna Nummy. I'm calling from Howell, Michigan. Thank you for your time today. I've emailed the board these details, including references to the studies and statements that follow. I understand that the extreme political nature around the issues of masking in schools and proactive COVID testing makes it hard to have a coherent conversation about the science surrounding these issues. We all owe it to our children to have clear-sighted, scientifically rigorous discussion about what anti-COVID measures actually work and which might put an extra burden on vulnerable young people without meaningfully or demonstrably slowing the spread of the virus. CDC's study of more than 90,000 elementary students compared COVID-19 incidents in schools with mitigation measures in place, compared that to schools without those measures. It found that a masking requirement of students failed to show independent benefit. Although evidence supporting masking, the scientific evidence supporting masking is lacking, adverse physiological, psychological, and health effects are established, including oxygen deprivation causing permanent neurological damage. In one study of over 25,000 children, masks were shown to harm, and the study revealed 24 distinct health issues among children regarding masking. CDC has shown children are less likely to have severe disease, and when infected, less likely to be symptomatic, which correlates to lower contagiousness. WHO has outlined little children are not little adults. Interventions for adults are not necessarily applicable to children. Testing is invasive and an unwanted intrusion for many. There's no basis for test to stay or providing a negative test after diagnosis with COVID when common sense measures such as quarantining sick and symptomatic individuals is in place, or symptom self-screening testing. Rapid tests are not designed for use in asymptomatic people and have been also quietly recalled by the FDA. The CDC has also withdrawn its request for the FDA EUA on the RT-PCR diagnostic panel, the first assay used starting in February 2020 for the detection of SARS-CoV-2. The other tests available are under EUA and as such haven't been fully vetted. Testing presents a financial and time and energy spent burden to parents. Importantly, this flawed testing policy may rob children of their rights to experiences with their peers, social and emotional health, and in-person learning. This is paramount when suicide is the 10th leading cause of death for all ages and the second leading cause of death for youth and young adults between 10 and 34 years. In no way should a school, an institution of learning, become an institution where medical experiments or therapies are administered. There's no argument to be made for making this vaccine more available. It's free and widely available. I also oppose the 1619 Project, which at its core contains a subset of ideologies aligned with critical race theory and Marxist movement. This is a political doctrine, is a complete upheaval of
Thank you,
American.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may hang up.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, please state your name,
Hello?
where you're from, and provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Schultz. I am from the Southgate District. We do not need vaccine clinics in our schools. When you can go to any corner and get a vaccine, these medical needs need to be kept in the pediatrician's office, not in the schools. The masks are not working. When are we going to recognize that? Why are we not spending more time and money on mental health and keeping schools safe? I am going to give you the numbers from 2020 for suicide rates here in Michigan. These rates are per 100,000 population for the specific age group. Ages 5 to 14, suicides by gun is 1.6, hangings 0.4, overall 1.6. Age groups 12 to 24, guns 7.8, hangings 5.1, poisoning 1.1, other 1.5, overall is 16.8. This doesn't even include 2021 or the suicide attempts or self-harming the students are doing. This is what is killing our children, not COVID. Regarding safety at the schools, I would like to see all districts buy the night lock system or something in the same aspect for the school doors during lockdowns. I feel that as a state and as a country, we need to focus more on mental health, bullies, and behavioral issues within the schools, not a cold. Stop doing this to our kids. No, we do not need to go remote. No, we do not need to postpone basketball games or etc. No, we do not need to have virtual school board meetings. No, we do not need to have teachers encouraging or staff of any medical treatments to our children in school. No, we do not need to have vaccine clinics during school hours. Stop the madness. Thank you.
Thank you. You may hang up. Is there another caller on the line? Welcome. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Jessica Masiak. I'm a master's prepared registered nurse with 11 years experience, currently serving in emergency and trauma nursing. Although my credentials and professional experience are incredibly important, today I will be addressing all of you as my most important title, and that is mom. I am speaking today on behalf of my 2 children and as the president of Huron Valley Schools Parent Advocates, a nonprofit representing 800 families in my district, as well as the co-founder and administrator of Michigan Save Our Kids, a statewide grassroots advocacy group with over 14,000 Michigan parents, educators, and public school stakeholders who support parental rights and choice when it comes to their personal health and safety. I adamantly oppose a statewide mandate that is not inclusive to all Michigan students. Not only is the State Board of Education not credentialed in any capacity to put forth a resolution regarding medical devices and procedures, it is also not your place to parent Michigan's 1.4 million students. Your job is to provide avenues for our children to receive a high-quality education that they are entitled to through Michigan's Constitution. In regards to masking, Dr. Marty Macri from Johns Hopkins wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal stating any child who wants to wear a mask should be free to do so, but forcing them to make personal health and development sacrifices for the sake of adults is abusive. There have been no studies conducted prior to mask mandate implementation that address the risk-benefit analysis of forced masking in the pediatric population. Our own data in the state shows there's no statistical significance in the rate of COVID transmission amongst districts with or without mask mandates. We stand for choice. Children are the least at-risk population with other mitigation strategies such as ventilation systems and proper hand hygiene, as well as vaccines available to all who wish to have them. Forcing children to put cloth masks over their faces is absurd and cruel. We know that cloth masks fail to work based on the recent Bangladesh cluster RCT in adults. The notion of increasing masking and putting N95 respirators on children at this point is complete lunacy. You are minimizing the impacts of mandates on children. It is not just a mask or just a test. You are unqualified to make these statements. The SBE nor MDHHS have conducted any research on psychological impacts of COVID mitigation strategies on children. It's beyond comprehension that you claim to advocate for children, yet disregard valid concerns brought forth by parents and educators regarding depression, anxiety, speech delays, learning loss, and tragic loss of life from suicide, which is 21 times greater in Oakland County than pediatric deaths from COVID, thanks in part to David Coulter's mask mandate. Resolutions like this one will be the cause of significant harm to children across the state. You fail to address the true crisis, which is mental health decline in our kids, and are more concerned about the self-centered ideologies of teacher unions and politicians. You'll continue to disenfranchise at-risk students, as we've seen the African-American homeschool rate more than triple due to inept policies like the ones in Detroit and Flint. In the words of Dr. Vinay Prasad, this policy is needlessly cruel and regressive. It's irrational and sensationalism.
Thank you.
Focus on education, learning loss, well-being, and stop trying to force your opinions and fears on
Thank you. Your time has concluded.
strategies on children. It's beyond comprehension that you claim to
If you could
advocate for
please
children,
mute the
yet
meeting in the
disregard valid
background.
concerns brought forth by parents and educators regarding the
Caller?
Yes, it's muted.
Great.
Yes, hello?
Please give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
Jennifer Marks, Brighton, Michigan. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. I have 2 students in Michigan Public Schools. As an informed parent and public health professional, I'm disappointed and frankly embarrassed by the level of misinformation contained in the layer mitigation resolution. In January of 2022, clinging to the unattainable belief of zero COVID cases through rhetoric and cherry-picked statistics is inexcusable. Unfortunately, in 3 minutes, I cannot address all the inaccuracies. In January 2022, we know the following 4 facts. 1, COVID vaccination does not stop Omicron transmission or infection. 2, statistically, youth are not at risk of severe outcomes from any COVID variant, regardless of vaccination status. 3, it is possible for non-symptomatic persons to test positive for weeks following COVID infection. And 4, to date, there have been exactly 0 double-blind randomized trials showing cloth or surgical masks reduce respiratory spread in any statistically significant manner. In Livingston County, schools have been open for in-person instruction since the fall of 2020. Since the fall of 2021, masks in K-12 are optional. Livingston County schools no longer quarantine healthy students for exposure. According to MDHHS data, for the week ending January 6th, Livingston County recorded 1,143 COVID cases per 100,000 people. Washtenaw and Oakland counties, both with higher vaccination rates than Livingston and required masking in K-12 schools, also had higher COVID case rates than Livingston. Washtenaw, 1,477 cases, and Oakland, 1,299 cases. Admittedly, this is a snapshot. However, local data reiterates trends seen across the U.S. and globally. Vaccination rates, healthy quarantines, and masks do not significantly impact COVID spread in the current era. Academic performance for students in Michigan has plummeted. Last year's MSTEP results saw decreases in every grade for math skills. For example, more than 70% of Michigan 6th graders were not performing at grade level. Mental health for students is at crisis levels. The collateral damage of failed COVID policies is more evident each day. Doubling down on ineffective COVID policies,
masking, requiring vaccination, school closures, healthy testing, and quarantines will not stop COVID. But these policies do come at enormous cost to our students' mental, physical, and academic health. I support parent choice, and I adamantly oppose requiring masking, testing, and required COVID vaccination in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Please provide your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you for calling.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Brian Mogenberg. I am from Mount Pleasant. Really quickly to introduce myself, I am a child care provider. I've been open the entire time through the pandemic, and I'm still currently open. In my community locally, I have organized a recall effort to recall school board members for mandates that they have put on our children. One of those things being the mask. Very, very briefly, there is a teacher shortage, and we all are aware that there's a teacher shortage. What we are doing has not been working. I speak to parents and teachers all of the time, and one thing that I hear from everybody is that both of them do not want mandates. They don't want all of the pressure of everyone's different beliefs playing into the school system. What teachers and parents alike want to see for the children is they want to see the education of math, of reading, of writing, and science. The beliefs that are literally political need to be left out of the school. And quite frankly, my school is a school that's supposed to practice inclusion, and I find it really hard that conservative folks and conservative teachers and conservative parents are not included in what's taking place in the schools. One of the things that I'm going to read to you all that everybody should be very, very well aware of is something that is law, and it comes directly from the revised school code. Section 380.10 Act 451 of 1976, 380.10 Section 10, the rights of the parents and legal guardians and the duties of the public school. It is the natural fundamental right of the parents and legal guardians to determine and direct the care, teaching, and education of their children. The public schools of this state serve the needs of the pupils by cooperating with the pupils' parents and legal guardians to develop the pupils' intellectual capabilities and vocational skills in a safe and positive environment. What one person considers to be safe, another person may not. That is the parent's decision to decide and determine what is safe for that child. And as far as hearing people on this board speak that your doctor say, this is America. This is the land of the free. My doctor is not your doctor is not my doctor. And I don't have to believe your doctor, and you don't have to believe mine. But what we all need to start doing is we need to start recognizing that in order to honor each other, we have to respect the opinions and beliefs of everybody. And with that said, when it comes down to mandates of vaccines and masks and whatever it may be, my belief system must be honored. When I believe that I don't want my child vaccinated, I don't want masks to be mandated. And it needs to be part of the job description. As teachers are teaching, that they need to be aware the environment that they're teaching in. No different that a firefighter or a police officer has risk to risk their life every day in the line of duty that they have. Other people should not be mandated
Thank you for calling.
to protect the risks of others.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Bye.
Next caller, please. There we go. Please provide your name and your city of residence and your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, thank you. Sean Treadaway, St. Clair, Michigan. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. We continue to hear that this masking and vax mandate is all about protecting our teachers and children. What's more important is the right to choose. You're removing this from the citizens whenever you, as you refer to it many times today, as supporting mitigating factors. As you do this, you allow for these rights to be taken away from citizens. Anyone wishing to mask or vaccinate are allowed to vaccinate. They are allowed to protect themselves. Those of us that choose other options are looking for just that right choice. We are looking for you as a board to put forth an actual resolution of choice instead of a resolution in supporting mitigating factors. 2 members on this board have showed the intestinal fortitude to stand up to the actual politics that are involved. Your influence, as you have stated many times, is also clear. By supporting what you call mitigating factors, you are in fact supporting mandates on our children. I, for one, am a parent of 3 wonderful daughters that I will be pulling from public education because of mandates and influence and the right of mitigating factors, as almost every one of you on this board have said so far. Please, we all implore you, stand up for choice. Stand up for our rights. And as well, please look into the misinformation that is being spread by your board members. Ms. Pugh stated many a times that all doctors agree with masking and vaccinating. I don't believe that is a true statement. And a member of a board of public education should never do just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling. The last caller may hang up. Okay, the new caller, please state your name, where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments.
Brittany Senecal, Jackson County. First, I would like to point out that the OSHA vaccine or test requirement is not a vaccine mandate. You have a choice to get vaccinated or test. This is to protect vulnerable students, staff, and our communities. I fully support the resolution proposed by Dr. Pugh. Earlier, the MDHHS released information stating that in Michigan, we currently have 107 pediatric hospitalizations due to COVID, and that is a 66% increase from the week of 12/20. Local control is not working. When left up to local government and school districts, many students and staff are being left unprotected. Children in many parts of our state are being exposed to COVID daily while in school. Less than half of our students in the state have a mask mandate to protect students and staff. In Jackson, we are seeing mass amounts of sick students and teachers. If cases continue to rise at this rate, buildings are likely to be closed. Children once again will be losing out on education with no plans for virtual learning. This is due to the inaction of our state, the Jackson County Health Department, and individual school districts. We cannot wish COVID away. COVID is real, it's here, and children and adults are being hospitalized daily, and some are dying. We need all hands on deck to prevent and minimize learning disruptions. This means layered mitigation, masks in schools, vaccination, testing, social distancing, clean air, and plans for virtual learning when necessary. The learning loss and emotional toll has affected our youth for far too long. We need action. What are we going to do to control this current surge, and what are we going to plan to do for the next variant? We need action now. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
So board, you have now gone just a bit over an hour. Your bylaws say public comment limited to an hour. The bylaws also say that you may extend public comment. Do I have a motion to extend public comment? I see a head bob from President Albridge. So motion to extend public comment.
1 hour?
For 1 hour. Mr. McMillan, is that a support or is it not?
Well, I don't know that it's, I don't want it for just 1 hour.
Fair enough, but the motion on the table, the motion that she's put forward is for an hour.
And then we're going to bring it back up after an hour.
We will, yes.
Yeah, I support.
Okay, so we have a second from Mr. McMillan. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, please. Yes, Dr. Pugh.
if we're extending for at least 1 hour, I'm going to say it again. There are tons of people who are texting and emailing who could not get in. Are we going to allow those people to have a phone number to call in?
I think, Dr. Pugh, we're going to listen to public comment as long as the board wants to listen to public comment. Your bylaws say an hour. The bylaws also say that you may extend. If the board wants to hear public comment for 2 hours, it may. For 4, it may. For 8, it may. It's solely to the pleasure of the board.
So what would it take to get phone numbers to people who replied before 1 p.m.?
So I can't answer it. Can you answer this question?
How we enter people, how we accept people is by their phone number that we see. That's how we know they've registered.
Right.
So, I mean, if you open it up blank.
So how many people have registered to date?
You heard from 6 people in person, and we had.
How many people have registered? Not have spoken. Yeah, registered.
164 virtual.
Okay.
What, can I?
Yeah, please.
Because I want to get the definition of registered. Because people think when they email you, that's registered. So
we received several emails. Some of them are incomplete. In order to register for public comment virtually, people provide their name, their city of residence, and the phone number from which they will be calling. And so we've got a list to go through, and we know the people we've admitted in this instance have registered. They've provided their name, their phone number, and where they're calling from. We have received several emails that require, maybe people just want to express their opinion. They don't want to talk. Maybe they say, I want to comment, and they leave out one or all of the pieces of information I previously mentioned, and then that requires a back and forth. So we're fully registered for the board meeting in agreement with the way it states on the website is to provide your name, your city of residence, and the phone number from which you will be calling. All the people on this list of 164 have done that before midnight last night.
okay, and then let me go back to the question. Are there any who have done that before 1 p.m. today?
I would assume out of the hundreds of emails that I have gotten this morning, because they go to my email address to register, I would assume that since midnight, there are other people that have called to register. Whether or not, I mean, you'd have to assume in hundreds of emails, some of them would have provided by instruction the complete information.
So let me just make sure, because we arbitrarily, and I get that it was a lot coming in, but we arbitrarily chose 12 midnight because we say 1 p.m.
The website says 1 p.m. on the day of the board meeting.
So we have people who have registered, meaning that they gave their name, city, and phone number, but are not making the cut. But now we're talking about extending possibly indefinitely. And my question is, are we going to allow those people to come back in? Because I left my phone somewhere, but I'm sure that those people are listening and asking that right now.
So we're going through public comment at 20 an hour. And at 164, you're talking about 8 hours. To double that, you're talking about 16 hours. 16 hours takes us until 5 in the morning without breaks for food and bathroom. So I think at some point, again, to my point, the board is going to have to decide how long it is going to listen to public comment and when it is going to stop hearing public comment. Your bylaws say 1 hour. Your bylaws say you may extend. You also receive emails, texts, letters from people. So it's not as if people are unaware of other people's feelings. We're getting a lot of feedback regarding this issue, and board members, to a person, all 8 of you, are getting responses from people, or getting reflections from people, and in many cases are sharing back with people. So I think people are, there are many vehicles for communication with the state board.
I would push back on that, and for sake of time, I won't get into that, but I do see a pattern of people who are calling and those who are not. But, I mean, if we don't care about that, that's fine too. But, we just have to think about that. And then I would be concerned because we're going to take a vote, and there are people who wanted to have their voices heard because that is the way that they communicate. And that's the way that they planned to communicate. That's the way that they were told to communicate. So,
Right, and what I can tell you is that every one of the 8 voting board members and I have received thousands of communications about these issues, over the last year. So I think people, again, I think people have had a lot of opportunity to
So can I
provide
push
feedback.
back then? Because you brought something up. There's a such thing as called form letters. People can push a button, send it out to thousands of people, Moms for Liberty, and they can respond. Other people can say, let's make sure that we call in and state our thoughts. My pass. So, I mean, I think we can't just say that. We can't say that we've gotten responses from a cross sector of people because people respond in different ways, and there are ways that some people can do mass um, responses. And I don't know that that means anything here at this table right now, but I do want to acknowledge it because we can't just say that we've gotten responses because my responses have been from pretty much one side.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else before we vote?
I would just say that before I was on the board, we have heard and since controversial resolutions that bring about hours worth of listening, and we lean into that, and I think we should.
Fair
These
enough.
parents and these people that are calling in and people who have interest in being heard have been through 2 years of really highly controversial policy and a lack of access to education and a lot of issues that are impacting them. It does not hurt us to sit and listen.
Fair enough. So, Dr. Pugh.
So I would definitely agree with that, but the only way that I would agree with that is if we were going to allow people who have not received a phone number to be a part of get a phone number so that they could call in. And if we can't do that, then I'm here to stay as long as we need to stay. But I think we need to allow people other than probably what's on the 165 list, because I've only gotten a call from a few people who have been able to get in.
But is that excuse me, I don't want to interrupt.
No, I'm trying to understand. I can't speak to who's on the list because oftentimes people simply say, I'd like to do public comment, and they present. Moreover, people who reach out aren't going to reach out and say, I signed up successfully. They're going to say, I had trouble signing up. So I don't know what to read by, who's reached out and who hasn't. We know that there are wide opinions. There's a wide range of opinion on these issues, on the issue of vaccinations, on the issue of masks, on the issue of the other mitigation strategies in the state. We know that a majority of adults have been vaccinated. That in and of itself is a referendum, if you will. So I don't know that this is a dispositive referendum on any of these mitigation strategies today. I do agree that to the extent possible, we ought to hear people out. I think there's a value to hearing people out. But I also understand that at some point, the board has to determine whether it's heard a sufficient amount to consider the resolution that most people are raising in their comments.
Well, let me just say that there was a cutoff at 12. I know that Black Lives Matter sent something out. I know that Michigan, or Moms for Liberty sent something out. I don't think I've heard, and Michigan Parents for Safe Schools. I just don't think that I've heard a broad range of people. And if you cut off at 12, then and you said that you have about 400 and we have 165 on the list. So this extension is for the 165, not the remainder of the 400. So.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the Open Meetings Act does not require that there be a specific day and time on which people can be heard, only that people can be heard. As I think everyone here can appreciate, we all were elected to do the people's business. And might I suggest that we as a board decide to hear public comment. I understand that the motion on the table is to extend it 1 hour, but at some point we recess public comment and move on to the rest of our agenda with the ability to reconvene public comment if we so wish, or to continue public comment for those that do wish to stay here into the evening. But I would request that we, at the very least, after a logical period of time for extension, and I understand that there is a vote on extension, that we do recess public comment so that we may resume our agenda and get to the business at hand. Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. There's a vote, a motion on the table. It has been seconded to extend public comment by an hour. The end of if it passes, we'll hear public comment for an hour, and the board can vote thereafter about where it wants to go subsequently. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Marilyn, a roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilly? Absent. Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries. And do you want to say the time?
It's 2:25.
Okay, is there another caller? It looks to me like there is. Thank you for your patience. If you could please state your name, where you're from, and provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Monica Radicote, and I'm from Macomb Township, and I am the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty Macomb County, so thanks for the shout out. I'm calling today in regards to your resolution for a statewide mask mandate and also wanting our kids to be vaccinated and tested. I was in a school that allowed parental choice for masking until yesterday's board meeting, where they blindsided parents and implemented a mask requirement for 3 weeks. The school district, school boards, and the State Board of Education do not get to decide what is best for our children. We have data now to compare mask schools to unmasked schools. Guess what? The virus is still spreading just as much or more in those mask-mandated schools. First, we were told to wear a mask to stop the spread. Well, that wasn't working. Then we were told to get a vaccine to stop the spread. Still not working. Then the vaccine and wear a mask to stop the spread. Still not working. Then get the vaccine and a booster and wear a mask to stop the spread. And guess what? The spread is still not stopping. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out all of these things that are not working to stop the spread. It is a virus and it is going to continue to spread. There's no reason for you to create a resolution for a statewide mask mandate. We have already done this and it did not stop the spread. Your job as a Board of Education is to find ways to support all of this learning loss that is taking place over the past 2 years. How can you support these students that are struggling? What about the mental health of our children? Because that is the biggest issue our kids are facing right now. What we as parents and our children are going through is actually a blessing in disguise. This pandemic has exposed so much about our school districts, school boards, and State Board of Education. Parents are only becoming stronger with this battle. We are done allowing you to cause damage to our kids. We are working hard to replace all of those board members who do not respect parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, this is Chris Osmani, calling from Highland. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry, I gotta put my phone down here. Calling from Highland, Michigan. I'm calling in just due to the fact that anyone's even considering forcing parents to inject their children with a vaccine. It has such little time to be tested and proven, but it does have adverse effects, and that has been proven in certain individuals. We don't even know the long-term effects. It could not only be, I'm sorry, I'm on a walker and I'm trying to read. So we don't know the long-term effects, and some could be deadly. But knowing that they're trying to force this on us, no one's willing to stand behind it and say that if something did happen to you, that we would be behind you in some kind of way, help. And if they believe in it, why wouldn't they stand behind it? So the companies, they stand to make billions. The government stands to get more authority. The parents and children get to risk proven side effects, possibly death, for a vaccine that will not stop you from getting the virus, but may help with the symptoms. Since side effects are proven, no one is willing to stand behind it with any help or guarantee. My children have already been through the COVID, all three of them, with little to zero symptoms whatsoever. I do, however, have loved ones who are very susceptible to side effects from medication. How can we be asked to take such a risk or a leap of faith when, again, if something, God forbid, does happen, that we won't even get so much as a sorry from the people that forced us to take it? Mandates and shutdowns have statistically done more harm than good. I ask that we go back to being America and leave our citizens with a choice. Otherwise, our schools will be closing next due to lack of students, much like the many hardworking small businesses did with the shutdowns. I didn't bring any statistics. Everybody knows them. The virus doesn't hurt the kids in any way as much as it does the adults. And I believe it just should be left to choice. The masks have already done more harm than good. We don't need any additional reasons to homeschool. And that's all I really have.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
You may hang up. Please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Diana Shea. I'm calling from White Lake. I'm a mother of 3. And when this meeting was first brought to my attention, I understood that it involved vaccine mandates for children. But after reading what was being proposed, I see that it's not so much the case. But I was surprised on the agenda. They're talking about masks again, masks for students in school. I thought we were way past that. I think at this point, they're tired of the COVID. They're tired. We've got Omicron now. Everybody's had it. Everybody's getting it, whether you're vaccinated, not vaccinated, whether you're wearing a mask or not. It is time to move on. We are raising children that are going to think it's against the law to get sick, to get a cold. That's what our bodies do. And you would think that at this point, everybody would be embracing Omicron as a COVID thing, but it seems a lot of people are disappointed that it exists. That is not as bad as they're trying to play it out to be on the media. Kids are not getting sick from this. They're not getting sick, a severe illness, I should say. Some you don't even know that they're sick. I don't know. I think even people, I think everybody on both sides of the aisle are tired of this already. It's getting old. It's time to move on. It's time to get on with our lives. People are going to get sick. They're going to get colds. They're going to get flus. They're going to get pneumonia. And we can't suffocate our kids 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, because there's a few that just don't understand real science. I'm not talking about political science, real science that has already revealed these masks don't work. If you're afraid, wear one. If it makes you feel better, wear one. But your rights end where others begin, and it's enough already. Thank you. I'm done unless you want me to go on.
No. You're fine. Thanks for calling.
I'm done.
You can hang up.
Whether you take it or not. It is time to move on.
Hello, if you could please mute the meeting in the background.
It's against the law.
Please,
Okay.
please state your name, where you're calling from.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Giancotti. I'm a single parent of a 15-year-old sophomore that attends Birmingham Public Schools. I'm not only speaking today as a parent, but also as a special education advocate, of which I represent a wide range of special needs children across the state to help support their educational needs. What has happened in the past 20 months in Michigan has been unspeakable. While there is no how-to manual telling us the right way to handle this pandemic, we need to pay close attention to where we started, what we have done, and where we are now. We need to critically assess these things and determine the effectiveness of our actions. What has become blatantly clear is that what we've been doing is not working, and it's causing immeasurable harm and irreversible damage to the children. We have asked our children to sacrifice everything for everyone else in our communities. Have you forgotten that our children are the future? The things that you do to our children today impact tomorrow. Knowing this, why are you contemplating continuing down the same ineffective path that will only cause more harm to our kids? Parents and citizens have opened their eyes and understand what you are doing. Many of you decision makers have put the needs of our children at the bottom of the priority list, and this needs to stop immediately. Clearly, some of you need to get focused on what you're supposed to be doing instead of using our children as political pawns. You are more concerned with personal political agendas, getting money from the state, power, being right, and all of that, instead of putting the interests of our children first, and it's shameful. Your desire to make health recommendations about other parents' children is simply ridiculous. You are not medical professionals or scientists. You are only reviewing some censored form of the data presented and making recommendations that you have no business making. Have you seen the number of children that are being harmed and killed as a result of the unapproved vaccine you're supporting? How in your right mind can you in any way justify pushing this risk of death or permanent harm on any child in this state? There are no long-term safety data studies or appropriate clinical studies showing any benefit to the vaccine for children for an illness that has over a 99.98% survival rate. There is clinically more risk than benefit, and that is a fact. With regards to universal masking of students, we have watched our children suffer at the hands of the health departments because of mask mandate policies for months. The masks do not work, and the manufacturers even have printed it on the side of their boxes that indicate that the masks do not protect against COVID. If we know this, then why do you feel the need to recommend more masking on our kids? I keep asking myself why. Why are you doing this to our children? The only reason I come up with is for money, political gain, and control over parents, which is unacceptable and unlawful. If you think for 1 minute any parent would put you in charge of making medical decisions for their children, think again. You need to stay in your lane and stop trying to insert yourselves in the health and medical decisions of our children. You have no right to make recommendations that could impose anything on my child. I know you're sitting back and calling me an anti-vaxxer and an anti-masker in your mind, and you're wrong. I believe in personal parental choice. I support every parent that chooses to mask or vaccinate their children, as it is their right to make that choice for their own child. I only ask that I'm afforded that same level of respect and parenting as I choose to make decisions about what's right for my child. I will be pulling my child from public school, and he does have an IEP and special needs, and I will find another way to get him an appropriate education that supports his needs both emotionally, physically, academically, and medically. I am not going to let you continue to harm my child.
Thank you for calling.
Decisions of our children. We have no right.
If you can please mute the meeting in the background.
I know you're sitting back.
Yes.
And that's
Thank you. Can you please provide your name, where you're calling from, and offer your comments?
Yes. My name is Amy Gamache. I am calling from Lake Orion. I am a 27-year veteran teacher who's part of the mass exodus. I left teaching in June of 2021. I have taught 9 years in public schools, 18 years in private schools, and this year I have my middle daughter is in an early middle college program in Lake Orion, and my youngest daughter is in the public homeschool hybrid in Oxford School. So my experience goes all the way across. In the last almost 3 decades of teaching, I have watched the public perception of educators plummet. And I think a lot of this has to do with the idea that our public schools they're giving you the perception that they know better how to parent our children than the actual parents. And having watched this through public and through private and through homeschool, if we want our public education to fulfill its need, it needs to concentrate on the core curriculum without the 1619 projects, without pushing medical mandates to our children. We really need to go back to what it is that children actually need. We need to look at the mental health, we need to look at the education, and we need to make sure that parents have a say. We need to be educational partners versus adversaries if we want our public schools to survive. Otherwise, we're going to see more people leave for homeschooling, more people leave for private, and if the schools continue to fail, then that's what should happen. But I'm hoping, as being an invested educator for so many years, I'm hoping that we can turn this around. And with that, we need to listen to parents. We need to return as much control as possible to our local school boards, where they are accountable to the parents, where they can make the decisions, whether it is the masking decision, whether it is vaccination, which I think ultimately should be a parent decision, because the parents are left with whatever consequences on that child's life for the rest of their life. But this needs to go back to our children and go back to our parents and our local community. So as a Board of Education, please be partners with our education, not all the fluff, not all the things around it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Please provide your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments.
Hello, this is Vanessa Molnick.
Hello.
I'm from Springport. Yes, can you hear me?
A little bit better now. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Okay, I'll speak up. It's Vanessa Molnick from Springport, Michigan.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay, I will. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay. I am calling in to comment on my opposition to any kind of mandates for students, whether it be masks or vaccines. The data doesn't support masking and vaccinating children. I did some research in vital statistics for Michigan, and it shows a total of 5 deaths in the 5 to 14-year-old age group in 2021. So that's a very, very, very low percentage of students, of children that are dying from this disease. And of course, I don't know what other comorbidities they might have that would have impacted that. The damage that's being done to our children, I don't think we'll know for decades. The isolation and the masking and the impact on their learning. So I am opposed to any kind of mandates, and also would like to mention that I did see a study, a report out of a large insurance company out of Indianapolis who provides group life coverage for employers, and they have seen a 40% increase in 2021 in deaths, and that is an astronomical increase. So I think the only thing that logical minds might tell us that might have something to do with the vaccines. I don't believe that children should be vaccinated, and I am opposed to any kind of mandates in that regard. So that is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. There a caller? Are we having technical difficulties? There we go. Welcome to the meeting. If you could please mute anything in the background, that'd be helpful. May I have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Yes, it's Jeff Mazer. I'm from Waterford. I have 2 children, one at MSU and one in West Bloomfield, who's a junior. And I am against all the mandates, all children, and especially against virtual learning, which MSU and West Bloomfield both went to. All children deserve a first-rate education, and they deserve to have it with a good teacher in front of that classroom. Virtual learning, by all the data, has shown to be detrimental to our children, both academically and emotionally, with having no effect on mitigating the spread of COVID at all. Academically, students have suffered losses, and by most estimates have lost almost a year of learning. Socially, they've lost at least that same year. Mentally, they are in peril. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, they have declared a state of emergency in our children's mental health. And the U.S. Surgeon General issued a public health advisory centered around kids' mental health. Kids fell far behind in school during their first year of the pandemic, and they have not caught up. On the SATs, there was an 8% drop in a number of 11th graders who reached proficiency in English, and a 14% drop.
We lost him. Right up in the drop.
Is there a caller there? If you could please mute anything that you've got going on in the background, that'd be great. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Great. I am Melissa Homewood from Jenison, Michigan. Can you hear me?
Yes, keep talking, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I was just, per the CDC, the use of cloth masks during the coronavirus pandemic is absolutely under debate. The filtration effectiveness of cloth masks is generally lower than that of medical masks, especially against the Omicron variant. The Omicron produces more virus, so the mask capacity to interrupt or reduce transmission back and forth is also likewise reduced. So what do we know? According to the CDC, vaccines are not 100% effective at preventing infection. Breakthrough infections in people who are fully vaccinated are likely to occur and can transmit, again, per the CDC. As for most other viruses, those who have recovered from COVID have natural immunity. We know that it is stronger and longer lasting than the vaccine-induced immunity. In a study from Israel, the vaccinated were 27 times more likely to get symptomatic COVID than those with natural immunity. As with any other drug or vaccine, there are some risks with COVID vaccines, including myocarditis in children and young adults. It typically takes a couple of years until we have a clear picture of safety of the new drug or vaccine. For children, the mortality risk of COVID is minuscule. Unlike the polio and measles vaccine, the COVID vaccines do not stop transmission of infection. Therefore, even if you are vaccinated, you will be able to transmit and will eventually be infected. Also, due to these vaccine mandates, there is now widespread distrust of public health agencies and officials and an increasing vaccine skepticism as a result. The loss of trust has generated vaccine skepticisms of unseen proportions, and it has contributed to dangerous decline in childhood vaccinations as for other things. A 99-page study titled Worldwide Bayesian Causal Impact Analysis of Vaccine Administration and Deaths and Cases Associated with COVID vaccine, a big data analysis of 145 countries, found that in the U.S. specifically, the vaccine has caused 38% more COVID cases per million and 31% increase in deaths per million. In total, researchers found that almost basically 89.84% of the 145 countries experienced this negative effect from the vaccines after they were made available. In January 7th of 2022, the CDC director also reaffirmed that children have the lowest chance among all age groups of hospitalization or death from COVID-19. The CDC data showed that about 3,500 children were hospitalized. Seattle Children's Hospital Critical Care Unit stated that the children were not there for COVID-19, while noting that children are here for other issues, but just happen to be tested positive. The governor of New York also stated that 43% of the 11,548 hospitalized patients didn't have COVID-19 listed as one of the reasons for admission. Basically what I'm saying is please return the federal money. You are harming children. Death rates are up. Suicide is reaching ridiculous numbers. I know that if you accept this federal money, there are strings attached.
Thank you for your
comments. Is this
comments.
money worth the lives of the children?
Thank you.
Thank you. (2022) the CDC director
If you could
also
please
reaffirmed
mute the meeting in the background, that'd be helpful. Thank you. And can you provide your name and where you're calling from and your comments, please?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was so used to hearing it
Is there,
on the...
Is there something on in the background? Okay.
No, not.
May I have your name and where you're calling from? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Miranda. I'm calling from Macomb County, and I am for a mask mandate. I strongly support that for K through 12 schools. I understand that parents want their choice, and I feel that it is their choice. If they did not want their children to wear a mask and keep the community safe, then they could keep their children at home and homeschool or go to a private school. That's what we've had to do for the past 2 years while we have done everything right. I have heard an abundance of misinformation while listening today, and it's sickening. I have 3 children that go to school in Macomb County. My 2 youngest I have had to keep out because although my district says that they are following Macomb County's guidelines, all they're doing is highly recommending masking. There is no social distancing, and their highly recommended masking results in about 10 to 15% of the students wearing a mask, students and staff. We should be keeping each other safe. We should be keeping our teachers safe. They have to go home to students also. They also have to go home to people that may be immunocompromised. I support Dr. Pugh and everything that she has said today, and I know that there are many people that feel the same way I do that are trying to get through and talk today. And it seems like what I've been hearing is all one-sided. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Do we have another caller?
Hi, my name's Tanya Neville.
And can you tell us where you're from and please provide your comments?
Hi, my name is Tanya Neville, and I'm a lunch mom over at St. Pat's in White Lake. So I see these kids in masks. So I see these kids have an effect on the kids' social development. I see lack of confidence in the kids when making friends because they're not seeing facial expressions that are important for their development. These kids are constantly being yelled at to mask up and to pull it over your nose for the virus that can get through these masks. These masks are causing facial acne and abrasions behind the ears because they're wearing them 7 hours a day. Not to mention that masks can lead to an increased level of carbon dioxide in the blood. Let us, the parents, decide what's best for our kids. And I ask you to please make wearing a mask optional.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments.
Hello.
Hi, may I have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Carolyn Gamicia, and I'm calling from Shelby Township, Michigan.
Please continue talking.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments regarding the resolution that has been proposed by Ms. Pugh. For one thing, I had no access to this resolution. It's not on the board's website, and I do think also that there is misinformation within the resolution. I do think that the board currently has a mask mandate resolution that has been put forth on August 10th of 2021 that does address the use of a mask in school, and that what has been thought to be a proper resolution for that by the State Board of Education members. While I've been watching this all day, I also have had several thoughts that I think that it's important that you all understand. I'm calling you as somebody that works within behavioral health. I have a behavioral science certification, and I also am an advocate for children that have disabilities and are trying to access appropriate education through special education. I also am the parent of 2 children. One of them is immune compromised, and he was vaccine injured at the age of 18 months. His current medical bills this year were over $1 million due to his due to being immune compromised. That is not something that's rare. That is not something that people do within the statistics and understand that. I've heard some comments today that make me think that there are quite a few members that don't understand within research data where that data comes from. If you are putting forth also a resolution from your board of education members, I would suggest citing the science that you're indicating within it. This resolution, when I printed it out, it also addresses enacting and invoking MCL 33-.2253, which is a Michigan compiled law that is under emergency invocation of guidelines by our state government. I do not think that at this time we are in an epidemic or pandemic that that's something that needs to be done. It's obvious by just watching this meeting that you are not doing virtually. You're not doing so virtually. And as somebody that also, and I'm telling you this, we this week have had to go through accessing or trying to access testing for COVID, and it was virtually impossible to be able to do that. We had to do it for several different reasons. We had a couple of home tests. I tested positive. As I said,
Thank
my
you
son's
for your
immune
comments.
compromised and vaccine injured. But
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. May May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and then please provide your comments. Thanks for calling. Caller? Mike, we may need to admit someone else. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Chad Wilson.
Chad, where are you from?
Dearborn?
Okay, can you please provide your comments? Thanks for calling.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a father of 2 children in Wayne County, 7 and 5 years old. Very disturbed on what's going on, especially when we look at basically the inventor of the mRNA vaccine is being silenced for speaking on against the mass vaccinations. When I look at the masks and what they're proposing, it doesn't make sense. When even an N95 mask does not work, how will a mask that is more of a fashion statement protect you? Especially with the studies being done on the dangerous bacteria that is found on the masks, causing respiratory illnesses in itself. Not to mention how important the nonverbal language learning is that is being hidden from the children that need it most. To the next point, the adverse reactions speak volumes, considering we're only reducing symptoms. People still get and transmit COVID with the vaccinations. There's no long-term studies done on the consequences from this shot. To the next point, you got to look at the FDA trying to hide the data for 75 years. That is a red flag. Let's have this discussion again in 10 months since the judge ordered the release of the safety data in 8 months. Then I'll go to, let's talk about trusting the science. Why are we being shutting down health professionals that are questioning the science, looking for the true data? These are all red flags that tell me there's major problems in trying to advance this agenda. The right is to the parent to decide the health and well-being of the children. And with such a low incidence rate of complications, the children have a far greater chance of an adverse reaction from the shot than they do from a complication of COVID. So all of this speaks volumes to me, and I think there's many other issues we need to look at, especially within our education system, that we need to be talking about and not trying to do vaccinations in a school. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Thanks for calling. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then you can go right into your comments. Caller, may I have your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, this is Joyce. I'm calling from Petoskey.
Please comment. Thanks for calling in.
Well, thank you. I want to thank all of you for all you're doing. It's listening to all that you have to do. I appreciate it. And I want to just say something with this kind of consequences needs a lot more than 3-minute one-sided conversation. I don't know if there's a way to have like discussion and debate as opposed to just one-sided comments. But I just wanted to say I noticed that. And also I have I have 11 grandchildren, and I'm very much concerned about them. I believe that the masks are a false sense of security, and so are the vaccinations, what they're calling vaccinations. They are not working. They do not protect, and it doesn't make any sense. And I just call on you to stop having tunnel vision, those that do, and open up to see what's really happening. I want to say that I oppose both the layered public health approach and also the teaching comprehensive history, both of those resolutions. I oppose them. I don't think you should be promoting them at all. I encourage you to look at the core root cause of the things that are going on. The cause of the spread of COVID is not due to lack of universal masking and not due to lack of testing. And also the core root of the racial issues going on is not due to the teaching of the facts of history. And that's just what I wanted to say. And I just wanted to thank you all. You're going over and above to spend all this time listening to us. And I appreciate that, but I would really like it more in a discussion format. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
The layered public health.
If you would please mute the meeting in the background, that would be helpful. Thank you. May I have your name and where you're from?
Be promoting them at all. I encourage you to look at the core root cause.
Caller, can you mute the meeting, please? Thank you.
COVID is not due to lack of universal masking.
Caller, I'm not going to be able to hear you unless you're able to mute the meeting.
And also the core root of the racial issues going on is not due to the teaching of the facts of history. And
can you mute the meeting in the background, please?
Going over and above to spend all this time listening.
Or turn down the volume on the meeting?
Really like it more in a discussion format. Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Please provide your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm Beth from Kent County. I am speaking on behalf of my family and many friends concerning the topic of vaccines, masking, and testing. We vehemently oppose any forced vaccines, masking, and testing on our children. While there may be a pandemic, epidemic, or whatever you'd like to call it, it is not your role to treat our children medically. This is our God-given right and privilege that you do not have the right to. You do not know our children emotionally, mentally, medically, or any way, but as a member in your system. You do not know our children. Any and all medical decisions must be made privately between the parents and their children's doctors, not people in the education system. Your job is to educate and teach math, writing, reading, science, and real history. You are not medical doctors nor have medical training or have a license to practice medicine. The COVID vaccine has not been through a proper clinical trial, which takes at least 3 to 5 years to research and thoroughly document. The drug companies refuse to release their findings in its entirety thus far. Therefore, the vaccine should never be forced on anyone who is not having the full reports available to inform ourselves. Also, the vaccine has been proven it does not prevent the transmission of the virus or getting it, but only reduces the side effects should they get COVID. We live in a free country, and parents have the choice to treat their children medically as they see fit, because they know their children best. From what I have heard prior to the public commenting began, it was stated that you cannot mandate these things. That may be true, but yes, you have a great influence because you are making recommendations. I understand that the resolution may be voted on tomorrow to call for the health department to mandate masks and COVID testing in our schools, in addition to setting up vaccination clinics within the school. I strongly urge you to do the right thing and reject this resolution completely. Parents are best suited to make medical and health decisions for their children. Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Millen, and Ms. Snyder for having common sense rulings and decisions throughout this whole pandemic mess. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
But only
May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and you can provide your comments.
Hello. Of Michigan's education call for the health that wanted to get their kids vaccinated on health decisions for their children. Detroit schools have a 6% reading literacy rate. Why aren't we talking about how to help the children instead of focusing on ways to divide and practices that have no effect? Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. In his iconic speech, Dr. King said, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." When will we be back to trying to achieve this? The resolution on teaching comprehensive history does the exact opposite. Many parents are a hair's breadth away from pulling their students from public schools and going with other options. If these resolutions are implemented in Michigan schools, you will be seeing a mass exodus from public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Have a good day.
You too. Please provide your name and where you're calling from and your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling. May I have your name and where you're calling from? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Okay, Mike, we're going to need another caller. Hello, caller. If you can please give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments, that'd be great. Caller, may I have your name and where you're calling from, please? One more shot at this. Caller, may I have your name and where you're calling from? Thanks. If you're talking, we are unable to hear you.
If you're not talking, we'd like you to.
Looks like you're trying to talk. It was flashing. Caller, can you hear me? Can you give me your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments, please? Mike, can we move to the next caller, or we're unable to access this? Oh, caller, are you there? Hi, caller. May I have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Katie Wright, and I'm calling from White Lake, Michigan.
Thanks. Please provide your comments.
Okay, my name is Katie Wright. I am a resident of White Lake, Michigan, and a mother of 2 small children, age 5 and 6. The past 2 years has given us the means to have proper research on the effects of masking children. I believe that we must now take a step back and fully evaluate the benefits and associated risks of continuing to mask our children. I have done extensive research on this topic and came across an extensive research paper from the National Institute of Health published in April of 2021. The investigation looked at research over the past 15 years and sought to answer the following question. Is a mask that covers the mouth, nose, free from undesirable side effects in everyday use and free of potential hazards. The aim was to find, test, evaluate, and compile scientifically proven related side effects of wearing masks. 44 experimental studies were referenced and 65 publications were found. Aside from the most obvious effect of a mask making it more difficult to breathe, the research investigation was able to correlate evidence from the multiple studies to identify a mask-induced exhaustion syndrome. Some of the symptoms include headaches, dizziness, lack of focus, decline in mental clarity, and others. The investigation goes on to quote, masks also frequently cause anxiety and other stress reactions in children, as well as in adults, with an increase in stress-related illnesses, reduced participation, social withdrawal, and lowered health-related self-care. Over 50% of the mask wearers studied had at least mild depressive feelings. There is significant scientific evidence and hundreds of articles written that detail the many dangers of continuing to force children to wear a mask all day in school. All school policies should take into account an assessment of risk to the student. Given the evidence, I request no mask mandate. I will never put my kids in a mask all day at school. I understand the seriousness of the virus for some, and I understand people are scared. There are other measures that can be taken that exclude masking healthy children. All of the kids' health decisions should be left up to the parents, including no vaccine mandate. I implore you to do what's best to keep our children safe and trust the science. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
You're welcome.
Caller, if you could please mute the meeting in the background, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
As well as adults, with an increase in stress-related illnesses,
May I have your name and where you're calling from, please, and then continue on with your comments.
Hi, yes, my name is Shannon Seco, and I live in Wyandotte, Michigan. And I am a nurse, and I have 5 children, and I would like to comment about all the mandates that we are happening right now. I am really upset that we're not looking at all the other measures that we can do. We just focus on PPE. We should be looking things as far as hand washing and making sure that our kids are fed healthy foods in the schools. We are promoting good health, vitamins. We need to do all we can do at all angles and not just focus on just vaccines and masking and all these things which are causing harm. I also really want the pro-parent. We don't co-parent with the government. The government is no business in our health at all. And that is the parent's job. And so what we need to do is focus on education, our kids, and look at the root cause of what's happening and not focus on PPE and masking, because obviously that's not working because this virus is still spreading. And stop putting fear into the community, and let's step back and do what's right for the community and stop with the fear, please. And thank you very much for Mr. McMillan for standing up for us. We are on your side. Thank you for the parent choice.
Thanks for calling. Welcome, caller. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and you can go right into your comments.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is, let me put this on pause, sorry. My name is Evelyn. I'm from Davison, and I am also a teacher assistant at the preschool. It is clear that this virus is here to stay, and it's not going to go anywhere. 2 years later, multiple variants later, when comparing school districts with and without mandates, the results are similar. It's time for everything to be optional and open up. Instead of stifling the health of children and teachers with masks and social distancing, why not allow our immune systems to work how they are supposed to work, to fight this virus and to thrive? But now you're considering mandating vaccines and possibly N95 masks. For children with thriving immune systems, this is extreme overreach. As far as staff shortages, it's simply due to quarantining healthy staff that were in close contact with a positive student. I, for example, unvaccinated with natural immunity, and a vaccinated teacher was in close contact with a positive student. However, only I had to be quarantined and without pay for 10 days. She did not. I was not sick. This is discrimination. Why, you may ask? Because the boosted vaccinated can get and give the boosted vaccinated COVID. This is overreach. Meanwhile, at schools, my coworkers are struggling with staffing. Parents are struggling with rearranging childcare, missing work due to their children being quarantined, at times multiple, and not even sick. You're causing division in staff. You're causing division with parents and staff. You're putting children in uncomfortable positions if their parents disagree with the mandate. And this is wrong, and it's mentally unhealthy. There's too much conflict, and we do not need to be divisive, especially as the Board of Education. We as staff and as parents can make our own health decisions for ourselves and our children. Being vaccinated is for our own individual protection. It does not impact the person next to us, one way or another. With that said, students need to be educated properly without the fear of lingering over them over a sniffle or a cough. At preschool, children need to see the verbal cues, facial expressions, and learn sounds without a masked up teacher. I'm witnessing fear in these children. I'm seeing psychological issues that should not be happening. You're causing them to start their young lives in fear. They deserve better than this. For what and for who is the question about why this is all happening. We need to lift all these mandates. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next caller. Hello, please state your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Hello. My name is Colin Zamet. I'm from Beverly Hills, Michigan. I have 3 kids. I would just like to say that the idea that your governing body right now is discussing possible resolutions supporting mask mandates or vaccine mandates in our K-12 schools is absolute idiocy. The issue needs to be dropped. Far and away, parents have said that they do not want this. We have been in this pandemic for 2 years. All of the measures that have been undertaken have not worked. This virus is still spreading and is going to continue to spread. We need to get our kids back in school unrestricted at this point, and at the very least, leave decisions up to the local school boards. Also, regarding the possible resolution supporting the comprehensive teaching of history, we already teach comprehensive history. We do not need to be influenced by something like the 1619 Project, which tells us that our country was founded on some very evil ideals. We live in a wonderful country. We need to go ahead and state that plainly, and we need to teach all parts of our history, which we are already doing. Thank you so much for letting me comment.
Thanks for calling. Another caller? Thanks for calling. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and you can provide your comments.
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
I'm great.
My
How are
name's
you?
Joe from Livonia, and I am a pure blood patriot with a father of 4. I just want to say the longer I remain unjabbed, the more evidence I see supporting my decision. First off, no long-term effects. Pretty crazy, zero idea of them. We are potentially sacrificing our children for fear of maybe dying from a man-made virus, a virus with a 99.9% survival rate. Now, we have more children that have died from the vaccine than COVID itself. Omicron and Delta are scapegoats, period. They're scapegoats for the reaction caused by the vaccine, but they can't say that because it'll show the true fraud going on. People have been so scared to speak up due to backlash and in them even losing their jobs. Don't repeat history. If you don't learn from history, we're doomed. And the problem with natural immunity is it's free. If it will take us all to stop this fall. Just so you know, in every reaction and every action, there is a consequence. Our only home is on fire. We need you guys to help us out and put the fire down. If you haven't heard of the paperclip resistance, check it out. It happened back in Nazi times. Even Hitler himself said, on many occasions, the indoctrination needs to start in the schools. It's written in his books, and it's written through many different interviews. And parents that disagree would be investigated and punished accordingly. These coincidences are crazy, aren't they? Just want to thank you for your time. Have a good day. I also want to thank Nikki and Tom, and let's go, Brandon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Hello, please state your name and where you're calling from and provide your comment. Thanks for calling. Hello. Can you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name, where you're from, and provide your comments.
My name is Tanya Hug. I am from Livonia. I just wanted to state that schools are there for the academic learning and vocational skills on imparting knowledge and intellectual growth in our children. The parents are solely responsible for the education of our children's moral and ethical standards, their political and social values, and the matters of personal well-being and gender identity, including gender and sexuality. That's the parents' responsibility. Pushing and allowing CRT is racism against the white nationalities. And what's the point in flipping the racism from, we're trying to get rid of racism, not push it backwards. Let's get right in the middle and just get rid of it completely instead of the COVID bribes and the incentives are what the education in the hospitals needs to go. Our government shouldn't be pushing that, but should be worried about our children's health and well-being instead. There's 99% of the parents speaking are against the mandate. And if you're ignoring the constituents of Michigan with the fallacy of appeal to authority, which is Fauci and the CDC, who are ironically now recommending exactly what we the people have been saying since 2020, that the cloth masks don't work or benefit anyone, but you're still holding them as authority, it's comical. What truths are we speaking that are going to be proven correct next year that you guys are going to ignore today?
Without evidence to prove that masks and the shots do anything, you're simply pushing appeal to fear propaganda. So I need you to do the right thing and listen to the people who are giving you evidence and not just propaganda that appeals to the fear. Be like Nikki and Tom, and because they have integrity and are behaving like lesser magistrates, even though you say you don't have an authority, you do. You have the authority to speak on behalf of our children. They are actually standing up for their morals and protecting our kids, and they are choosing our kids' well-being over money and politics. I want to say that I am against the CRT. I'm against sexualizing our children for the pedophiles. I hope that you guys start putting our children's needs and education above political agendas. Thank you, and you have a good day.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. So the time is now 3:30, Board. We have gone another hour. Board, it's your opportunity to move a motion relative to the next increment of time. Ms. Lipton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we table for the time being a public comment and move on to the remaining portions of the committee of the whole meeting, namely the approval of the minutes.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table to table public comment. Move on to other. So the board.
Clarification.
Sure, you bet. So the board has the right to table to a moment certain or relatively certain an aspect of the agenda. So, for example, at one point we were reflecting upon last night or the day before, we were reflecting upon what might happen because we had to start that food service presentation this morning, roughly when we did, to get our food service directors in and out. So we were prepared, if need be, to table an agenda item and then to return to that agenda item. So as I understand Ms. Lipton's motion, she would have us table public comment, move to the other agenda items, and then return, if I understand correctly, to public comment.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So that's the motion on the table. Is there a second for that?
Second.
So there's a second from President Albrecht. Is there discussion to you because you offered the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that we certainly want to hear from the public, but we were also elected to do the people's business. We have right before me a very full agenda, and I am merely asking that we table one portion of our agenda, important, so that we may address other portions of the agenda also equally important as well. Thank you.
And so for clarification's sake, we would vote on meeting minutes thereafter. We would get to the resolution that's been the subject of the vast majority of the public comments or public commenters, and then at some point thereafter return to public comment. Again, to clarify.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay. So that's the motion on the table. It has been properly seconded. Other reflections from board members? Yes.
So all these people that are on the line are supposed to stay on the line for another hour while or could be a couple hours with the resolutions. Just waiting, that's the proposal, is to have them keep waiting.
I made a motion, it's been seconded, so I'm
As opposed to, okay, I mean, you can table an action. We're not doing any action right now. So I don't think you can table this. This is part of, part of our bylaws. It says public comment comes, I don't really.
I appreciate the reference to the bylaws. The bylaws say an hour of public
Right,
comment,
well, I don't
and
know
that
why
you're
you have
able to
to
extend.
it sounds like they're hoping a lot of people hang up so that we don't have to have a lot of people. I don't understand why you would do this. I mean, if we're going to, unless some of the board wants to leave so they get their action done and then they can leave and not have to listen to people. I mean, if we're gonna be here for a while, why not just go through and not be rude to these people that are sitting on the line?
Okay, so, so would you care to respond to that?
No,
Well,
I've made my motion.
Fair enough,
and
okay.
It's been,
All right,
seconded. Thank
so we've got a motion, we've got a proper second. We've got a comment from Mr. McMillan. Yes, please.
When will we bring it back up? We're moving to table it, but when will the people who are on the phone and have been on the phone for hours, when can they expect for us to hear them?
So as I understand from the motion, it would be vote on meeting minutes, vote on the resolution at hand, that is to say the public health resolution, the layered mitigation strategies resolution, and your motion is to then return to public comment thereafter.
After we have done the people's business as has been set forth in this agenda.
So
Right,
where?
Which has been amended pretty substantially already.
Correct.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
where will that take place?
So the motion is clarified is to table public comment, to move to vote of meeting minutes, and a vote on the resolution, discussion and a vote on the resolution at hand, that is to say the layered mitigation strategies resolution, and then return thereafter to public comment.
So it will be item X.
It would be the third item from now. That is to say, meeting minute vote, resolution discussion and vote, and then back to public comment. Again, as I understand the motion. Is that correct? Because there's not much left of the agenda. We've already moved out 3 items from the afternoon agenda. President Albridge and I were going to have abbreviated remarks. All that remains of the agenda is one resolution that was put on the table this morning that I recommend tabling as well, and the legislative update. So again, I'm trying to respect the motion.
I made a motion, it's been seconded.
Yes.
There's discussion.
I'm just trying to clarify because Ms. Snyder asked for clarification. Yeah.
I understand that, but that it's part of discussion. You can ask whatever questions you want.
Fair enough.
I've made my motion and it's been seconded.
Yeah. So
Which item is it going to be? It's going to be after approval of State Board of Education meetings.
So it would be meeting minutes, it would be resolution on public health,
Then public comment.
and then return to public comment. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I also see, as I said, I'm looking at the agenda here.
Right.
There's a president's report of the president, report of the state superintendent, and there is a legislative, state and federal legislative update. Comments by State Board of Education members. So the tabling would be to resume public comment again, as my motion states, after the business of the people has been.
So after the entirety of the remaining agenda items.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. I apologize. You've gotten the motion clarified. It remains seconded. President Albridge, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Remains seconded. Are there any other questions thereof?
I do just want to make a point because I'm still getting emails and texts. And Tom, there are folks who got word from Tom that they needed to have information in earlier. And so again, people who followed the rules and tried to get signed on by 1 p.m. did not. I want to put that out there for the record. Because there are people who tried to sign in and they followed directions.
Right.
That are posted publicly, because that's what people see publicly. Right. That if they sign up by, matter of fact, I want to read it. The public may provide comments during the public participation portion of the meeting at approximately 1 p.m. Public comments will be accepted from those in person and online who register before 1 p.m. on Tuesday, January 11th, 2022. And people did that, and they have not been heard. They were not even on that list of 165 people. They never received an email or a phone number to call in. They're sending me messages of people who were able to call in, who were told to call in by 9:30 a.m. So I just want to put that out there for the record, because I'm being asked why. And I just want to make sure that people know they followed what was out there in public comment, but we moved things around a little bit, which to me is not right.
Well, I mean, at this point, we've moved nothing. So let's be clear, we have not moved public comment as yet. We've got a motion on the table to move public comment. We've got a second associated with that motion. We've not moved public comment. That's number one. Number two, we've got several hundred people that have signed up for public comment. And the math of it is 20 people an hour. That's the math. So I'm a little bit at a loss as to how this is all going to fit neatly into any sort of a typical time frame.
I'm just saying, trying to reconcile what we told the public and what we're doing, because it does not.
I understand, but
Okay.
at some point, there has to be reconciliation with reality as well.
And I have to keep saying it, because I keep getting calls from different people or texts.
I respect that, but we have to deal with the reality, which is we only have so much time here to address public comment. If the board wants to stay until midnight, we'll stay until midnight to hear public comment. We have a motion on the table. We have a second. Yes, please.
I want to say something, because I just want to make sure it's on the record. Because when we talk about public comment, we're only talking about the people who received an email back to make a phone call in. We're not talking about everyone who signed up on time, according to what was is out there for the public. I just need to say that for public record. And I'm ready to move on, but I just want to put that out there.
So we have heard 42 people, and we've gone 2 hours and just a little bit over 2.5 hours. So the math of it is 20 individuals an hour-ish. I see no reasonable way that we're going to hear from everybody that signed up. What is your reflection on how we would do that?
On how we get everybody, send out the number, see if they, email them and see if they respond. And what's that going to take?
We don't.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
may I call the
Yep.
question? We have
Yeah,
a
you
motion
bet.
by motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second on calling the question?
Second.
We have a second on calling the question. Any discussion? There you go. Vote on the calling of the question. That is to shut down the debate and vote on the motion that Ms. Lipton initially put forward. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Marilyn?
Lipton,
Yes.
McMillan,
No.
Pritchett,
Yes.
Pugh,
No.
Snyder,
No.
Strayhorn,
Yes.
Tilly, absent. Albrecht,
Yes.
4-3-1.
Okay, so the conversation on Ms. Lipton's original motion continues.
That wasn't a vote on the
It
motion
was not.
itself? It's over?
No, that was to call the question.
It was to call the question
Okay, understood.
on the original motion. So, board, it's your time to continue to talk about Ms. Lipton's original motion. Please.
I'm supportive of Dr. Pugh and what she's saying. So it does say that if you register before 1 o'clock, so I don't know what that looks like, but if we need to stay here a long time, I think we should do that if that's what the desire of the board is.
Okay. Well, so
and that
please.
we should do it without pause. I'd like to just keep going.
are we still saying, are we adding those other people in? And that's my question. And I don't want to kick.
The board is going to have to decide if that's the
Okay.
case, because the person who's leading public comment is also the person who's got the hundreds of emails in her inbox. Yes?
I think we should add the people in according to the policy that you said you shared before we started public comment. If you gave the information that was required, because you said that even before midnight, there were people who, hundreds of emails of people who didn't include information that was required.
I personally, one person, got to everybody who.
Thank you, Marilyn.
By midnight. There are 658 emails now. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's fine. So that's 32 more hours, board. So what's the board's pleasure? They're your bylaws, and it's your opportunity to set them aside or not.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Just a reminder that we have not voted on.
It's true.
Yeah.
We have a motion to amend the agenda to move public comment to the end of the meeting, to continue with the rest of the business of the meeting, and to continue public comment thereafter. That is Ms. Lipton's original motion, and that was seconded by President Albridge. If there is no more discussion, we'll move to a roll call vote on that. Please.
Okay. Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
No.
Snyder?
No.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilly? Absent. Albridge?
Yes.
431.
So, board, your bylaws call for 1 hour of public comment. In the absence of a motion to amend that, your public comment is over. So you've moved an amendment of, you've moved an extension of by 1 hour. That hour is over. And so in the absence of a motion, affirmatively to extend, your public comment period is over. Yes?
Motion to extend it for, I'd like it for more than an hour, but in order to get at least 5 votes, I'll just say 1 hour, at least 1 hour, or 1 hour.
Motion to extend by 1 hour by Mr. McMillan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Snyder. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, a roll call vote, please, Marilyn.
Lipton?
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
I'm going to say no. I guess I can't even give a reason why.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
No.
Tilly? Absent. Albridge?
No.
2, 5, and then 1. So
the motion to extend by 1 hour fails. And again, in the absence of an affirmative motion to the contrary, your public comment board has ended based on your bylaws. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to reflect upon that. We've been going pretty hard for almost 3 hours. Why don't we do this? Because I don't want to cut down public comment without some reflection of this. So why don't you spend 5 or 6 minutes, 8 minutes? Let's recess, go to the bathroom, come back. We'll reconvene at 4 p.m. And if someone wants to put up a motion relative to public comment, that's fine. Otherwise, public comment is over per your bylaws.
In 11 minutes?
11 minutes, yes, sir.
Four?
We are not going to start. We're not playing yet. We'll
yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
it's on my phone, so I'll just need
Oh.
yours.
a motion relative to the extension of public comment. In the absence of hearing any resolution, I'm sorry, yes, please.
Yeah, I would, I would move, in the hopes that people have changed their mind, I would move that we extend for 1 more hour.
Okay. It sounds like a stutter, but there's the motion on the table. And for the sake of comedy, we'll accept the re-motion for the sake of comedy, Mr. McMillan, not comedy, but comedy. Do we have a second?
Not for the sake of comedy, but yes, you do.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second for the same resolution as was voted down before. An unusual variation on Robert's Rules of Order. Do we have any discussion thereof? 1 hour extension. Dr. Pritchett.
Discussion, question, clarification, starting now, extend for an hour? I'm just asking.
Well, it's Mr. McMillan's resolution. Is that what you were saying? So the answer is yes. Okay.
I think my answer, but even if I do this, the people who have not received an email with a phone number would not be a part of that 1 hour. So that's where I have issue. I do have someone who's called and said that they've sent an email where they have a question in there, still asking for the phone number, and they wanted me to relay that message. But I guess, again, if those folks can't get a phone number, so they're not going to be a part of that 1 hour of public comment, I don't see the fairness in that.
Okay. So we have a motion to extend by an hour. We have a second. Any other discussion associated therewith? Hearing none. Marilyn, if we could do a roll call vote, please.
Lipton.
No.
McMillan.
Yes.
Pritchett.
No.
Pugh. No. Snyder.
Yes.
Strayhorn.
No.
Tilly. Absent. Albridge.
No.
251.
Okay.
Can
Very
I,
good. So, yes, please.
before we move on, I mean, if Board Member Lipton makes her motion again, I think it would probably pass. I do think that the people calling in want to be heard before the votes on the resolution. I think that's the point of them calling in, but I would rather at least allow them to have a chance. I don't quite understand why we move it, but if that was the wish of all, you only needed one additional vote, and I would at least allow them to talk afterwards.
So are you moving?
Later on.
Are you moving?
Well,
that?
I would ask that Member Lipton, if she would want to move that motion again, that I would support it.
Okay, all right. Well, Member Lipton, since we're taking liberty with Robert's Rules, would you like to remove your previous resolution?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, very good.
Then I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll move that we, I don't know if it's called table, but in order to allow as many people to talk, including the ones that have been emailed up until 1 o'clock, to the chance to speak, I will move that we table the public comment until after 13, discussion and action items.
Okay, all right, very good. So we have a motion, if you will, on the table. Do we have a second associated therewith?
I'll second it.
Snyder has seconded it. Mr. McMillan, I think this is pretty well-trodden territory. Would you like to speak on it?
Well, just that I'd rather, I want to make sure callers know that I don't support forcing them to wait for another, I don't know, hour or so, or however long, but the choice before me now potentially is stopping altogether or having you wait for a while and weigh in those that want to after the vote. I'm just trying to get some opportunities to allow you to speak, that the people that want to, including the ones that Vice President Pugh is concerned about too. I think they should be able to speak also.
Okay, all right, very good. So we have a motion. It's been properly seconded. Do we have any more discussion associated therewith? Yes.
Briefly, I'll just
Please.
echo what Tom said before we went to break. There's almost 50, there's now 36. I feel like we can make this happen.
Okay. Well, there are 36 in the queue now, but there are a whole lot more in the queue beyond that. President Albridge?
Just for practical purposes, how would this work? I mean, if we're adding in all of the folks that have emailed since midnight, which could be 600, and Marilyn is currently doing another job, how are we going to be communicating with them a phone number and then getting the information we need from them so that they can add public comment?
There is, I think there are a few things to, well, it's your motion. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we, if whatever it takes, if Marilyn needs 2 hours, we break for dinner for 2 hours, and she emails them all back, the ones that Pam would, anybody that from midnight till 1 p.m., that she spends a couple hours emailing them the phone number, and then we resume.
So she sends 400 emails in 2 hours.
600.
600 emails in 2 hours.
I don't know.
That's the math of it.
Right.
That's the math of it.
Can I ask a question? Can we repeat again what the vote is?
Yes. The vote is to table until the end of the meeting, the public comment, proceed with the rest of the agenda, and then return to public comment at the end of the meeting.
So that would be the remaining 2 resolutions and then public comment.
As currently as we have on the current agenda, without laying aside anything else, without tabling anything else, we have not just the 2 resolutions to which you referred, but we also have a report of the president, which I have on good authority is going to be abbreviated, report of the superintendent, which is not going to take place, and a state and federal legislative update.
And approval of the minutes.
Approval of the meeting minutes, yes. So minimally 3 voting items, 3 non-voting items.
I guess my main thing is that people would be speaking post the vote.
Yes.
The 2 votes.
Right.
In clarification, my resolution would require that we get in the people that you're concerned about that emailed between midnight and 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Because it is very, I don't know, I'll talk to them to see how that's going to work, but they would want to have input before the vote. So
So you've got potentially 30 hours worth of callers that are not on the list of 164. So that's the math of it. Realistically, you're not going to hear from 30 hours worth of callers prior to a vote on this resolution. If you would like to schedule several days where the board can hear this public comment, you could come back in to public session with a quorum, and you could listen to that public comment for several days at 20 people an hour, 3 minutes a person, 20 minutes 20 people an hour. You are talking about essentially 4 8-hour days of board meetings to listen to this public comment. Alternatively, you could accept the voluminous written communication that you have received, not simply in the last 2 or 3 days, but in the last 22 months. I think that there's some clarity associated with where people are on the issue. But I do understand that under normal circumstances, we would want to hear each and every individual to speak.
Especially when it's been so weighted.
Dr. Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rice?
I just wanted to, let people know for the record, I am listening into public comment to constituents. I am in therapy, but I am listening in to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. We appreciate you joining us from PT. Thank you. So board, we have a motion on the table from Mr. McMillan. It has been properly seconded by Ms. Snyder. At some point, even if you are to approve this resolution to table until the end of the agenda, you are going to have to wrestle with the inevitable time constraints associated with 600 plus individuals writing in and constrained time. But the motion on the table is to table until the end of the meeting, public comment. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
That was yes?
Yes.
Okay. McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Hugh?
Can you read the motion again?
So the motion is a motion to table public comment until the end of the board meeting. Resume public comment at that time.
Not post the vote.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilley? Absent. Albridge?
Yes.
6-1-1.
Okay, so what we have done is we have tabled, we're moving on with the rest of our agenda, and we are tabling public comment until the end of the agenda. We move to the approval of State Board of Education meeting minutes. May I please have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular and committee of the whole meeting of December 14th, 2021? We have a motion from Dr. Pritchett. Do we have a second? Second from Mr. Strayhorn. Any discussion? Hearing none. Marilyn, a roll call vote, please.
She's catching up.
It's all good. I can do it. Ms.
Nope.
Lipton?
Ready?
I got you.
Okay.
Ms. Lipton?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. McMillan?
Yes.
Dr. Pritchett?
Yes.
Dr. Pugh?
Yes.
Ms. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Strayhorn?
Yes.
Ms. Tilley, absent. Dr. Ulbrich?
Yes.
And just a note, Ms. Tilley is not absent. She is listening in, but she is at a PT session. She is not able to vote at a distance. We move to the resolution on the teaching comprehensive history. Could I have someone move that?
Is a report of the president and all that?
I believe, thank you very much.
Yes, I am going to forego my report.
She's foregoing her report, and I'm foregoing mine.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So in the interest of time, we're foregoing them, all right? We are trying to, be solicitous of trying to accomplish the rest of the agenda, hear public comment and the like. So do I have a motion to move the teaching of comprehensive history resolution? Movement by Dr. Pugh. Do I have a second?
So moved.
I have a second from Ms. Lipton. Any discussion thereof to Dr. Pugh? And Dr. Pugh, if you wouldn't mind, if you could read this into the record, or if someone else could read it into the record, as you please, but you're moving it.
Whoever gets to it first.
Do you want to? Here, I got a copy
Okay,
right now.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Resolution on teaching comprehensive history. Whereas Senate Bill 460 was introduced in May 2021, and if passed and signed into law, would prohibit Michigan's public schools and public school districts from teaching the university curriculum known as critical race theory, any part of the New York Times 1619 Project, or other anti-American and racist theories, and in the event that a public school or district did so, would require the imposition of a 5% deduction to the entity's state school funding. Whereas House Bill 5097 was introduced in June 2021 and if passed and signed into law, would stipulate that anything that could be understood as implicit race, gender stereotyping could not be included in academic standards adopted by the state of education or curricula adopted by school districts. Whereas institutional racism has been declared a public health crisis by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the American Medical Society, 18 states, including Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, and 128 U.S. cities. Whereas racism has been embedded in our institutions since 1619, when the first ships carrying enslaved Africans arrived on America's shores. Whereas students should learn the full breadth of our country's multifaceted and complex history, including acts of our federal and state government, which include chattel slavery of Africans and African Americans, forced relocation of indigenous people, detainment of Japanese Americans in internment camps, and state and local statutes that legalize racial segregation, i.e. Jim Crow laws. Whereas teachers have the right and responsibility to teach that multifaceted and complex history, including the history of race, racism, and other biases, which are inextricably connected to the constitutional and statutory history in our country. Whereas these bills, if passed and signed into law, would undermine local school districts' ability to determine the most appropriate curricula to teach Michigan's K-12 standards for social studies, as well as teachers' ability to discuss race, racism, and other biases in their classroom as critical elements of our country's history. Whereas Michigan Council for Social Studies, the Michigan Council for History Education, Michigan Council for Teachers of English, Michigan State Social Studies Supervisors Association, and the Michigan Association of College Teacher Educators are united in their opposition to these bills. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education supports the Michigan Public School Districts with policy guidance and standards that promote diversity, racial equity, and inclusion, and supports the comprehensive teaching of U.S. history, including about race and racism and the consequences thereof, so that discussions about institutional racism or current and past discriminatory acts are not viewed as unpatriotic. And be it further resolved that the State Board of Education firmly opposes Senate Bill 460 and House Bill 5097 for their chilling effect on local teachers, and in doing so, supports local school districts and local teachers in their professional and statutory responsibility to determine the most appropriate local curricula to effectively teach to local public school children Michigan's K-12 standards for social studies adopted by the State Board of Education in 2019.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. As the mover of the resolution, would you care to share anything additional regarding the resolution?
I just think that it's beyond time that we put forward a resolution and move it as a board, and so I'll let others speak to it.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Other board members, what would you care to share? Any discussion on this resolution? Mr. McMillan.
I have an amendment.
Okay,
I
very good.
emailed it. I wasn't sure if this was actually going to be introduced immediately after it was moved and supported. I sent the email. Here's the written part of it. So I would like to make a motion to amend after the first whereas paragraph, after entities state school funding, insert with a separate paragraph, whereas based on the tenets of critical race theory, little white children in Michigan public schools are being told that they and their parents are oppressors, and little black children are being told that they are oppressed.
I second that motion to amend.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion thereon?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the amendment. You know, the resolution is clearly looking to support CRT and oppose any opposition to CRT. And there's problems with the base resolution, but I think by inserting this paragraph, it makes it clear that the results of CRT are being seen and being very much opposed by parents and teachers being forced to incorporate the tenets of critical race theory into their teaching. So that's what I was trying to do, is to try to make it very clear. If anybody wants, we can defer this for a month and we could bring in people who can testify that this is in fact happening. That's the reason for my amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had some explanation of the amendment. Dr. Albert.
I just have a question. So are you suggesting that if we added this language to this document, you would actually vote yes for the document?
I would just have, then we would have discussion on the base, on the rest of the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion, we have a second for an amendment to the base resolution. Ms. Snyder.
I don't think we need to bring in experts to prove that. Novi has been a local public school district that has been FOIA'd in relationship to how they insert critical race theory into what we're calling the teaching of history. And part of their select resources are white supremacy culture and oppression and white privilege. Again, when we wield these terms, they become derogatory. They become, this concept that privilege, supremacy, shame, guilt, fragility is inherently owned by one race, and that's when it's a problem. When I read the resolution, the base resolution, and I will relate discussion to the amendment to that as well, it feels like an artistic distraction from what CRT really is. It's not, in what the bills, the Senate bill and the House bill seek to address, which is critical race theory, not the teaching of specific historical events or the truth within those historical events, and those stereotypes which divide kids and do not help them to come to school ready to learn in a safe environment. So to me, it's a very artistic manipulation of what these bills are trying to achieve. And by the way, just as a sidestep, a couple months ago, we had a superintendent here at our table. We just sat here and said that CRT is not real, it's not a thing, it's not taught. But then since then, Superintendent Vitti came out and said, no, we're teaching it every day in our schools. Novi FOIA right here, a whole stack of derogatory terms that are infused into our education and our curriculum. And then we have a Grand Rapids public school district that was just FOIA'd, and they said they have 4,000 pounds of paperwork on CRT that is, I don't know what they charged them, like hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up with to FOIA to prove that it was in fact being taught. So we're trying to dig to the bottom of what does that mean? What are our people actually experiencing when they have an access to education, and specifically history? So, just in pondering the idea of teaching history, comprehensive history, most people who oppose CRT don't oppose the teaching of genocide or historical slavery. They don't oppose teaching history. They oppose what it looks like and how to teach it, right? Theories that pit student groups against each other through stereotyping, race stereotyping, gender stereotyping, are dangerous to kids. It doesn't allow them to learn. When they learn about themselves as if they're an oppressor or oppressed, how do they then, take the education that they're being given and feel like they can actually take that as an opportunity? So I don't like what CRT, these bills, the Senate bill and House bill, seek to address is not teaching history, but how we teach it. Because how we teach it today is the racism of today, it's the history of tomorrow, and it's repeating the history of yesterday. So it just, and in all of the references of who supports it, there's no reference in this resolution that actually addresses, and I'm pulling it up, the definition of CRT through the eyes of the people who wrote it and invented it. So you have critical race theory and introduction, right? This is a book written by Delgado and Stefanczyk. These are the people who created critical race theory, which is what the Senate bill is addressing. And I'll read it to our board again. The critical race theory movement consists of the same issues that conventional civil rights and ethnic studies take up, but places them in a broader perspective that includes economics, history, and even feelings and the unconscious. Unlike traditional civil rights, which embraces incrementalism and step-by-step progress, critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, enlightenment, rationalism, and principles of constitutional law. Those last handful of things, we shouldn't, we don't, that should not be something we're doing when we consider what it takes to educate kids. And then, really just to these terms, again, I want to go back to the original resolution before we have this one before us. A lot of people have not seen the original resolution. So as we question the intent of the Senate bill and the House bill, which is what we're doing with this resolution, I just want to bring about the intent with the original resolution. I think it's important to hear what was in it before it became this one. In the last paragraph of the original resolution, it said, Michigan State Board of Education condemns those who create laws to whitewash history. This is derogatory. It is derogatory to call people anti-Black just because they are one race. It is derogatory to teach supremacy, privilege, shame, guilt, fragility through the eyes and the perspective that only one race is inherently capable of carrying those human attributes out. Okay, so the original resolution here, some of the things that have been put out there on social media to encourage participation on this resolution use derogatory terms. That is what House Bill and Senate Bill 460 and 5097 seek to address. They're not seeking to create chilling effects on teachers who teach history. They're seeking to say don't wield it and make children not be able to come to school and learn without leaving and feeling less about who they are. That's not okay. So, I think this resolution it's repeating things we've already voted on. We had social studies standards that passed that we would teach a comprehensive history, and it's rejecting the true spirit and intent of the Senate bill and the House bill. And I think it's very harmful to our kids, again, to have not acknowledged that it exists and that it's real, and to artfully and masterfully manipulate this spirit and intent of the Senate bill and House bill and the true topic that's at hand when we think about critical race theory and stereotyping.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Snyder. I appreciate your sharing. Other reflections from other board members? Other reflections from other board members? I'm sorry. Is Ms. Tilley, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. CRT is not a history lesson. It's taught on the collegiate level in legal classes to examine the law to say that systemic racism exists in the law, and it does. The history lesson that students get taught in class on a K through 12 level has been going on for decades about slavery. We don't want, that lesson is going to continue. When we teach the lesson, we need to teach it with sensitivity and honesty. Students, African American students, have been taught that they have been oppressed for decades through history class. That's not new. And in order for people to learn about slavery, if somebody puts someone in slavery, they are an oppressor. They are. And I'm not saying you have to use that word. I'm not saying you don't. But the fact of the matter is that person is an oppressor. I think that we should teach children that this is history, that this happened to between ancestors. And I think it should be taught also about how do we continue to move forward so that things like this don't happen again. And so that we can teach each other to have respect for one another, African Americans and whites. It's not to act like, it didn't happen. Yes, there were slaves, but there were not oppressors. That's not even logical. It's a fact, and we need to move forward. And I support this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Ms. Lipton, did you have a comment?
Clarification. Have we voted on the amendment?
Oh, that's a, thank you.
I believe we have a motion and a second on the amendment, if I.
I believe that Ms. Snyder was commenting.
I thought,
I think she was trying to comment on the amendment.
okay, I thought that she had seconded the amendment. It was my understanding that.
She
that,
did,
yeah.
And we were in discussion. And
We are in discussion.
I do not have any further comments on
Okay.
the McMillan amendment.
Okay, very
Same
good.
here.
Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Thank you for the reminder.
Any other, thank you very much for reeling us back in. Any other questions on Mr. McMillan's amendment? Hearing none, if we could have a roll call vote on Mr. McMillan's amendment.
Lipton,
No.
McMillan,
Yes.
Pritchett,
No.
Pugh,
No.
Snyder,
Yes.
Strayhorn,
No.
Tilly, absent, Albrecht,
No.
motion fails.
Okay, we're back to the base resolution. Any other discussion thereof? President Albrecht, Mr. Strayhorn.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind the State Board of Education's job here is to create standards. So I was here when we went through the social studies standards debacle. It took 5 years to pass the social studies standards. And the reason it took 5 years is because it was hijacked. The whole process was hijacked. And it was hijacked so that all of the stuff that we teach and that is important for people to know about the history of their country, people tried to take that completely out of the standards. And it was a fight for many, many years. And it took people in the public learning about this and getting upset before we were able to fix that and finally pass social studies standards just a few years ago. It's up to the local district to take those standards and to develop curriculum so that they are meeting the standards established by the state. I support this amendment because it focuses on these two bills. And I support it because, not because some people are saying we're trying to mandate the teaching of critical race theory and we're trying to mandate the teaching of, the 1619 Project. I support them because we're trying to do the opposite. We're trying to say the legislature is not going to have the ability to say you can't have these conversations. You can't talk about stuff that's out there. Because guess what? Students are exposed to stuff whether we like it or not, and they're going to have questions about it. And teachers shouldn't be afraid to actually engage in those conversations. And that's why I support this resolution, because I don't want to take tools away from teachers. I'm not going to mandate they use them, but I'm certainly not going to take them away from people. So I am fully supportive of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, President Albrecht. Mr. Strayhorn.
All right, thank you. I just want to let you guys know, I fully support the inclusion and the fullness of this, of historical facts. The voices within our curriculum and representation allow students to see themselves inside a curriculum, in my opinion. And it's specifically the diverse voices that allow students and adults to think critically and reflectively in this matter. So I fully support this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Strayhorn. Other reflections, Dr. Pritchett.
I'm going to reiterate what Dr. Ulbrich and Mr. Strayhorn just said. And again, I am focused primarily on the fact that be it further resolved, the two bills that have been introduced, I believe, are arbitrary. If I were a teacher right now and those bills passed, I would be very, very concerned about, again, what I could teach. I used that example a couple of months ago related to Supreme Court. Is that considered racist? Am I leaning one way or the other? And it is up to local districts to monitor, to assist, to take those standards and create the curriculums that their teachers are going to teach appropriately at each level. I understand that there may be instances out there where parents have concerns and they need to go to their districts and voice those concerns at that point. I fully encourage them to do that. Ask the questions. They have a right to ask those questions. They have a right to get a straight answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pritchett. Other reflections from other board members? Dr. Pugh.
I think that it is also, I know that it is also important for little black boys, little black girls to know that the study of their history is not anti-American. It's not unpatriotic to have these discussions about slavery, race, racism, as well as the consequences that we still feel today that result from slavery decades and decades, centuries ago. And so I am really excited to hear the support for the resolution. I am also appreciative that we're talking beyond slavery, because yes, if we go back and look at Emancipation Proclamation, Reconstruction era, people could talk about slavery. People are good talking about slavery. People back, I should say, they were okay with abolition of slavery. But when we were talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, those were things, that's when people got hung up, and we see that even today. So it is very meaningful that as we head towards January 17th, coming away from January 6th, that in the middle, we're sitting here at January 11th, and we're talking about this resolution that's very important and critical to the education and of real history of this country here in the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Other reflections from other board members? Ms. Porter.
I just wanted to echo Dr. Pritchett's sentiments about the bills and the worry that it is providing to teachers on if they were to pass and what that would mean in terms of backlash to teach not only the standards, but the accurate standards of Michigan. And so that's all I wanted to share, is that it is very concerning to teachers, and I will support this resolution.
Thank you very much. Mr. McMillan.
Yeah,
thank you, Ms. Porter.
One of the whereases says that if the bill's passed, teachers would not be able to discuss race and racism. That's just simply not true. There's nothing that says that they wouldn't be able to. One of the whereases talks about institutional racism. That's code in Marxist theory for the opposition to capitalism, free markets. We need to move towards government planning and communism, and so there's plenty that's wrong in here that would warrant opposition to the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Snyder?
I would just reiterate, it's not that that people do not support the teaching of history. It's how you teach it. How you teach it today is the racism of today, it is the history of tomorrow, and it is repeating yesterday's history. Because it is derogatory, and I would go so far as to say it is not patriotic to associate oppression, privilege, supremacy, shame, guilt, fragility as if it's inherent to one race. And that is what we are teaching. That's in these FOIAs with Novi. We have people openly admitting that CRT is in schools. That is not what you guys are talking about. It isn't.
Well, the resolution and certainly department staff had a lot to do with the shaping of this resolution, is about the teaching of comprehensive history, is not talking about the holding up of critical race theory. And I want to be clear about the distinction associated therewith. Many of us believe that we teach a truncated history to our young people. And for all of our young people, white, black, Hispanic, polka-dotted, striped, whatever you are in the state of Michigan, you do not receive the requisite breadth and comprehensiveness of history instruction. If I were to give a history test to the august body within this room, you would struggle with it. You would struggle with it because your history instruction has been inadequate, including about race and racism and how fundamental they are to our country's history. Most of you would have trouble telling me what the 13th Amendment was, what the 14th Amendment was, what the 15th Amendment was. You would have trouble telling me what the 19th Amendment was. Many of you would have struggled a year ago to mention anything, to know anything about the Tulsa Race Massacre, which is an extraordinary event. But because its 100th anniversary took place last spring, many of us got a history lesson on it. I believe we should be teaching our children the full breadth of U.S. history, not to stigmatize, not to oppress, not to make some children feel better than others or worse than others, not at all, but so that children can wrestle with the complexity, the multifacetedness of our history. It's a powerful history, it's a complex history, and in order to wrestle with it, kids have to learn it. They have to learn it all. I'm talking about constitutional history, I'm talking about statutory history, and I'm talking about
And nobody disagrees
history.
with that.
Well, if you will, I've given you the floor plenty. I've got the floor.
Well, you're misrepresenting people.
I'm representing myself, if I could, please. Many of us felt we got a strong education in our public schools, in this state or in other states, and discovered in adulthood that what we had learned was pretty skinny, in many cases anorexic, and that we needed to, in fact, embellish our learning, continue to learn. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't possibly learn it all by the time you're 18 years old or by the time you're 22 years old. This is a resolution that says to Michigan teachers, you should be able to teach about the full breadth of U.S. history without the chilling effect imposed by these two resolutions. And, you know, people can shake their head no, but we've got the Michigan Teacher of the Year here who says that that's a thing. So it's hard to walk back. She says that this has had a chilling effect on her and her colleagues. Who are we to say what's in teachers' minds? Please.
It's not about walking anything back. It's about understanding each other in the totality of the conversation. Everything you just said, nobody is showing up and saying, don't teach history. That's not okay with me. They're saying how you teach it. You said you don't want any child to feel oppressed, but when nobody's teaching about white supremacy culture, how is that possible? CRT is a theory that, you know, unfortunately, Tiffany, no, it isn't just taught in higher academic universities. It's in K through 12 schools, in our K through 12 schools. Again, I repeat myself, and I'll repeat it over and over and over again. It's not about not teaching history. It's about making sure that how you teach it reaches all kids in a way that doesn't oppress them. Because again, how you teach it today is today's racism. It's tomorrow's history, and it is repeating yesterday's. When we take terms like oppression, supremacy, privilege, shame, guilt, fragility, and we teach it through the lens, through the theory, it is a theory. And again, everything I'm saying has nothing to do with what you just said. If we teach it through the lens that one race inherently is capable of all of those things, we're oppressing people. That's what we're doing. Okay. So that this resolution, again, it tries to take the spirit of that discussion of what Tom and I are trying to say, the spirit of that discussion, which is woven into Senate Bill 460, House Bill 5097, and hijack it and say, oh, we're trying to say that we don't want you to teach history. No, that. Of course, it would have a chilling effect if we told people you can't teach history. That's not what these bills are trying to state. That's the resolution, again, it's an artful, masterful manipulation of the true intent of those bills. And if we allow that to go on without perpetually, persistently saying, hold on, that's not where the conversation is, then we don't understand that we're repeating oppression by teaching things like white supremacy culture, as if no other race is capable of that human attribute. We need to teach that supremacy is wrong.
Dr. Pugh, did you have something to say, or if
I'll
if
let
not,
Cassandra go. And
okay. President Albridge, then Ms. Lipton. Okay.
So I want to get back to, I think we just have a disagreement on what these bills are actually, not necessarily what they're doing, but what the impact of these bills might be. But I also want to just share, there was a comment made that somehow this is Marxist theory, and if you're anti-institutional or I don't even understand what the argument is. But let me just say, I wrote a dissertation on the 1967 Detroit uprising. And a lot of that dissertation focused on what the different realities were of the people living during that time. And I could have written an entire dissertation just on housing covenants alone. A housing covenant is written into a housing deed that says you will not sell a house to a black or a Jew. And it was legal. That's institutional racism right there. Now fast forward, because that wasn't 200 years ago, that was 50 years ago. Fast forward to today and think about what that means for generational wealth. When most people's wealth comes from real estate. That's what we're talking about. And we're saying, these bills are saying, you can't have those conversations because we're going to label that critical race theory. And therefore, it's wrong to talk about the fact that this existed and the end result is still with us today. That's what we're talking about. Don't take those tools away from teachers. That's it. We're not saying you have to teach this, but we're saying don't take the tools away from the teachers.
Or don't cast a shadow over the teaching such that teachers are fearful of getting crossways with the law as a function of their lessons. The lessons are already insufficiently comprehensive as it is, let alone with this constraining the teaching even more. Ms. Lipton, to you.
Yes, I would just like to take a moment to thank Dr. Pugh for referring this concept to the legislative committee. And I would also like to thank the members of the legislative committee that worked with through the process of putting forth a very, very powerful and very, very serious resolution. I think that the resolution is on the table. It's been seconded. People can discuss and continue to repeat themselves, I suppose. But I do believe that the state board has a moral authority, and I believe through our resolutions, such as this one, that we speak with that authority. And so that I would ask that we do the people's work and begin to act on this very important resolution that has been forwarded as well as seconded. Thank you.
Okay, so I hear an exhortation toward a vote. Mr. McMillan.
Just third, yeah. I mean, because my amendment, I was trying to get to the idea that that the critical race theory is playing out in these ways. That little children are being told that they are the oppressors. Your parents are. That little black children are being told that they are the oppressed. This is how it's playing out. I oppose this kind of racism that is being glossed over, quite frankly. This is kind of the strategy of the left, is to kind of, hey, nothing's happening, no, this isn't going on. Even Dr. Rice said it's not even being taught, but then the Detroit superintendent kind of blew that cover because he said, yes, it is. And we're being able to see through FOIAs, although they're trying to charge tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep it hidden, what exactly they're teaching with CRT. But it is coming out, and it just makes parents that much more upset that it is hidden, that it's trying to be glossed over, that, hey, all we're trying to do is, teach about slavery. No, that it's way more than that. We all know it is. This is kind of the tactic of the left, is to try and gloss it over and obfuscate. But the fact is, when we had that, the governor's person come before us, the chairman who was laying out the roadmap for how to spend the $5.5 billion, I was able to find that one of the key things they were advocating for was a resource that, all the kids in the state could be talked about and told that they're living in a white supremacy culture. And when I pinned him down on it very uncomfortably, he, obfuscated and moved on. And just the typical left diatribe of trying to hide this Marxist, anti-American, racist theory of critical race theory. I oppose it. There may be a few things in here, I know this is the idea is that, oh, Tom, if you're going to oppose this, then you support racism. And no, I don't. I don't have any problem with having discussions about race and racism. But we know that underlying CRT is a lot more than that, and the 1619 project. And so therefore, that's why I'm opposing this resolution.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr.
I have a question for Tom.
Yeah.
This is Tiffany.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tilley. You're up.
I'm curious as to the left. Who are you saying when you say the left? Because I am leadership in the 14th Congressional District, have been for as long as it's been in existence. I was young Democratic leadership in the state, so I've been in leadership positions for a very long time. This is not a discussion I've had beyond this table. The Republicans are the ones that keep bringing it up. And it's very offensive for you to keep saying the left is doing this, the left is doing that. What left? You guys are organizing around this issue. You're the ones that are having people call in for public comment about the issue. You are posting about the issue. You are stirring up things about I didn't even honestly know about CRT until you guys kept bringing it up. I had to research CRT. When I went to Black Leadership about the issue that, saying that there's a huge issue with CRT on the state board level, and I'm not talking about political leadership. I'm just talking about Black leadership. And they said, well, what's CRT? So this isn't even something that we've been discussing or organizing around. So I would like to know exactly who, when you're pointing fingers, besides your party, who has, in Michigan, on a local level or state level, who is heavily organizing around this, because we are not. This has become an issue because you have brought it to the table.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Mr. McMillan, if you have a response to that,
quick
that's
response.
somewhat specific, that would be great.
Now that it's established CRT is in the curriculum and is being taught K-12, and it's very factual, it didn't just get there on its own. It didn't just kind of dream itself up. Somebody is pushing it. I guarantee you it's not conservatives. It's not people on the right. So it's progressives. I'm not saying any board member here had any ability to stick it into the curriculum specifically. I don't know that's not the case, but I'm not saying it is the case. But it certainly is getting there somehow. And I will tell you that based on the fact that it is a theory supported by the hard left, Marxists, socialists, I would assume, and maybe it's the wrong assumption, but I'm assuming that those are the people that are pushing this. So that's an answer to your question.
Well, thank you. I did want to answer because we are getting calls we're getting emails about this, and we're being attacked for this as if we're doing something. And I'm not against CRT, especially the more that I learn about it. Not the propaganda, but what's actually being taught. And even, and I'm saying on a collegiate level, I have not heard about it being taught in a K through 12 classroom besides what you guys say here at this table. So beyond that, I think it's very irresponsible to have people thinking that, we are organizing around something that we're not. And I don't have a problem with starting to organize around it if that's what it takes, if that's what I decide to do. But at this point, we've been attacked, the Democrats on this state board, around this issue. I think a lot of what's going on is very irresponsible. A lot of the information, even at this table, has been false about CRT, period. From everything that I've not only read, but students that have told me what they've learned about CRT on a collegiate level.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tilley. Any other board members on teaching comprehensive history? Resolution on teaching comprehensive history. Ms. Snyder?
Just to bring a little bit more context to the whole situation too, we have, when we FOIA'd Novi, it came out and the Education Foundation Board, one of the co-presidents had gone on their social media and in the work that they do within the education foundations, they give grants to local school districts to implement DEI, CRT, different things like that. And, when you say you'd be happy to organize around, who is this coming from? Why are you experiencing the emotion you're experiencing about these particular types of concepts like white supremacy culture? But here's what this person has to say. And this is a leader in our education foundation circles. Caucasian people, I am not interested in so-called allies posting on my page. I am not interested in time-wasting debates with anyone. I will not absolve Caucasians of the historical white supremacy system you enjoy daily because you so-called stand in solidarity with us. If you have tears, sadness, disappointment comments to make, or you are outraged, post those on your site to your public figure sites. March to your police stations, in your community, to your judges, your family, etc. March in your own neighborhoods. I do not request or need your solidarity in the war on FBA, Foundational Black Americans, which believe that our country actually started before 1619, according to their interpretation of history. I am an FBA, and my Facebook posts on the war against FBA are meant to warn, inform, and strategize with other FBA. FBA have been at war. There will be casualties, figuratively and literally. This is a person who leads the Novi Education Foundation Board and gives grants to fund the things that the Senate bill and the House bill are addressing. So when you say, where is this coming from? Again, I would echo Tom saying, yes, thank you for acknowledging that it's real, that it's being taught. And I think the next steps are just acknowledging that there is energy around it, and it's very violent energy. So when you think about why people are mad, you can't be said this is war. There will be casualties, figuratively and literally speaking, if you don't think like me, if you don't feel the way I feel, if you don't believe what I believe. When you speak that way, that is violent, okay? So it's coming, you're right, Tiffany, it's coming from somewhere. This is where it's coming from. It's not coming from conservatives who are just like, man, I'm so offended about whatever, I just want to pick a fight. That's not what's happening. That's not at all what's happening. There's a very genuine oppression that people don't want to acknowledge is real, and it's out there. And so when we talk about institutional racism, it's coming from all directions, which is why it's so important that we all take the internal collective response that things like supremacy in its totality, it's a human attribute, is wrong, and we will fight it together, no matter where it's coming from, no matter who is leading it.
I don't hear, when I'm hearing conversation, and I am very passionate about it because I'm passionate about equality, whether that's for African Americans, whether that's for, whatever minority it is, whether it's another race, whether it's women. I'm passionate about equality. But I don't hear, when I hear you guys discussing it for the most part, I don't hear the equality part. I'm hearing that Caucasian children are being oppressed by learning about slavery, different aspects of slavery. And they are not being oppressed. They are learning the truth, hopefully. That's what we're trying to get to, that they would learn the truth about our history. It's not only African American history, it's American history. And we need to hear what happened, the good, the bad, and the ugly on both sides, not just that, it was horrible for African Americans and all of the negative connotations that we've incurred behind that as African Americans. And it's hard to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, but we still face oppression and racism today. You're not standing up for equality. I do not hear that. All I hear is little white children are being told that they are oppressors. And it's hard for me to believe that classes across America are, when especially, and Dr. Rice can follow up and say how many African Americans are actually teachers. For the most part, I want to say 50, 60, 70% of the teachers in the state are white. So it's hard for me to believe that they are teaching little white children that they are oppressors. Thank you.
So Ms. Tilley, just because you raised the issue and put my name on it, more than 90% of our teachers are white in the state. More than 90% of our teachers are white in the state, just for the sake of clarification on that. I mean, I'm
Thank
not.
You.
Yeah, I appreciate
Can I
that.
please?
Yeah,
Just,
but if we could,
it'll
this
be
is
short.
it. This
I'll
is
wrap
it.
it up.
Yeah.
But the thing about that too is, again, it's another issue that's not related to what we're talking about here. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be increasing teachers that Black children can see themselves in. That has nothing to do with this resolution. And Tiffany, when you say you're not hearing that we are fighting for equality, I literally read out the definition of critical race theory according to the authors of it. And we have a whole resolution here based on, professionals and people that what they have to say about history with this one-liner that these Senate bills and House bills are bad, but no actual reference to the definition of critical race theory. And again, I'll just repeat it. The very last line, it questions the very foundations of equality theory. No, that's not what you're hearing. You are not hearing that we are not in support of equality theory. That is not what you're hearing. But it's just not accurate.
I don't hear you talking about how African Americans have been affected and what needs to happen so that we can move forward so that African Americans are no longer oppressed. I hear you saying white children are being affected. For the most part, that's what I hear you saying.
All children are being affected.
Board, we are going to move to a vote. Ms. Schneider, if you would please call the roll, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
No.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilley, absent, although on the phone. Albridge?
Yes.
5-1. Motion carries.
Okay, motion carries. Board, we are moving to the resolution on public health, and we're going to take 60 seconds to distribute that resolution to our board members, so everybody is looking off the same copy and speaking to the same thing. Take your time. Take your time.
We're killing trees here today, folks.
Do I have a motion to move this resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Pugh. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Strayhorn. We have a motion. We have a proper second. Dr. Pugh, to you for reading this into the record. Or you can delegate that to someone else to read it into the
We'll do
record.
like in Sunday school. I may hand it off to someone.
Okay, fair enough.
Where state and national authorities, including MDHHS, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, all recommend a layered public health approach to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, and the CDC recommending universal mask wearing indoors at all school facilities and events for students, teachers, staff, and all school visitors, regardless of vaccination status. Whereas current MDHHS data shows that unvaccinated people in the state have a 4.3 times greater likelihood of testing positive for the virus and a 13 times greater risk of dying, but that only 47.1% of children 16 to 19 years old, 41.2% of children 12 to 15 years old, and 15.7% of children 5 to 11 years old are fully vaccinated. Whereas research continues to show that coronavirus transmission in schools affects not only children and staff, but also the rate of COVID-19 in the surrounding community. Whereas masks worn in school settings are critical to reducing school-based spread, and while some K through 12 districts are subject to a mask policy, the majority are not, and the current patchwork approach is causing confusion and unequal protection. Whereas COVID-19 positivity rates, daily cases, and child hospitalization rates continue to increase, such that Michigan's hospitals are reaching full capacity, whereas according to the CDC, an estimated 31% of people remain infectious 5 days after the positive COVID-19 test, and the American Medical Association, which represents more than 250,000 physicians, recommends that schools require infected students to have a negative test before returning to school after a required quarantine period. Whereas Michigan faces a critical teacher and staffing shortage due in part to the pandemic, whereas COVID-19 is an airborne disease and many school buildings have outdated and insufficient air ventilation systems, whereas MCL 3332253 grants authority to issue epidemic orders. Therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education urges that the statute be invoked to require well-fitted face masks be properly worn on school buses and indoors at all public school facilities and events for students, teachers, staff, and all school visitors, regardless of vaccination status, and require school educate on the purpose for and proper use of masks. Be it further resolved that the State Board of Education urges that MCL 3332253 be invoked to require testing of children prior to returning to school after COVID-19 diagnosis, promote that schools use test to stay for children exposed to COVID-19, and require accurate information regarding all school-related exposures be shared with all persons potentially exposed, including parents of potentially exposed children, in a timely manner. Be it resolved that the State Board of Education supports OSHA rules which require vaccines for workers at all federally funded health facilities and employers with more than 100 workers, and making COVID-19 vaccines more accessible to students, families, and communities by setting up vaccination clinics at schools and providing COVID-19 vaccine fact sheets for parents, caregivers, and community members. Be it finally resolved that the State Board of Education urges that all appropriate Michigan agencies, i.e. MDHHS, Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy, work together with local school districts so that ventilation and indoor air and water quality within school buildings are appropriately addressed, including adequate airflow, humidity, mold growth, pollutants that worsen COVID-19 outcomes, and plumbing and water systems, documentation of assessments, monitoring and maintenance, and properly conducted, appropriate quality review of mitigation products and services takes place, and assistance securing appropriate HVAC and environmental experts to conduct such work takes place. The end.
So we have a motion on the table. It's been properly seconded. Discussion thereof. Dr. Pugh, to you as the mover of the resolution.
Actually, I do have an amendment. So I don't know.
As the maker, you don't even have to,
Oh, well, thank you,
just
Tom.
change it.
Okay. There was one piece in the part about the vaccine. And Ellen, we talked about this. We wanted to make sure that the actual OSHA language is written. There's an emergency testing that's also available so that if people don't get the vaccine, that they're able to be tested. So let me find that language.
While you're looking for that language, would you like us to consider other possible amendments?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, very good. Mr. McMillan.
So I've got, on this final resolution, I have 3 amendments. I'd like to move the first amendment after the first whereas paragraph, after, quote, regardless of vaccination status, insert with a separate paragraph, quote, whereas it is widely accepted by reputable virologists and immunologists that the Omicron variant is currently the dominant variant in the United States and that the Omicron variant is no worse to the general population than a bad flu.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a second. So motion, proper second. Do we have any discussion thereof?
Well, I would like to speak to my amendment. I think that it's becoming clear that much of this resolution is unwarranted. It's been unwarranted for a long time because children are at very little risk, and those that were concerned could get vaccinations. That was the issue a year ago. But certainly, the recognition that is becoming more and more widely accepted that this is no worse than a bad flu, and actually, studies coming out of, studies that most people would say are legitimate, not even right-wing or left-wing, are saying that it's the CFR, the case fatality rate is significantly lower than the flu, with the Omicron variant, whether it be the UK government advisors estimated it's about a quarter of the CFR is about a quarter as bad as the flu, and others as well. Denmark government study. So I think it's becoming pretty clear. I think that should be acknowledged in this, and that I would say that if it is acknowledged, it would therefore warrant a lot of what's being pushed that harms children, that harms staff, that are causing staff to leave, or and harming good education is unwarranted. So that's why I'm making this motion for this amendment.
So any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
No.
Tilly? Absent. Albrecht?
No.
Motion fails.
Second amendment?
Second amendment, after the last whereas paragraph, after, quote, issue of epidemic orders, insert with a separate paragraph, quote, whereas according to government statistics, children are more at risk of death by drowning in a swimming pool than from any variant of COVID.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
You do. Second.
We have a second. Thank you very much. Do we have any discussion? Back to you, Mr. McMillan.
Speak to the amendment.
Yep.
I think it's just one of many reasons why a lot of the things going on and the harm being done to the children, and quite frankly, teachers as well, is unwarranted. And so I think this amendment highlights that, and highlights that most of the remaining resolution is uncalled for.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Marilyn, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
No.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
No.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
No.
Tilly? Absent. Albrecht?
No.
2, 5, 1.
Very good. Mr.
Fails.
McMillan, the
And-
third motion to amend.
Finally, focusing more on this idea of the impact on staffing shortage. My amendment would be amend the paragraph, whereas Michigan faces a critical teacher and staffing shortage due in part to the pandemic, by inserting after the word in, the word large, and inserting after to the following, the bad government policies in response to. So it would read, whereas Michigan faces a critical teacher and staffing shortage due in large part to the bad government policies in response to the pandemic.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. McMillan, would you like to speak too?
Just that we are hearing, and I think we will continue to hear, teachers leaving, whether it's because they can't teach well, with kids not being able to see their faces and them not being able to see the kids' faces, or whatever there's certainly reasons that teachers are leaving, are being concerned. They're tired of having to be the mask police. It doesn't work. You're forcing kids to put on a mask that's dirty or that you've swapped out with little Billy. It's just getting ridiculous. These policies are creating more harm than is necessary, as my two previous amendments show. And again, it just highlights this idea that if there was really concern about staffing and teacher shortage, we wouldn't be looking at passing things like requiring vaccinations or daily testing and all this other stuff. So that is and universal masking.
Okay. So any other discussion? Here, Ms. Snyder.
I would just say this is the one amendment that I think sort of encapsulates the whole resolution itself. Honestly, I think we'll look back on this resolution as this is the blueprint, this is the pathway to what we're dealing with. It's going to be very interesting to reflect upon it. It is bad government policy to take a virus and to politicize it. And I really believe that kids, students, and families will reflect back on these policies, and they will remember the learning loss and the loss of freedom and liberty and everything that came along with this time. It's significant because, when my kids ask me, why is this happening? This is the choice of policy that our current leaders are choosing for us. This is what that is. And they're not the best policies. Not the best policies for kids in offering equal education to all that's accessible. Not the best policies in accordance with our Constitution. Not the best policies in accordance with just trying to be a unified people after a very divisive time frame. So yes, I am wholly supportive of this amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion by any other board members? Hearing none. Marilyn, if we could do a roll call vote on the third amendment.
Lipton.
No.
McMillan.
Yes.
Pritchett.
No.
Pugh.
No.
Snyder.
Yes.
Strayhorn.
No.
Tilly, absent. Albridge.
No.
2-5-1. Motion fails.
Okay. Dr. Pugh, back to you to, if you will, amend your original motion.
Yes, so it is the whereas in the OSHA, therefore be it resolved. So it would be the third, therefore be it resolved. And it should read more like the actual OSHA rules. And it's, so we would say after the 100 workers or mask and regular testing for unvaccinated workers. Employers with more than 100 workers or mask and regular testing for unvaccinated workers.
And just a point of order, Mr. Chairman, as long as she and the seconder agrees, then there's no need for a vote.
Fair enough. So, Mr. Strayhorn, clearly Dr. Pugh is supportive of what she's put forward. Are you comfortable with the amendment there? Okay. All right, so we are adding the words or masks.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're waiting for me?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to record it.
Or mask and regular testing for unvaccinated workers. So to Nikki's earlier point, the law, or it reads, the requirements read that if you're not one of those 100, a part of that, of an employee that's a part of that 100 workers or more that has a vaccine, you have an out, you can do regular testing.
Right, and for clarification's sake, this is in fact these are the two issues in front of the U.S. Supreme Court
This is correct.
currently.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
very good. And they are literally two groups of people: those in federal-funded health facilities, number one, and those who work for employers with more than 100 employees.
Right.
Yep. Okay. All right. Very good. And you were making the clarification. It's not simply vaccination. It's vaccination or mask and test.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. So board members have heard that. There has been some clarification associated there with Ms. Snyder. Your word to you.
You guys, this is utterly ridiculous. There is no point in infectious disease history that we have ever routinely tested for that particular disease, ever. It's not even, it's not scientific. It's also, as a result, I mean, when you really think about it, totally inappropriate to utilize resources that way. You know, because you're unvaccinated, I'm going to test you regularly. And then we had caller 39, Evelyn from Davidson. She said, I'm unvaccinated, I quarantined without pay, and I had no symptoms. We really think that's appropriate policy? Like, this is utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous from a standpoint of science, utterly ridiculous from a standpoint of resource utilization, utterly ridiculous to take employees and say, because you will not take the jab like I tell you to, I'm going to regularly test you. You're going to lose out on pay if you have no symptoms, but you test positive. You're going to stay home and be quarantined. If this is the kind of government we think is appropriate, watch out. I do not know what comes next. Again, that is not a slippery slope that we haven't seen in other governments in our history, in our world, and it's steep. This is utterly ridiculous. It is not at all based in reality.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else? Mr. McMillan, Dr. Pugh, and heading to a vote.
I think regarding the OSHA,
President Albridge.
the OSHA rules, I think we've seen a lot of a lot of hospitals and large corporations implementing the OSHA rules as though they were going to be imposed, and we don't see any of them allowing a testing option. I think it might be because it would be a HIPAA violation to, you're basically pulling people out and identifying them as, whether they got a vax or not, or.
It might also be because they don't want to have to pay for it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
utilization of
right. So the implementation is being proven that there is no testing option. There won't be. And so, because I've got friends that have had to leave large corporations and hospitals, they weren't given a testing option, and it was the OSHA rules that did it for them. And then obviously forcing universal masking, especially, I mean, I can, if just because a person was supportive of it in the past, doesn't mean they should be supportive of it when the variant there's less of a problem than the flu. Yes, it spreads, but as far as those that get it, it's less problematic than the flu, and it's pretty much widely accepted as that being truth. So, I don't think any of the people that would be supporting this resolution supported and was advocating for, masking for the last 20 years of a flu outbreak occurred. I'm pretty sure they didn't. So they should be consistent and oppose this resolution as well, because it does a lot of harm. I mean, some people say flippantly, oh, the kids don't care at all. Well, we just heard that when they had the option, 10 to 15%, I think one of the parents that were upset that there was no mask mandate said that when there's an option, only 10 or 15% of the kids wear them. So that right there tells you that, no, they don't love wearing them. If they have the opportunity not to, they don't. And it's because it harms their education, it harms their interaction. It is just, I mean, some people really need to be held accountable for what they're doing to these kids, and supporting this resolution is just, it would be a really problem.
So, Dr. Pugh, President Albrecht, and to a vote.
I remember my mother, she would always tell us, don't go out if you're sick. She would tell my dad that, she would tell us that. She was adamant about that. It wasn't just about us healing. It was the human side of us not wanting to infect anyone else. So, I mean, I just really don't understand. Nikki, you said that you don't want to be a part of a government. I mean, it's getting more and more difficult for me to be a part of a humanity that cannot think about the people that you come in contact with, let alone your loved ones. I would never want to be someplace where I could possibly cause someone else whose immune system may not be as strong as mine, or whatever else may be happening, because we don't necessarily quite understand this disease, and cause them to have an outcome that's far worse than what mine would be. And so my greater concern, or just as equal concern with contracting COVID, is giving it to someone else, even not just loved ones, anyone. I just can't understand that. So that, if we can't understand that, we're not understanding each other, and the conversation will continue to go round and round. And Tom, you keep talking about and equating and minimalizing this disease. Virginia, where parents wanted to have their say, or so people say, they just declared a state of emergency. I'm looking at a press event, trying to keep up here, where we're hitting our record hospitalization rates. To me, that sounds pretty serious. And when you see the pediatric rates going up, and dare I continue to mention the orphan rates, that impacts our children as well. And so I just want us to stop and think about this from more than just an I standpoint, but the people that we are coming in contact with, because that's how this disease continues to spread.
Okay, very good. President Albrecht.
So I appreciate there are strong opinions on both sides of the issue, and today we heard mostly from one side, but we also know that there are many on the other side as well. Many of them have been sending us emails during this meeting. They've reached out to Pam ahead of time. I'm sure they've reached out to others. There is no doubt that this issue is much more diverse than what was presented today. I appreciate the thought that's gone into creating this draft resolution. I can't support it in its current form. I agree with Pam about the personal responsibility. We do have a collective responsibility to each other. Absolutely agree with that. To be clear, I believe in science. I believe in vaccinations. I would encourage everyone to talk to their healthcare professional about vaccinations. I believe in listening to experts, real experts, not YouTube celebrities or self-appointed gurus, but people who've actually studied and worked and became the top in their field, and I consider Pam one of those people. And I'm glad that there are people out there who are way smarter than me. I'm grateful for them, and I will listen to them. I also believe that masks help reduce the spread of COVID and other ailments. Someone mentioned earlier about not having a lot of flu last year. I wonder why. It's not because someone messed with our DNA. It's because we were all wearing masks and socially distancing. I also recognize that we are in changing dynamics right now. And so across the board mandates give me pause. I'll be completely honest about that. I'm also concerned about the feasibility of some of this stuff. Calling for mass testing is one thing, but ensuring the availability is another. I've had conversations with parents this week who want to get testing for their kids, and they're having trouble finding it. I was in Florida. I was going to do the responsible thing. Well, I did the responsible thing of testing before I went out in public when I got back. But it took a week and a half to get a test sent to my house. And I'm fortunate that I have a flexible job, that I can do that I have money to pay for a test to be sent to my house, that I have resources. A lot of people don't have that. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned that we're putting all of this onerous on our schools at a time when they're struggling just to keep educators and staff. And so we're asking a lot, but we're not really providing that direction. So I would, in its present form, I would be a no vote. I could offer some suggested language changes, but it would severely water down, I think, what you're trying to do, Pam. And my impression was that you're not really interested in that at this time. So, you know, if it gets to that point, I'm happy to offer those suggestions. But for now, if it stays the way it is, unfortunately, I have to be a no vote.
Okay, thank you very much. We go to, I'm sorry.
I don't know if you need to go. I did want to respond to Cassandra, but if Judy would like to
It's
get
as you
in.
choose. You are next. What would you like to do?
Well,
please.
yes, so there are some things that, as I was writing, I could have continued to write. We know that this is very fluid as far as the testing pieces. Now, as it relates to the mask, you know, I that's where I have issue, but when it comes to the testing pieces, we know that teachers are having, or school districts are having a difficult time being doctors and nurses in the school buildings. And so some of the things that I would have raised is questioning, you know, how can it be put into the code of conduct? Does that help? I don't know. Or how, or there was something that I know that the CDC Foundation, I thought, was placing folks within school buildings. There definitely needs to be more staffing that's more focused on this, so that teachers can educate, or educators can do their jobs, what they usually do. So I would be, definitely would entertain some amendments as it relates to that. Like I said, I do know that I continue to hear the voice of credible medical professionals continue to say not only a mask, but making sure that you are beginning to wear the N95s or the KN95 mask. I believe, and I'm getting messages now saying that Director Hertel has also called for universal mask wearing, but again, has stopped short for whatever reason of a requirement of invoking state statute. So again, we're a state board. You talked about this. We're urging them. Will they do it? They don't have to, but it's us speaking and saying that we know that this is the best science. And again, this is a layered approach so that we can keep our schools open, so that teachers and students can remain healthy and remain teaching. So that is the thought here. Again, it is to keep students in school, but also to hopefully take some pressure off of what's going on in these buildings. But right now, without the protections that we see, and with the wide community spread up to like 33% positivity rate in communities. And at one time, we were saying that 3 to 5 was where we would close schools. We're at 33%. So we're trying not to close schools, and the kids who aren't in school because they don't have teachers, we want them to get back in school. So I definitely would want to hear what your amendment are and see if they're palatable.
Ms. Lipton, and then Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Dr. Pugh for bringing this very important issue before the board. You know, it's sometimes very fortunate, and who could have thought that at the time of a pandemic in the state and a crisis in our schools, that we would have a public health professional on this body. It's really, I think, quite significant. I'm assuming that many of you have seen me shuttling in and out of the room, and I am one of the immunocompromised people in this state who cannot tolerate any infection. No scintilla of infection. And 25 years ago, when I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, my neurologist made it very clear to me that any infection would trigger an exacerbation. For those of you who are unfamiliar with multiple sclerosis, an exacerbation can involve loss of vision, can involve loss of mobility, and can involve loss of cognitive function. So I do take the work of a resolution that would set forth parameters under which our schools can act and to give guidance to what is a very, very confusing time. But from someone who has, as I said, absolutely no tolerance for infection, I believe that I speak for any number of children in our schools, as well as teachers, that believe certainly in individual liberty and freedom, but also believe that that individual liberty and freedom needs to be balanced with the communal responsibility to be cognizant of the impact that that individual and sometimes unfettered freedom can have on those of us who also wish to enjoy a measure of freedom to live and work and enjoy a rich life. So having said that, again, I would like to thank Dr. Pugh. I believe that this resolution is giving much needed guidance in a very, very uncertain time. And I also believe that this board, although it has been stated many times, does not have the authority to issue mandates and masks, that we do have a moral responsibility to be the grown-up in the room and to provide a measure of clarity during a time that is extremely confusing, as well as ever-changing and ever-fluid. I believe this resolution strikes that balance, and I am strongly in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you. I too would like to thank Dr. Pugh for her expertise in bringing this resolution forward, and to Ellen Lipton for helping craft it. But I too, like Dr. Albrecht at this point, am unable to support the resolution as written. And I just have a couple of statements so that the audience and everyone else is clear where I'm coming from. Personally, I believe that COVID vaccines do and will make a difference in the health of our community and the world. I come to that conclusion after my own personal, careful analysis of information that I've reviewed and discussions with healthcare providers who I personally trust. I appreciate the public service commercials and ads encouraging the public to consider vaccination. When consulted by others, I favor vaccination for anyone eligible. However, while I strongly believe the vaccines would get us to community immunity, I have come to realize that unfortunately, the COVID vaccines and the attempts to mandate them have now become the issue. We're with the forest and the trees. That, to me, is a tragedy at this point. So now what? What do we do? And I'm focused primarily on schools. I suggest encouraging the partnership that you mentioned in the resolution with school districts and county health departments to share fact sheets about vaccines to our school-age families, provide vaccination clinics at schools, for those parents or guardians who that is a safe place to go, a convenient place for them to go, to have their children vaccinated if they choose. It is a parent's responsibility, it is a parent's right as to whether their child should be vaccinated or not. I support schools using the test to stay process for children and youth exposed to COVID-19 so that if they test negative that morning, they're able to continue to go to school, because that's what we want, is we want them in school. I personally have seen that in action. It works very, very well. Personally, as you can see, I believe, based on the same reasons I've already shared, that masks do and will make a difference in our community also. I support the state board's resolution from August, which encouraged local school districts in consultation with their local county health departments to make the final decision related to masks. And I use this as an example. That process has given districts and counties the ability to monitor and adjust their reactions to COVID exposures in their own communities. Just this past week, a county in this state who had been mask optional went to mask mandate at least through the end of January because the numbers are so high. We're a local control state. That's one of those yin and yangs. It's great, and then some days it isn't so great. Our school districts since March 16, 2020 are under an immense amount of pressure as they, along with their locally elected boards, make decisions in the best interest of all of their communities. They're dealing with student learning loss, staff shortages, health and safety concerns, and they're doing their best to meet the needs of all of their students. I think that presentation this morning, supply chain issues, trying to get kids fed. This is public education, an institution that I personally believe is the great equalizer. And our purpose around this table is to support these districts. We need to advocate for them. We need to encourage them, provide best practices for them, and guidance when necessary. I can't support mandates right now regarding vaccines and masks, but I do support our assistance in helping them put together partnerships to continue to provide that leadership by stressing to parents, to staff, and to their community who sometimes influence parents and children, the importance of vaccines, the importance of masks, and as you indicated, Dr. Pugh, the importance of staying home when you're sick. Especially teachers sometimes push the envelope on that, whether they've been able to be tested or not, because I think we're all running into the testing issue. So, thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from quite a few. We're back to President Albridge. President Albridge, how many amendments do you have?
Well, I have 3 essential changes to the be it resolved, and it's really up to Pam if she would be open to these.
I don't know if I can make some comments to the 2. Is that appropriate?
It is, but I mean, we run the risk of losing board members. Just a note on that. Yeah.
One of the things that I did want to do is to thank Chairwoman Lipton for both of the resolutions, because she helped and we pretty much co-wrote those. So I thank her for that. And I just want to say that I want to apologize to teachers. I want to eventually apologize to parents. But I want to start with teachers, because as I watch in particular, national news, and I'm hearing teachers and educators be the blame for schools being closed. That does something to me. And I want to jump into the TV and I can't. It just doesn't work that way. But our teachers are forced to walk out of those buildings and they want to be there. They want to be there for those children. They want their children to be in safe spaces. They also, want their children, they know what is missing. They're ill. I hear about teachers that are taking care of sick family members. I told you my father was in the hospital and there was a person there who was ill and he was there. He had COVID 3 weeks before, but now was having long haul symptoms. And I heard his wife walk in and say, when he was getting discharged, and she was saying, I have a whole week off. And she was a teacher. So there are so many dynamics to this. And we hear teachers getting blamed when they say we can't hold it together. And if we let these kids come into this school, it's going to be detrimental to them, their health, and their family. So I apologize. I will I will use my voice to apologize to teachers for what you are going through. And eventually I will speak to parents, but I'll let us continue this conversation. And hopefully maybe I won't have to, but we've got to provide some protections for our children, and we've got to take the heat off of our teachers who are being blamed for a pandemic, for neglect of an infrastructure that is our most critical infrastructure. And so I would hope that we would give them some sort of protections in this resolution to do that.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Jason, I think you have to leave soon. How much time do you have?
I'm past time, actually, but
Okay.
I'm trying to,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So let me just share this with you. The one thing I was going to say is in August, we passed a resolution on mask mandate, so I would just ask that we put that same language into this one, and then we update. You tell me if you're even willing to accept those before.
Okay. Okay, so this takes out masking all, wait, where is it?
It takes out the requirements.
Okay, you're saying put the other, the local? I'm not understanding.
That would be for this one.
Okay. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I have a problem with us, and I'm one who has touted local control when we're talking about education systems. But what happens in Africa impacts me. What's happening in Lansing, Michigan, in Saginaw, Michigan. What happens in Flint or Macomb impacts me right here, or all the way in Saginaw. So local control for a global pandemic that's not subsiding, but continues to hospitalize children. Children have died. It continues to be the top 10 cause of death. And orphans children, which to me has just as great, maybe a greater impact, according to research I've seen, has led to decreased years of life. So diabetes, that's another one. And when we talk about African American children and indigenous children and Latino children, those numbers are even worse. And what goes on again in another community, we can have a child that lives in Flint. They might go to school in Genesee County, but don't go to Flint Community School. So if they have a mask mandate, somebody else doesn't. I could go on and on and on, but I know we're pressed for time, and I don't think I'm going to influence anyone here. So this is where I just apologize to parents, and I will say that I will continue to fight for the children. I will continue to fight for children and for the parents who are concerned about being here and healthy for their children. And let the chips fall where they may. And, you know, at the end of the day, we have to answer to the decisions that we make. So.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Marilyn, a roll call vote, please.
Lipton.
Yes.
McMillan.
No.
Pritchett.
No.
Pugh.
Absolutely, yes.
Snyder.
No.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly. Absent. Albrecht.
No.
3, 4, 1. Fails.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, we are sitting at, you need to take off, I understand. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging in. We appreciate it. Thank the family as well. Board members, we are sitting at 10 till 6, and we are returning to public comment.
Do we have somebody that you can let in for public comment, Mike? Is there a caller? Caller, if you could please give your name, where you're from, and provide your comments. Thank you for calling and hanging on the line, everyone.
Hi. My name is Kathleen Lucas. I'm a parent in Zeeland, Michigan. I'm calling in today to implore you to vote yes on today's resolution to strongly support universal masking in all schools, as well as all other critical layered mitigation strategies outlined in this proposal. Quick fun fact, because I've heard a lot about this today, a recent peer-reviewed study reflected that children who participated in the study scored higher recognizing emotions after masking for much of 2 years than the average emotional recognition scores before the pandemic. The preliminary indication is that mask wearing does not harm social emotional development. The voices of the board members are needed to keep Michigan's children safe in school and help reduce spread of COVID, not just within schools, but in communities. This is not a political issue. This is a public health and safety issue. Ottawa County, where we live, rescinded their K-6 mask mandate upon return from winter break. My 5-year-old is in kindergarten this year. She is currently the only person in her classroom following CDC and MDHHS recommendations by wearing a mask. She is setting a better example than her teacher. Why are we putting these decisions on a 5-year-old's shoulders? For parental choice in regard to masking in school, it feels as though mine has been taken away. For 2 years, my family has chosen to avoid high-risk situations whenever possible to limit our part in community spread. Now that masks are no longer required at our school, we are exposed to every birthday party, family get-together, and indoor concert attended by my children's peers. The same events that we've avoided and set aside and given up for 2 years in an attempt to do the right thing. There needs to be uniformity across all schools in our state. Everything in the resolution is deemed necessary by experts in their fields to mitigate COVID. Director Hertel stated this yet again today that the MDHHS is recommending universal masking for all K-12 schools in Michigan. Layered mitigation helps keep children safe in schools. This has been proven by science time and time again to be true. Hospitals and medical professionals are begging for help. Parents are begging for help to protect their children while they're in school. Despite massive surges in cases and hospitalizations, there are many school districts refusing to implement masking or other mitigation measures. Local control is not working. You see that in the number of kids out sick from school currently. You see that with the number of staff out sick, which is quickly becoming unsustainable as there are already systemic staffing shortages. Who wants to come into a school to substitute teach? A school that has lacked COVID mitigation. We need your voices. Choices of children and parents, especially those at high medical risk, are being stolen from them time and time again. They are relegated to literally risking life to give their child any semblance of normality with an in-person education, and oftentimes they have no choice at all due to circumstances and are forced into putting their children into unsafe school environments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
A school that has lacked COVID mitigation.
Hello, caller, could you please mute the meeting in the background?
All right.
And if you can please give us your name and where you're calling from and provide your comment.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Jen, get the phone. How long does she have?
3 minutes. Yes, how long does she have?
Are you asking how long the public comment is?
How long before she has to get on the phone?
Now.
Right now, public comment right now. You're up to bat.
All right, John.
Well, she has waited for hours, let's be fair.
Of course, we've got other stuff too. Do you want something better than that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Is the caller, is the person that's going to make the comment there?
Oh, he hung up.
Okay. Can you admit someone else, please, Mike? Thanks for your help today. Those of you who are listening, we appreciate you waiting.
Okay. You've got such a long drive home.
Hello? Caller?
Giving you a hard time.
Caller, could you please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments? Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Georgie. I'm calling from Franklin, Michigan.
Yes.
My husband and I have 3 children, ages 8, 10, and 12. First and foremost, we strongly believe that forced medical procedures should not be a requirement for a child to receive a public education. We also feel that healthy children should not be subjected to forced vaccination, as the risk of severe infection is extremely low in children. There are documented risks and adverse reactions from the COVID-19 vaccine in children. Furthermore, the long-term safety of this vaccine remains unknown, and the harms and risks of new medicines are often not revealed until many years later. As parents, we need to seriously consider how this vaccine can impact our children, and only a parent can know what is best for their child. With regard to masking our children in school, it is our strong opinion that children need to see expressions on a person's face when they interact and clearly hear what someone is saying. Our children have been masked for nearly 2 years in a school setting, and through this time have been deprived of emotional expression from their teachers and other students. Not to mention, we feel it is unhealthy to be wearing a mask for 8 hours a day. The question we have is, why are we continuing to mask our children in schools if they are subject to quarantine even with the masks on? Ultimately, we feel the decision to mask a child at school should be left up to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, may I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then you can provide your 3 minutes of comments?
Hello, sorry. Chelsea Schaefer in St. John's.
Okay.
Hello. I am here today to insist that you do not sign a resolution that would diminish the authority of the parents of Michigan's children. As parents, it's our responsibility to decide if our children should or should not wear masks, get tested, or vaccinated. It is absolutely unacceptable for this authority to be stripped from parents. So again, please fully reject the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please. Thanks for calling. Please state your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments. Caller, are you there?
They've been on hold for so long.
Caller, are you there? Turn on the lights because I called it 3 times last night. Please turn on the lights on the 4th floor Hannah Building, north side.
Oh.
Yep. Yes. Merrill and Schneider. Is there a caller there?
Well, I got light on my phone on the downstairs.
Thank you. One last try. Is there a caller on the line? Somebody want to offer public comment?
Talk to that kid.
Okay, Mike, let's move on.
You tried.
We did. Mike, may I have another caller, please? You're not calling central control, are you? Because I already did. Get the lights on.
I don't know how to call central control.
Well.
Hello, are you there?
I am here. Can I have your name and where you're calling from, please, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Yes, hi, my name's Carrie Z. I'm from Franklin Village in Oakland County, Michigan.
Okay, please comment.
Hi, thank you. I'm a parent of children that are currently in elementary school, and I'm just upset because while I'm in the trenches trying to do my part in this pandemic, I'm trying my very best to do everything I can within the small power that I have to help. And I and thousands of other parents do support masking, testing, improved indoor ventilation, improved water quality, and anything to keep kids healthy. Watching so many people fall ill into the New Year's COVID surge, I personally also support a brief pivot to remote instruction for 2 weeks just to keep kids and staff healthy and out of the hospital. We've heard our local hospitals begging for help, and quite frankly, it's getting kind of scary. Their ability to treat patients of all types, including COVID, attacks, injuries, anything. I support negative COVID tests as a requirement to attend school in person. This surge is out of hand, and our state's hospitals, like I said, are begging for everyone to do their part. There are things the Michigan Board of Ed can do and can work with the MDHHS to curb the pandemic's effects on learning loss. Learning loss happens when you are sick or in the hospital for sure, if you make it home okay. I'm in alignment with thousands of working parents across our state and country that worry for their kids and want their kids healthy. They are tired of covering for everyone else being careless. They also may not be able to stop working this long during the day to participate in this board meeting. So I'm just hoping to voice my concerns and be there for people who may not be able to make this call. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. If you could please mute whatever's in the background, that'd be awesome. And can I have your name and where you're calling from? And then you can provide your comments.
Yep. Tara Phillips, Linden, Michigan. Can you hear me?
Not very well. If you can make yourself a little louder, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there?
Yep, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So far.
Hey, I'm sorry, this is Tara Phillips.
If you can hear me, I cannot hear you at all now. There's bad feedback.
You're being attacked by a helicopter.
Okay, Mike, Tara? Tara, are you there?
He silenced it.
Okay, maybe Mike, can we bring the next person in? Please give me your name and where you're from and provide your comments. Thank you. Oh, this is Tara back.
No, she just left.
Hello?
Yes, is this Tara?
No.
No.
No, this isn't Tara.
Okay, can I have your, we're having trouble here, so my apologies for being confused. May I have your name,
Not
where
a
you're
problem.
calling from, and please provide your comments. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Lisa Capatina, and I'm from Plymouth, Michigan. While the Michigan State Board of Education's effort to keep children in school and to promote safety for all is strongly supported and appreciated, after reviewing your current resolution, as an informed citizen and parent, I have concerns I ask you to consider. However, for the record, and contrary to what has been suggested today, I am not an anti-vaxxer, not a Google researcher. I do listen to experts. I'm not careless, and I am a grown-up in the room who can think for myself. Whereas your resolution cites the CDC recommendation as a reason to support continued school masking, please share the report the Michigan School Board used to support this mitigation as one effective in reducing transmission and also one without safety consequence. While the CDC has vacillated since the beginning of the pandemic on recommendations, multiple OSHA experts have been consistent in their assertion that the masks worn by our children are not effective in limiting specifically the spread of COVID-19. In addition, many of your own teachers, therapists, and counselors have collectively spoken to the negative impact that those masks have on teaching and their devastating consequences on learning. I am frustrated by the decision to still support mandatory masking while alternative information from licensed experts is not even discussed, and there is continued disregard for the voice of those parents who for the last 6 months have begged to recognize the needs of all students, those who want or need to wear a mask and those who cannot. After 2 years of strategies that don't work, I challenge you to use other tools available to combat the crisis in your layered prevention strategy to balance the concerns of all. To limit the transmission and infection, use COVID funding to ensure air cleaning through installing better ventilation, ensure frequent hand hygiene, encourage staying at home when symptoms persist, while also funding healthy meal options and vitamins to boost immune system and encourage the importance of healthy lifestyle behaviors and personal responsibility. Referencing the results of one Livingston County caller, I respectfully suggest your board reach out to the Livingston County Health Department for the results of their pilot program done in conjunction with their school superintendent. The results presented actually showed no mask mandates and decreased social distancing from 6 feet to 3 feet were not found to show increased transmission. With all due respect, the positivity rate and the school staffing shortages are not our children's problem. They're ours, and as adults, we need to work together to fix them without politics while respecting individual rights and the freedom to choose. I thank you all for your time today, your consideration, and the very long day that we've all had in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, may I have your name and where you're from, and then please provide your comments?
Hi. Hi, my name is Tessa Jansma. Oh, sorry. I live in Wyoming, but I have 2 children in Granville schools now, and one to start this fall. From the beginning of all of this, I have had a deep intuitive feeling something was way off. I knew this vaccine mandate would come at the table at some point, but to have it come when the SCOTUS is still deliberating Biden's mandate is concerning. Let me first say, vaccinated people can and will still spread and get this disease. We are creating a two-tiered society with absolute no logic behind it. Where has the common sense gone? I keep hearing this percentage of protection the vax have over the unvaxxed, yet everyone vaccinated I know has just gotten over COVID. Do any of you know the percentage of risk this experimental vaccine imposes on our children? Children have been the least affected when they do catch COVID. The fact this does not prevent transmission should be the end of this discussion. Why are you all even considering mandating a vaccine that only lessens symptoms to a group that symptoms are naturally low as it is? Even Dr. Fauci said on MSNBC that many of the children hospitalized are with COVID as opposed to being there because of COVID. Meaning, and these were Dr. Fauci's words, if a child goes in with a broken leg, they test everybody that comes in for COVID, and if the test comes back positive, they are counted as a COVID hospital stay instead of the broken leg. He admits they are overcounting these children. Requiring testing for healthy children is absurd and wrong. How many false positives are out there? If you think reinstating the mask mandate will help, are you going to allow cloth masks? I see at least 3 of you in the room have cloth masks on, even though you've been told by the CDC they do not work. I believe you would. They have become a security blanket and nothing more. Parent choice is essential here in Michigan. Keep it that way or be prepared for thousands of children to be pulled to avoid this potential death shot. If the vaccine works, then those afraid are more than welcome to get it. If it doesn't work, unless everyone gets it, then we have become a society so dumbed down that we are willing to put our children in harm's way for other people's uneducated insecurities. Give me liberty or give me death. Stand up now to this tyranny or be prepared for homeschooling to take over Michigan until all of you tyrants are voted out. Obviously not the ones, most of them in the room still, but watching this is just disgusting. How split this room is, and just the absolute denial to see the facts. Omicron is less deadly than the flu. That is fact. And you are just denying it because you're pushing an agenda. And to the one that said that she liked the commercials, the ones brought by Pfizer, how much do you guys have in stock in Pfizer or Moderna? Like, what are you getting from this? You're blatantly ignoring facts. It's astounding to watch. You all will be voted out. Thank you to the 2 who have stuck up for parent choice.
Thank you for calling.
Do you ever wish you were an octopus? Thank you.
I might have messed you up there.
Oh, well, we can fix it. Whoop. We have another caller, Mike, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is there some feedback in the back? Do you have the meeting on or something? If you could turn that off.
I just turned it off. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Can you tell me your name, where you're from, and then provide your comments?
Thank you. My name is Rachel Atwood, and I'm from Jenison, Michigan. I'm a precinct delegate, former social worker, and mother to 2 children, one of them being my 7-year-old special needs son with developmental delays, speech delays, and sensory issues. I'm concerned that my son will never learn to speak properly when all of his teachers are covering their faces. I removed both of my children from the public schools 2 years ago when I saw how our schools had no problem violating the Americans with Disabilities Act while enforcing overreaching measures. These masking measures cause developmental harm to young children like my son, and they don't work. I do applaud your desire to want to protect your teachers and students. However, you have 2 of the nation's top leading exposure scientists. I'm talking about Kristen Megan Kelly and Tammy Clark. They are industrial hygienists who don't work for the government and have been working around the country to help schools properly keep their children safe. And schools in our state have ignored them.
I don't see a single one of them on any task forces for Michigan. Instead, we have healthcare workers, doctors, and public health professionals creating risk mitigation measures that are not subject matter experts on controlling viral exposure. That is for industrial hygienists to advise on. Listening to the wrong experts is like going to a gynecologist for a tooth cleaning. You are being advised by experts, but not the right ones. Engineering controls are the only mitigation effort able to lower exposure. No mask, source control, and no respiratory protection is going to stop the spread. No medical device or medical treatment is one size fits all. Masks or experimental gene therapy have risks, and for many, the risks posed by those things are actually far greater than that of COVID. My son, who cannot mask or be vaccinated, has been unable to receive appropriate education that doesn't violate his ADA protected rights for almost 2 years now. My child should not be treated by his therapists or teachers like he's a walking biohazard. If teachers are truly scared of COVID, are they also choosing to never grocery shop? Do they not go on vacation? Do they never go to a movie theater, concert, church, or social gatherings where there isn't 100% masking or vaccination? Statistically speaking, it's more likely that they may die in a car accident. They're taking a greater risk with their life by driving to our schools than by being in them. Please contact Kristen Megan Kelly or Tammy Clark to talk about installing iWave air systems in the schools with your millions of dollars of COVID funding, and stop promoting measures that are ineffective and potentially harmful to those who are experiencing them. We will continue speaking up and advocating for our kids, and nothing is one size fits all in life other than the gospel of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Thanks for your patience, caller. Would you please give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments? Caller?
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm at work now, so unfortunately I can't provide my comments.
Okay, thanks for your patience.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Very nice. I'm sorry? No. He left about, no, I'm going to say about 10 minutes later.
Caller, may I have your name and where you're calling from, and then provide your comments, please? And if you can turn off the meeting in the background.
Done. Can you hear me?
I can.
Sorry, there's a delay. Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm from Heartland. I want to thank you for allowing us to address the board. Several of the members have left, which is unfortunate, but I want to start by educating everyone that January is National Human Trafficking Month. Sadly, every year, more than 400,000 children disappear in the United States, which is equivalent to 750 grade schools, and we're hearing nothing about it. 400 children who are sold into sex trade and trafficked. 400,000 children per year are being raped and abused by mentally ill adults. The children are kidnapped, coerced, and preyed upon by evil perpetrators, and they're being sold into a life-destroying industry. That is the real pandemic, and I want to know why that is being ignored. I want to encourage all of you to bring to light the issue and educate the children in this state about how to stay safe from being trafficked. Clearly, this board, well, I should say -2, are not interested in our children's safety. They have an agenda. But getting back to the board's agenda, it's tough listening to those of you who are hell-bent on destroying Michigan schools with your ignorant and self-serving votes. 95% of the public comments that were cast prior to you voting were against what you voted to implement. I want to thank the board members who are using logic and are fighting for the rights of our children and opposing CRT, DEI, SEL, indoctrination, and COVID nonsense being forced on our education system, because you recognize this has nothing to do with our children's education, but rather the illogical political wishes of the left. Please stay the course because the parents support you. We're right there with you. To those pushing damaging COVID protocols, supporting divisive racial agendas, and encouraging sexual identity politics, you are ignoring the constitutional rights of our children, and you are overstepping your bounds. It is you who continue to bring up little white kids and little black kids. It's not the parents, it's you who voted for CRT. That is not what Martin Luther King had in mind when he famously said, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Why is Martin Luther King being ignored in CRT? As for COVID, you are lying about the numbers and you are perpetuating fear-mongering. Therefore, you are the problem. I have pulled my child from public schools because I'm very concerned about the trajectory of our local school districts, and it's clear that the Michigan board and local school boards are taking full advantage of COVID fights and are rushing in destructive policies that hinder our children's learning and social development, as well as ignoring our children's constitutional rights and those destructive and divisive policies that are contained in CRT, DEI, and SEL, and the manufactured 1619 project, which is Marxist propaganda. You won't need to worry about the number of teachers because you won't have students to teach. Our children have the right to quality education, and our children are not going to be used to propel leftist political agenda or give their body autonomy rights away because of adults who are ignorant to COVID truth. Please stop implementing policies and taking away our children's freedom of speech,
Thank you
freedom
for
of
your
thought.
comments, ma'am.
Thank you.
When we get a moment, I have a question.
We have a moment.
I continue to get texts and emails from, let me see, it's coming up as PG, and they're asking if we've received their request, if they will be receiving a phone number, but if someone could respond to them maybe in email, because I think we said that we would be checking our emails.
PG?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna forward you there.
Okay.
They would wait all night if necessary.
They want an opportunity to we're happy to. We've got 21 in the lobby, and they can come up next.
Okay, caller, thanks for your patience. May we have your name, where you're from, and please provide your comments?
Yes, my name is Emily Kolonki-Pasternak, and I'm from Brighton, Michigan. I'm sharing the story of a friend, Julie Zalewski, also from Brighton Township. Our 7-year-old son, a second grader, contracted COVID at the end of September. Our son did wear a mask to school, but he was only one of 3 in his classrooms who did. We thought he had very mild symptoms and was a lucky one and was going to sail through COVID. He never even got a fever or a cough, but then on day 5, we suddenly heard him screaming, and he was shaking, saying his heart was beating so fast, and it was scaring him. It felt as if his heart was coming through his chest. His heart rate continued to race on and off for several weeks. We do not know the damage this may have caused his heart long term. We just pray that through follow-up care, we can monitor any long-term COVID effects. In addition, our 7-year-old son now has to drink meal replacement shakes because 3 weeks after contracting COVID, food began to smell awful and taste like chemicals. Our son cannot tolerate even bananas, which were his favorite snack. If you haven't heard of, I'm going to say this wrong, parosmia, please look it up. It affects children and adults who have had COVID, and it can make food taste or smell like garbage. Parosmia can take up to 3 years to resolve, and scientists and doctors are at the beginning of their understanding of long COVID, so we do not know all the side effects until studies have been completed. I share our story because our school district has gotten rid of quarantines and contact tracing and never required masks. Our county health department has had epidemiologists quit due to the political push of administrators and county commissioners. Commissioners even refuse money to help trace and test for COVID. Parents' concerns are ignored, and children are coming to school COVID positive because they can. Children are not being sent home if they are coughing in class. Livingston follows no CDC guidelines. If our child is a close contact, we are not advised in time to take precautions. We do not know what our son would go through if he again contracts COVID. His little heart has been through a lot, and he has lost weight due to the parosmia. Dying of COVID should not be the only marker schools consider. Masks need to be mandatory to help our children get safe and free of the long-term effects of COVID. It isn't like the flu, and it surely isn't just a cold. Side effects are real and unrelenting. Vaccines can only help so much, especially with low vax rates. We need the state to protect not only our children, but the community. School spread becomes community spread, likely to reach those who are immunocompromised and high risk. Please mandate masks before more children suffer. We need help. We need your help. Mask studies have proven their effectiveness. We need children in the classroom, but safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please. May I have your name and where you're calling from? Oh.
Again.
May I have your name and where you're calling from, please?
Yes, my name is Angela Hall, and I'm calling from Iron Mountain, Michigan.
Great.
Are we on?
We are on, and glad to hear from you, Upper Peninsula, and thanking you for your patience.
Yes, no problem. Well, I'm pleased to be on. My name is Dr. Angela Hall, and as I stated, I reside in Iron Mountain, Michigan. I'm a mother of 4. Sorry, I just had to run to the phone. I'm a mother of 4 kids that attend the Brighton Township schools in Kingsford, Michigan. I love the people of my district, and up until the last 2 years have been a strong supporter of those public schools. Many board members today have blamed teacher shortages and other problems on the pandemic. I respectfully disagree. It is the school system's reaction to the pandemic which is destroying our schools. Mandated quarantine of healthy individuals, mandated masks, social distancing, and remote learning have all contributed to the degradation of quality education and overall emotional well-being of children and teachers. The majority of parents I know, and I have gotten to know a lot of them over the summer and up until now, are vehemently against mask mandates and vaccine mandates. How dare someone other than the guardian, parent, or healthcare provider choose to make my healthcare decisions for my children? This is not the duty of the school. This is the duty of the parent, guardian, and healthcare provider. Mark my words, there will be a mass exodus of students in the public school system if either mandate is put in place. A board member today noted, I believe it was Dr. Pugh, and I apologize if that's wrong, all credible healthcare professionals support masks. And I believe I quoted that pretty closely. I am in fact a credible healthcare professional. I am a University of Michigan trained general dentist. I am an expert not only in oral health care, but the proper use of PPE, including masks. I spent semesters of my life being trained on this very topic. If anyone thinks that school-age children are using masks appropriately and safely, they are completely disillusioned and should most certainly better educate themselves on the topic, especially if they are sitting on the Michigan Department Board of Education. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask, get a vaccine, don't get a vaccine. The choice should be up to the individual or parent. Thank you very much. I know this has been a long day for everybody.
Thanks for calling. Next caller, please. May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, this is Kathleen Davitois. I'm calling from Fowlerville. Thank you. This is regarding the resolution regarding the layered public health approach to keep schools open during pandemic. The former head of the United Kingdom's COVID-19 task force is calling for a new targeted strategy that treats COVID like influenza, while also ditching the country's mass vaccination program. Dr. Clive Dix, who headed up the UK task force from December 2020 until April 2021, is also calling for a new normality in how the country approaches the pandemic. Notably, try to manage the virus rather than halt its spread, as Omicron is making the rounds since it's less virulent and serious than the flu. If we wouldn't have brought in the measures in November 2019, why are we doing it now? What's the specific justification for doing it? If the severity of COVID infection is falling away to the point that it's comparable with flu, then we really shouldn't have exceptional levels of intervention. This is sound and reasonable. Why are you continuing to push the same rhetoric, masking, social distancing, vaccinations, etc., when they have all failed to bring this pandemic to an end? Not to mention the negative consequences to our children who have to put up with this. Masking, social distancing, and COVID vaccines all have true and real adverse events to our children,
and they don't deserve this. This resolution has lost my trust that the board is truly motivated to act in the interest in those they claim to serve. Reject this resolution and any resolution that comes forward regarding this. Put our children first. Stop pushing fear from adults onto our kids. Please also reject any form of CRT, DEI, SEL. These are racist and destructive. Please also reject any sexuality, gender identification curriculum in our schools. Keep it out of the schools. Reminder that our government was created to protect our freedoms, period. We are responsible for our own health and health decisions. Every parent's freedom to mask or not mask, test or not test, vaccinate or not vaccinate their children needs to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Can you please let me know your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, my name is Ethan Hodgson. I live in Hale, Michigan, current representative for the Constitution Party in the 5th District of Michigan and candidate for the Michigan Board of Education in 2022. I'd like to speak on the fact of the effect that these matters hold over our students as a whole. Regarding the attendance and the ability of children to make it to school, I think on the flip side of this coin, if we continue to enforce things like this, we're still going to find the same situation, except for different reasons. Parents aren't going to want these injections and these masks to be forced upon their children, so they're going to keep their children home. And this is affecting us, like comments previous have been stated today. This is affecting our children on a very wide scale when it comes to their mental health, when it comes to their well-being, their socialization skills. Everything is being taken from our children right now. And not only do I not think that we should encourage these things, at the same time that health advisory is not a job prescribed to the Board of Education in the first place. And to the many commenters today, I would like to make that a very big point. This board does not have the power to mandate anything in our school systems. The majority of what goes on in our school systems is put to the locality for a reason. And I believe that these matters need to stay there, especially when we're getting more numbers of people dying from these vaccinations and having heart complications ages 18 to 40 than we are seeing of the actual virus itself. The continuance of these things promotes nothing more than isolation and loneliness in our children. Not to mention that this should be a area by area situation. That's why it's handled on the local level. If you live in a hot zone, then yeah, you should probably take a little bit more precautions. But we also need to learn to live with this. This is a coronavirus. This is similar to the flu and the common cold, something that is never going to go away. This battle will never be, quote unquote, won in any sense of the word. So that I don't think there's any better time than now to start learning how to deal with this. And that's what we need to focus on going into the future, is how are we going to deal with this and give our children now and forevermore the opportunity to have normalcy. And that's what we want. We want the well-being for all the children. I know that that's what we all want in these situations. And I know there's members of the board that would like to see statewide masking and possibly vaccines for that matter as well. And I don't think that these are the answers. I think that the answers lie in, like I said previously, starting now to learn how to cope and deal with these things that are going to come back every year, that are going to come back every season, just like any other virus is going to. We must start now in learning how to cope with these things and live our lives as normal as possible with these things. If we don't, our future looks very bleak, especially for our children.
Thank you for calling. The 3-minute time limit is up. Thanks for your patience and waiting.
No problem, about 8 hours, but I love it.
Well, we're glad you love it. Caller, please state your name and where you're calling from. Name and where you're calling from, please.
Yes, this is Ross Ziggenthaler from Spring Lake, Michigan.
Please
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Please provide your comments. Thanks.
Okay. I'm just a little bit confused about whether I've been listening to an MDHS meeting or a Michigan Board of Education meeting. I believe you guys are the Michigan Board of Education meeting, but it seems like you're trying to make medical decisions for parents in this state for a virus that really does not have harmful effects on these children. I'm not sure if any of you have heard the recent news that have come out. CDC Director Walensky had just announced yesterday, or within the last few days, that 75% of COVID mortalities were the people that had died from COVID or with COVID. 75% of those people had 4 underlying comorbidities. 4. We have early treatment protocols that are available. They're being censored. They're being politicized. They're being not used. It's a crime against humanity that's happening right now. 50% of those fatalities could have been prevented with preventative early treatment that's known to work. Now I'll move on to masks in the kids. Masks have shown that they do not slow the spread. We have higher COVID numbers this year and hospitalization this year and in December of last year than we did the previous year before vaccines were even available. Most of the studies that you'll find supporting mask mandates, particularly from the CDC, all typically have 1 to 7 items in the end of the CDC studies, if anybody would actually read them, that say that these studies have limitations, that these studies are ecological and shouldn't be used for health mandates. We seem to forget that part. For the person on the board that said they believe in science, I think you've got science and religion confused. Science is meant to be questioned, always. That's what science is. Why are we silencing any opposing scientific view from virologists, from vaccinologists that are warning about mandating this vaccine that is non-sterilizing, which allows spread to continue for an RNA virus that has a plethora of zoonotic reservoirs, meaning that virus can jump to animals and then back to humans, then back to animals and mutate. Mass vaccination will cause mutations. It will cause variant escape mutations.
Thank you for your comments. Time is up. Hi, caller. If you could please provide your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Vanessa. I'm calling from Macomb County.
Please continue.
Okay, sorry, I'm listening to it on YouTube. It seems to be a delay. I am calling.
Yeah, if you could mute the background, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's muted. I've muted it. Thank you. Again, I want to thank you everyone for your time. I'm calling in today. I would like you to vote against the mask mandates, required testing, and in-school vaccination clinics across the Michigan schools. I'd like you to be aware that the most current science and research has proven that there is no difference in transmission between students in a mask-mandated school versus a non-mask mandated school. If you saw what a mess it was inside of their masks are, it would sicken you. Think back to when you were in school. How would you feel if you had to wear a mask? Masks are equivalent to abuse. They do nothing to stop anything. Vaccines also should be and always have been a choice. In Michigan, we are afforded 3 waivers, 3 exemptions, and I don't think that the staff or the students should be required to or pressured into getting a vaccine in order to seek an education. I think they should be choice. I think that testing in schools for students and employees is completely unnecessary and an unnecessary expense. We've got many, many other items that we could be putting that money towards, and testing should never be weekly or random. I would like you to consider these words and look out for the children and take a moment to reflect on how these COVID mandates have impacted our students negatively up until this point. And I would like you to make change and pivot, as everybody likes to use that word, and start to consider the long-term effects of these decisions that you're making for our children.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
May I have your name and where you're calling from, please, and then provide your comments? Caller?
Yes, hang on one second. My name is Audrey Rogers, and I'm calling from Livonia. My husband and I have 4 children. 3 of them are school age, and 1 will be school age next year. My husband is a public school teacher. He went into teaching almost 25 years ago because he had a love for teaching and a love for children. And he loved the community that he was raised in. And so he wanted to give back, and he's been teaching there ever since. However, in the last 5 years, he's been counting down the days to retirement. Teaching is not what it used to be. He comes home disappointed that he can't connect with the kids like he used to. He comes home disappointed that days are filled with teaching for the test and filled with the testing. He comes home disappointed that he has to fill out so many sheets of paper that have nothing to do with educating the children. It's such a disappointment because he loved his career and he still loves the children, but he can't wait to get out of this job and find a place where he can do what he loves. The hours that he has to put in by state mandate to keep a certificate, those trainings are filled with critical race theory indoctrination. Days are filled with fulfilling whatever SEL requirements he has. It's wasted time. Kids don't even learn cursive anymore. They don't even learn the basics. Math is now confusing instead of making sense. Our curriculum is everyday math, and the parents can't even do it because the curriculum is so confusing. Basic math, it's not that hard, but all of a sudden we have a curriculum that has made it hard.
Are you still there?
Yep, still here.
Okay.
So he wants to do the best and be the best for his children. But it's not how it works right now. I met one of my daughter's teachers. He's a new teacher, relatively new. I think he started teaching 2 years ago, fresh out of college. And he had a passion for teaching, and I thought it was refreshing. Until the other day, my daughter brought home an assignment that he had assigned, and he had the kids look up information. He had them look up articles on COVID and on the COVID vaccine. And he told them to check if the articles were correct. And to check them, go to a fact-checking site like Snopes.
Ma'am,
I could hardly believe it.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you for calling.
All right, thank you. I'm opposed to all of the mandates that take rights away from parents.
Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of feedback.
Hello?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
May I have your name and where you're from? And can you turn off the meeting in the background, please?
I don't have a meeting in the background.
Okay.
Wonderful. My name is Janice Behringer, and I'm from Novi.
Please continue.
Yes. So I oppose mandates for any kind for children of all ages. I strongly urge you to do the right thing and reject the resolution completely. Parents are the best suited to make decisions on their children's behalf when it comes down to any type of health care decisions. It's not a teacher's decision. It's not your decision. It's not the government's decision. I birthed my children. It is my decision, not yours. That is all.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
If you please give me your name and where you're calling from, and then provide your comments.
Hello, this is Diana Magiera from Troy, Michigan.
Please.
I just want to say that. Okay, I just want to say thank you for staying up this late, and I am against all the resolutions of the radical Marxist ideologies of SEL, CRT, DEI, inclusion, equity, and the unethical enforcement of universal masking, especially on our children, and any mandates on anyone that violates their medical freedom. Me and my family risked everything to come here in America. We sold everything, came with nothing to better our lives. I spent most of my childhood poor. I lived in my uncle's basement for years as my parents attained better jobs, learned better English. We were documented immigrants. It took me and my family 17 years to become citizens to this great country. I have no regrets for the wait. What is happening today in America is a disgrace, a crumbling of our country to higher crimes due to undocumented persons being allowed in, for the infiltration of criminals committing crimes, getting away with murder. What you uphold and allow is the cause and ripple effect of this. Equity and inclusion is a prime example of the thought that all are equal and should be treated equally, yet criminals should be treated as such. We cannot stand with these harmful, unlawful, political ideologies that go against all ethics, morals, and standards that do not keep our country, our schools, or our children safe. I stand for immigrants rightfully here. I stand for justice for all who deserve it. I stand for liberty because what is free in life is never free. It was fought for. And liberty demands loyalty, truth, and the brave. Liberty will be lost once given up. And I'm fighting to save this beautiful country. You should be listening to people who actually live in a different system than you. But you are ignoring us. You are hurting the future of this country itself and its foundations. I was born in communist Romania. Coming to this country was a true blessing, but seeing what you are trying to turn it into is a dishonor to all Americans living here, especially our soldiers and veterans. Tom and Nikki, thank you for standing up for our country and for our children. For the rest of you there, know that you have overstepped your boundaries and abused your powers. All the decisions you pass are not based on the majority of people, nor have you gotten a vote from the people on the decisions you make. This is exactly what communism is. Romania defeated communism by the masses and the majority won. Know that you cannot defeat the majority no matter the corruption you push. People had enough. Leave our kids alone. Take your politics off their faces and out their minds. Our kids deserve to learn academically, not radically. Our schools are not educational institutions. They are not judicial institutions. They are educational institutions. My children are not martyrs for racism. They are students. Ethics over equity, please.
Thank you for
Inclusion
calling
is
in.
exclusion. Get God back in our...
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McForn.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then you can provide your comments. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, my name is Christy Rust, and I am calling from Novi, Michigan. And I wanted to kind of just reiterate what I've been hearing all day in regards to making parents have the power to make decisions for their children based on what they feel is best for them. I do not feel it is a school responsibility or a government's responsibility to determine if my child has to have a vaccine that really has no long-term studies, or wearing masks that we have determined, scientists have determined, offer little benefit to them. And with the new recommendations coming out of this Biden administration wanting everyone to wear these KN95s, there's data out there that those are not a good choice for children. So I would highly recommend that the State Board of Education stay out of medical decisions for our children. I'd also like to just briefly comment on this test to stay that keeps coming up, or test to, if you've been exposed. I also think that that is a very poor decision, because there's no reason to be testing people, children especially, that are healthy. They need to be in school, and we need to make sure that they are staying in school when they're healthy. One more note, I'd like to say that I heard a few topics earlier regarding CRT and DEI, and I know that's a huge topic right now, and I do feel that there needs to be a lot more discussion about what it is, what it isn't, and what is appropriate for teachers to be teaching in schools, in the school my children attend. When questions were brought up, everything was removed from the website without any explanation, other than it was outdated when it clearly wasn't. They just got found out for sharing CRT and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure that, again, we should not be teaching children that they are good or bad based on the color of their skin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and you can provide your comments. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then you can provide your comments. Thanks.
Yes, hi, my name is Natalie Asamani. I'm from Highland, Michigan. I'm calling because I am an educator. I'm also a mother. I have been in the field of teaching now for about 5 years. Prior, I was in marketing. I pursued this field not for the pay. I did it because of the passion and love I have for children and for the love of art. I haven't been able to teach the way I would like to for the past 2 years since the pandemic. And I just want to know why. Why is it that we are allowing all of this stuff to override what is important here? The love and care for children and providing them a valuable education. I've come over so many obstacles as a teacher. I've been rear-ended by a text driver. I had multi-level disc replacement. I was diagnosed with a rare disease. I had vocal cord paralysis, and yet I still wore a mask, and I did everything I was supposed to do. And now I'm being forced to be mandated to get a vaccine. And so are my children are going to be considered for this too? Why? We don't even have the scientific facts to back anything up. But I guarantee if you follow the money, which $1,000 a second is what these vaccine companies are making. And they're profiting off of what? I just don't understand why we continuously allow for these things to take away our freedoms and our liberties, and now on our children's education. Please, I'm begging you, don't just hear me, listen to me. I'm telling you that these people are not calling in because they're angry or mad or want revenge. They're doing it because they genuinely care for their families and the well-being of this country. What have we become? What have we become? I ask you, please, whatever you can do, besides just listening, do what you can, please. And I'm so grateful for you sitting here all night listening to us because just being heard, it does help. But we need more than that. We need action. So please, do not do this to our children. Do not do this to us. Okay? I'm ready to find an alternate route for my children and I don't want to do that. I love my job. I'm crying every night. I don't want to have to lose my job over something I find so important because I'm at risk. I have a rare disease and I find it at risk. This should be a personal decision. This shouldn't be something based on a government mandate. There's not a one-size-fits-all, which you've heard repeatedly. Everybody has their own decision-making on this, and it's not fair to the American people. It's definitely not fair to our kids. And gosh, how traumatic would it be if they had to get a needle poked in them at school? It's already terrible that they get panic attacks just showing that they are missing a tooth and the fairy came, and they freak out because their masks are pulled down and they realize that they have to keep it on. We can't keep doing this. Please, thank you so much for taking all this time today, and that's all I have to say. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. These companies are making, and they're profiting off of what? I just don't understand why.
If you can please mute the meeting in the background.
Hello.
Hi, may I have your name and where you're calling from, please?
My name is Amy Jenkins. I am calling from Tawas City. I'm calling to my public comment.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm calling because my district that I am in the last 3 weeks, we've had a total of 5 positives of COVID. 3 weeks. We have no mask mandate. We run our school district with common sense. Our kids are in school. Our testing is doing well. Our attendance is up. Our enrollment is up. We put these kids first in our district, and we are seeing the fruits of that. These kids are enjoying being in school again. We are having athletics. We are having other events where people can come in and see our children perform or play. I want you guys to take that into consideration. We are dealing with the mental health aspect along with the educational aspect of school. We are using common sense and getting these kids back to normal. I just wish the rest of the state would. We live in a rural area, and I'm going to be honest, these big cities are all playing politics. We're not playing politics here. We're playing children here. Our kids are the most important thing to us, and they always will be. These kids will always come first up here. The other thing, Tom, Nikki, thank you so much. You are our voice at that table. You are speaking for parents. You are speaking common sense always. So please keep it up. You guys are doing a great job. Just the only thing now that I would like is some representation of Northeast Michigan and the Lower Peninsula, some representation at that table. I feel that we have no one representing us there. It's all big cities, Saginaw, Flint, Novi. We need some representation for northern Lower Michigan because this one-size-fits-all thing doesn't work for us up here. I appreciate you guys staying so long and doing public comment. You guys all have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we order pizza?
We have 10 more.
And we have more
Can
agenda.
we just get this done?
We have board member comments after that, right?
Okay. That's all we have?
And legislative.
We don't have a quorum, so.
Is it just but I think you're just reporting off, right? Yeah, I don't think it's voting on anything.
He's not going to be reporting on much.
Right, I have.
Legislature is not in
At some point, I
session.
have to go home, though,
Yeah.
because I do have living creatures in my house and nobody there, so.
We only have
if we have 10 more, then I say, let's go.
Let's roll.
Yeah.
Can I have another caller, Mike?
We're back up to 11.
Hi, caller. Please state your name and where you're from.
Good evening. My name is Celeste.
I cannot hear you, caller.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
Hold on.
Now I can hear you.
Hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. My name is Celeste, and I am calling from Detroit, Michigan.
Please continue.
All right. Thank you very much to the board for allowing public comment from the constituency here in Michigan regarding these resolutions, regarding these issues. First, I'd like to touch on the teacher shortage. Detroit recently got over $1 billion this fall to add not teachers to teach our children here in Detroit, but to add health professionals and mental health counselors, because I believe they do know what the ramifications are going to be with regards to our children's behavioral issues in school. Because we're hearing, I know teachers personally who are experiencing huge swells of behavioral issues with students in the classroom. So that's number one. I think you guys need to spend your money wisely, and not on healthcare professionals, but on actual teachers. So that'll help you out on your teacher shortage right there. Number two, the mandatory mask and testing and vaccine. The Department of Education has no authority whatsoever to make those personal medical decisions. That's between families, doctors, and the Lord himself. Those are decisions that need to be made by families alone. Now, with regards to this CRT 1619 curriculum, type of curriculum you guys want to implement in our schools all through Michigan, well, since you guys are reviewing the curriculum and to making it new, why don't you include in your curriculum that you are going to impose on Michigan children about the Black plantation owners that were here in America at the start of this country? And will you guys also address the vice president's family being held accountable for her forefathers benefiting from chattel slavery in America? Vice President Harris's family is responsible for chattel slavery here in the Western Hemisphere. I just want people to know that. I don't think you guys probably know that. And then second, since we want to give our children a well-rounded view of history, will you guys also include in your curriculum the trans-Saharan and the Barbary slave trade that happened? How about that? Since you guys want to teach about how bad white people are, why don't we treat how bad Arabs and Black people can be as well? Also, I would also like to see in your curriculum, how about you guys addressing the Libyan African slave trade that's going on today? Since we want to address the issue of slavery, there is slavery still happening today in Africa, okay? In Libya, to be precise. And then if we want to talk about more about modern day slavery, let's talk about China's human rights abuses. No, it's not that.
Thank you. Hello, caller. If you could please state your name and where you're calling from. Caller, can you please state your name and where you're calling from? They're leaving.
See, we have 12 more. So is more coming in?
They may have hung up and called back.
Hello, caller. Can you please share your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Sheila, and I'm in Macomb County. So
Let's see. Did we ever take into consideration in the past 80 years the need to mask our children for the flu? Nope, never. We never did that. More kids have passed away because of the flu than have passed away from COVID. I'm going to share a little story about my mother-in-law who got COVID. She was in a nursing home, completely locked down, with everybody in the nursing home completely vaccinated, all wearing masks. She got COVID. Wow. She got COVID in a nursing home where everybody is wearing masks and everybody's vaccinated. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law didn't get the early treatment of monoclonal antibodies because the nursing home screwed up. And she's dead now because of it. It's not because she didn't get vaccinated. It's because of the spread that happens because of vaccinated people and people that wear masks. It doesn't stop anything from happening, okay? We need to learn that. Even doctors understand that. Stop trying to push a jab, a jab and a mask mandate that don't work. If they worked, my mother-in-law would be alive right now. And if you're sitting here trying to mandate a K95 respirator onto a child, first off, they need to have a fit test done. You're going to pay for that? And secondly, they need to be trained on how to don on and don off these masks. Respirators. Do you plan to have that training? Also, we're going to have to start contacting OSHA because all of the violations that will happen from these kids, well, OSHA's going to have to come and check all those out. So you ready to accommodate all those things? No, you're not. For the people who are saying that they are trying to protect the kids, no one is nominating or electing you to protect any of their children. The virus the parents are the only people that will be protecting their kids from this virus. You were not there when they were born. You do not know their stories, so nobody has nominated you to be the hero of the world. How about we mandate a chemical to be put into your body that you don't want, that you don't approve, and that has never been tested? How about we do that to you? And then you can come back and let us know how that works out for you. We don't have a pandemic of the unvaccinated. We have a pandemic here of the politics. The majority of teachers are telling you on the phone calls today, they're telling you exactly what's going on in the schools, and you're not listening to them. What is the problem? You guys are there to do a job. Do it.
Thank you.
Please.
Your time is up. Hello, please provide your name and where you're calling from and your comments.
Hello.
Hi, may I have your name and where you're calling from and your comments, please?
Hi, my name is Lori, and I'm calling from Howell. I just wanted to call and say that I am against any and all health mandates for our children in schools. I don't think there's a place for mandates in school. Health decisions are a decision between parents, healthcare providers, and what's right for their families. I think there's been a lot of information today about how questionable and effective the vaccine is, and to mandate that on children and the population in general is just a really bad idea. And additionally, as far as the masks go, obviously I'm opposed to that. Last year when masks were mandated statewide in the schools, I kept my children out of school because I refused to let them sit in school for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and sit there with a mask over their face. So they spent the whole entire school year doing homeschooling. They suffered academically for that, but it was the choice I made as a parent to do what I felt was right. They have been back in school this year, and luckily we are in a district that is currently mandating any policies on them. So they are back in school. They're happy, they're thriving, their grades are doing better, and they're thankful to be back in school with their peers. And I'm happy as a parent that I and seeing my kids that are now more emotionally balanced. I watched them go through separation from their friends and depression during that year where they spent virtually. I just want to say that I hope that the board decides that this kind of policy has no place being mandated in schools. And I just wish that we would look at health more instead of pushing vaccines and masks. I don't hear much talk about pushing health, maybe pushing healthier options at school, more fruits and vegetables, less junk food, less sugary drinks available to kids. I think if we just got kids more around health and early protocols and doing things that help build an immune system in the body, I think are better suited for, and it's definitely an option for parents what they think is best for their kids. So I just think we're in a crossroads right now in society in general and at school. Are we going to choose between free will, medical freedom, and the right for each individual to choose what's best for them individually? Or do we want to choose a society of tyranny, taking away our right to choose and medical autonomy and the free will our Creator gave to us? And that's all I really have to say. And I appreciate you guys staying there all night to listen to us parents. And I am very excited to hear so many parents calling in and voicing their opinion on what they think is best suited for their kids. And I hope that all the comments are taken to heart from all the parents. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Caller, may I have your name and where you're from, and please provide your comments. Is there a caller on the line? Hello? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on. I can't hear you.
She's leaving. He or she.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments?
Yes, this is Tyler Davitoa from Fowlerville, Michigan.
Please continue.
I'm glad to see that the board did not approve the resolution regarding the layered approach to the pandemic response. I think comparing what the resolution has relative to Michigan's top 10 strategic education plan, it opposes the principles and goals of that plan. And particularly the goals of improving early literacy achievement, improving the health, safety, and wellness of all learners, increasing the percentage of all students who graduate from high school. I think the resolution is in direct conflict with these goals, especially when you view health and wellness through a holistic lens that includes social and emotional well-being, not just a positive virus test, which is an extremely crude and limited way of measuring health. So I think any policy that includes masking and promotes testing and exclusion is a direct hindrance to upholding the educational principles and achieving these goals. We need to walk the walk of what we are trying to teach our students. Schools are an institution of logic, reason, and critical thinking, and yet we seem to be letting fear supersede all of that, and we are on the brink of irreversibly damaging our children's education and childhood experiences. We need to return to leading our children and administering school education with reason and logic. I think that it's pretty much an undisputed fact that children have the least risk and the least to fear from COVID. And there are, as other people have mentioned, there's many more things that are deadly to children than COVID. And the majority of us go through our daily lives without really thinking about any of these risks. We've become comfortable with that low level of risk. And now this virus has come along that poses even less danger than all of those things. But for some reason, we are much more concerned about it. I think we have been led to associate a disproportionately high risk level to COVID due to our emotional response to the constant media coverage and public attention. And the data does not support the level of fear that many people have for COVID with their kids. Death caused by COVID in children is extremely, extremely rare, and serious illness is also very rare. Most children do not get infected, and when they do,
Thank
it's
you,
generally
sir.
very mild or asymptomatic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments? Caller? Caller, may I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments?
Hi, my name is Kim Kosos. I'm calling from St. Clair Shores.
Please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the board already turned down the resolution regarding mandating mitigation measures. I think it's really unfortunate that they would put that to vote before hearing all of the public comments, but it is what it is. Presently, our schools freely ban peanuts and tree nuts for the safety of children. However, at this point, more children have died or been hospitalized from COVID in the last 2 years than from food allergy responses. And yet we cannot get the same protections for children against COVID. It is truly sad how political the protection of children in communities has become. The same individuals complaining about the schools being closed or in hybrid last year are the same ones complaining about utilizing simple measures to keep these children in school this year. Essentially, they want their cake and to eat it too. The fact is, in order to protect our children, we have two options: use a layered mitigation method, or social distance via hybrid, or close completely. During the 2020-2021 school year, these were done. This year, we have tried to do things without using the layered mitigation, and it has failed in epic proportions. It is our children's right to a safe educational environment, and if other parents are afraid of a simple surgical mask, then they can make the choice to homeschool or send their children to private school. No, nobody nominated me to, quote, be the hero of the world, unquote, but I was nominated to protect my child. We have an astronomical positivity rate currently, and as one commenter mentioned, a surgical mask is not being put into one's body. Yes, we are all pretty much on the same page. Masks are annoying. Kids don't want to wear them. Kids don't want to wear pants or winter coats and hats, and yet we make them. An overwhelming number of parents opted to have their children do school virtually or homeschool them last year for the safety of their children. If parents have such an issue with mitigation procedures, then they should explore virtual or homeschool temporarily, the same as other parents have. My son is fully vaccinated, living in a household of others who are also fully vaccinated. However, his father is considered high risk, both due to his age, but also due to an autoimmune disorder. We opted for full virtual for the entire year last year. We opted for in-person this year since he was able to be vaccinated, but never in a million years did we anticipate the districts would essentially throw all mitigation measures out the window. So far, he has missed 12 days of school this year. 4 days because we made the decision to put family first, and as family, we isolated and tested prior to seeing his elderly grandparents. 1.5 days because of numerous threats circulating after the Oxford shooting. 1 day because our county positivity rate had gotten so high that our district finally mandated masks temporarily, and parents were losing their minds online, talking about having protests,
Thank you for your
having
comments.
their children.
I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks for waiting.
Hi, this is Ronnie Allen. Are you talking to me?
I am
Hello.
talking to you.
Hi, this is Ronald Allen from Allendale. I'm calling in to request that you vote against the mask mandates, vaccine mandates, and the policies to test to stay. Also, I request that you reject the resolution to oppose the legislation that would stop CRT, DEI, implicit race, and gender training in the schools. These divisive policies have no place in our schools. As far as the OSHA mandate, and especially the CMS mandate, which has nothing to do with education, please stay in your lane. It's interesting that when the heat turns up, there's a shift to another arm of tyranny. When Governor Whitmer's powers ran out, she empowered the state health department, which eventually shifted to the county health departments. Now local health departments are perhaps growing weary, and enough people just aren't ready to comply. So now it's time to flex the muscle of the State Board of Education. My other request is that you consider voting to terminate membership with the National School Board Association, as Minnesota just did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Place in our schools. As far as the OSHA mandate and especially the
If you
CMS
can please
mandate.
mute the meeting in the background, that'd be helpful. Thank you. May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Amanda Masak, and I'm calling from Essexville.
Please make your comments. Thank you.
I have huge concerns regarding our community, its well-being, and its future. Michigan is failing on so many different levels. This is my home. This is where my husband and I chose to raise our family. This is where I grew up. It is a beautiful state with so much potential. We have people moving out of the community, pulling kids out to be homeschooled, families losing their jobs and careers to become full-time teachers, and this community is losing its faith and trust in its representation, which is an extremely dangerous, slippery slope. I have seen a ton of push to become vaccinated from our health department. Let me remind you, where there is risk, there must also be choice. This vaccine is unlike any other we have ever seen before. The number of deaths and adverse reactions from this vaccine is growing daily. Why have we not seen any push from our health departments about health? For example, ways to help the immune system, proper diet, exercise, nutrition, etc. This is something that should be of utmost importance, especially during a time we need our immune systems functioning at their best. Whether we believe in the vaccine or we do not, we know that even if you get one, you can still get and spread COVID. Michiganders feel like there's an agenda being pushed rather than our well-being and health being a priority. You have the power to make a huge difference in this community's schools with our most precious constituents, our children. Look around you. Michigan is number 6 in the top states with people leaving the state. Michigan colleges and universities have dwindling student enrollment rates. School boards are discussing closing down some of their schools and letting go of their staff because of lack of students and lack of teachers. School bus routes are being canceled due to lack of drivers. The policies that have been put in place due to COVID are causing a wide range of negative psychological and physical effects on the students, pushing some to even the brink of suicide, while hampering their ability to learn. The damage these restrictions have caused far outweigh any threat from COVID. These policies have created an emotionally, spiritually, and physically unsafe place for our children. They have been made to feel that the world is dangerous, have become afraid of one another, and judge one another, all while bearing the unnecessary and ridiculous burden of keeping adults safe. Wearing masks, quarantining, social distancing, contact tracing, the removal of sports and or certain activities, temperature checks, and testing has created an epidemic of anxiety, depression, and fear in our children. It has to stop. When schools are following guidance from health officials, they need to be certain that any protocols they are creating for their students avoid offending the Constitution. Many of these protocols have resulted in children not getting the education that is their human right. Fear does not and cannot discredit the fact that we have rights. Rights that have been given to us by God cannot be taken away from us by man. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
One another, all while bearing the unnecessary.
If you can please turn off the meeting in the background and then give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments. Thanks for your patience.
This is Ann from Livingston County, and I just wanted to bring to the board's attention about the 2013 Supreme Court case that talked about mRNA injections, which create a new genome that can be patented and owned by the patent holder. You will never mandate for our children in Michigan to be patented and owned by any of these vaccine manufacturers. I also want to talk about my nephew that's at Plymouth Canton School, and after the Oxford shooting and all these other schools all around Michigan had threats. These children were scared under their desk for hours in the dark with the doors barricaded. And you want to know what that teacher told my nephew? What that teacher was most worried about for those students in that classroom was to pull up their masks. These children have asthma. Now they have anxiety for school shootings, and the teacher's response to them being scared, locked down for hours while they tried to clear the school, was to pull up your mask. This is ridiculous. The focus needs to be on education with our students. This is the third school year that has been affected for these students. And I want to remind the board that these same students are going to be the ones that are going to be wiping your butts when you're in nursing homes. So you need to keep that in mind. Your focus needs to be on education. Get out of our healthcare. It is not your job. It is not your business. And please take care of these students. And if you hadn't heard, there was an incident in Brighton Middle School where a psychologist had her whole door decorated with flyers. And while it might look all nice, talking about inclusion and mental illness and things of that nature, on those flyers was a website called You Revolution. I highly suggest you look it up. This needs to be taken out of our schools. When we tried to bring it to the principal's attention, the email was blocked because it's basically pornographic. It's disgusting. It should not be in our schools. Stop and focus on their education. Focus on the basics for our students. That's it.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
They're laughing at me. Somebody. I think he's laughing with you.
No, he's laughing at me. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hi. Are you talking to me?
I am talking to you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling.
Mercy, have that effect on
Thank
people.
you for all of you that stayed on to hear all these public comments. I know it's been a long day for all of us.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, my name is Maya Hahn, and I am from Ottawa County. And I have been an educator for the special education populations for over 23 years, and one who has always advocated for our students of all abilities and all talents. I'm a speech-language pathologist and an autism specialist, and since the beginning of these COVID mitigation strategies, I have been appalled at the total lack of the Michigan Department of Education's acknowledgement that the majority of our special needs students are not able to tolerate the masking mandates, and that the department's mitigation strategies for COVID-19 are significantly compromising not only our special needs population, but all of our students in their learning, in their behaviors, and in their mental and physical health and well-being. As an interventionist, I am required to only provide data-driven intervention strategies, and I am required to track the outcomes of those interventions to determine if they are appropriate and successful. It is the ethical and the legal responsibility of the Michigan Department of Education to ensure you're providing an appropriate and valid and data-driven education to all students, and to be tracking those outcomes and adjusting educational practices that are failing our students and not meeting their educational needs, period. I am very pleased that you have not passed the layered COVID response resolution today, and I ask you to go further. I want to know why Nikki and Tom are the only ones advocating for our students and for data-driven strategies and interventions. I have wondered why in the past 2 years, as more and more data has come out demonstrating the harms of these COVID mitigating strategies, why a majority of this board isn't advocating for appropriate education for our students. So I did some digging, and yesterday I figured out why, and I am so appalled and I'm so sickened to find out that the Michigan Department of Education and our Michigan school districts have contracted with the federal government to receive $3.35 billion from the ARP grant by promising to continue to mass mandate our kids, to keep up on the testing and social distancing and the isolations, and most troubling, to promise to implement vaccine clinics in our schools to pressure and bully our Michigan students into taking a pharmaceutical that has zero long-term safety data. I ask the board to please look at the data, listen to your colleagues that are asking you to reflect back on the outcomes, and to show and demonstrate, as we are now seeing the CDC says, that these masks are not working, the vaccines do not stop transmission, and it is time to find other strategies that we can live and successfully educate all students and protect them from these outside political forces that are harming them. And I thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there a caller on the line? Hi, caller. Can you tell me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments?
Lauren Martin from China Township, Michigan.
Please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Good evening. Thank you for staying to hear what we all have to say. I understand the giant task at hand. I have a few questions for the board. How does the Board of Education plan to handle the staff shortages if they implement a mask or vaccine mandate? It is no question that mandates will inflict job loss for everyone, including the food service personnel that spoke earlier. But what does 15 to 25% job loss look like for an entire state, for all educational institutions, especially abruptly? How is the state prepared to handle such a tremendous and no doubtably difficult loss? It doesn't matter who gets vaccinated or wears a mask if there's nobody to work and run the schools. It also isn't going to matter if there are no kids in the schools. The state is facing losing tens of thousands of students in these mandates if these mandates are recommended and approved. Not only is that millions of dollars in funding lost, it will in turn force districts to eliminate staff as well, close schools, and regress as a whole. What is the Board of Education's plan to deal with the consequences of recommending, supporting, and enforcing suggested mandates, both at the staff level and the loss of funding? You cannot recommend or enforce mandates that you are not prepared to handle. It is irresponsible and unethical, not to mention unconstitutional. I also want to point out that none of you have referenced a single expert on OSHA safety standards for masking, especially its standards for long-term use, or proper air ventilation or any other mitigation options available, nor have any of you referenced a single expert in the efficacy of this vaccine, all of which you would like to mandate on our children. I would like to reiterate the fact that every single person has a choice and means to protect themselves as they see fit from this virus. Every person in the state has a right and ability to wear a mask, get a vaccine, or self-isolate if they choose. As a parent of 5 small children, I demand that I, as their parent, always have the final say in what happens to my children, and that includes in their educational setting that we, the people, pay for. You are elected officials that are given the responsibility of overseeing the education of our children in this state. You are not medical professionals and do not have the knowledge or expertise to decide what is medically best for my children or any child. I implore each and every one of you to not support, recommend, or enforce any mandate in regards to masking, testing, vaccination, or quarantines for staff or students. My favorite quote of the day today: get your politics off my kids' face. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Caller, may I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments? Hello? Caller?
Hello.
Hi, this is Marilyn. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yeah, Andrew Gamicia from Shelby Township. I just want to say that first, I'm shocked at the board's disregard for Robert Rules of Order by not providing the resolution to the public on the website prior to this, and also for tabling public comment until after the vote. That being said, I commend the board for voting against this resolution and thank those who stayed to hear the rest of the public comments. The data in this resolution isn't even supported with sources, and it's pretty inaccurate. There should not be vaccine stores in our school districts, in our schools.
Same thing everyone else is doing. They gotta just wait.
Our educators have more important issues than to be the mask police. There are a lot more serious things going on in the schools that need to be addressed than whether or not a child's wearing a mask. And lastly, this resolution goes beyond the scope of this board's authority, and the parents should be the ones deciding health issues for their children, not school boards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come and just show and demonstrate, as we are now seeing with CDC.
Can you, caller, can you please mute whatever's on in the background?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. May I have your name and where you're from?
Yes, hi, this is Tara Phillips. I'm from Linden, Michigan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I know you tried calling earlier and we had bad feedback, so I'm glad you got back in.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much.
Please continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. So regarding teacher shortage, my first question is, where is all the funding coming from? At the end of the day, it is our taxpayer dollars. It may not say on paper that I am a teacher, but with all this quarantining and virtual learning, I feel like I most certainly qualify for that title. These quarantines have shown a lot. Do I have the ability to submit for my student loan reimbursement since I have become an educator over the last 2 years? Money seems to always be the response to these solutions. Don't get me wrong, there's no doubt in my mind some of these teachers out there deserve it. How about we back these teachers for choice when it comes to mandates? Let me be clear, choice is not making them mask and test weekly with an approved exemption. This is called discrimination. Let's work on keeping our teachers in schools. I will have to table the CRT, SEL, and DEI for another day, but let's just say they are very racist. Why are we trying to stop teaching racist with racism, in fact? Does this make sense? Has anyone been watching the news headlines lately? U.S. Navy warship 100% immunized, the COVID outbreak. Cornell University reports more than 900 cases, mainly fully vaccinated. Cruise ship, fully vaccinated, COVID outbreaks. I can go on with these stories reported by the news. Let's shut the news and communicate and use common sense. I personally know of 8 people within the last 6 weeks who are fully vaccinated and who have gotten the COVID booster, and within 1 to 4 weeks they have gotten COVID, one of which was hospitalized within 24 hours. The other has different health concerns. The Genesee County School Toolkit states the following: if you are vaccinated, you do not have to quarantine. Please tell me why. Why don't both the vaccinated and unvaccinated need to quarantine right away? According to the CDC site, a vaccinated person can get and spread the Delta variant. When the kids test at school, does it tell you what variant they have? So tell me this, the Genesee County Toolkit guidelines are creating spreaders, and frankly, they are discriminating. Has anyone looked at the VAERS reporting? I pulled it up yesterday, and it's 299 pages long with COVID side effects, and they say only 1% are reported. This is frightening. Let me also state I do stand for choice because I don't want mine taken to be away from me. I say we table this mandate conversation for 55 years when the data comes out. I am a parent. It is my job and only my job to parent and protect my kids and make health decisions for my kids. I make different health decisions as to what I see fit for each of my children. Michigan Constitution, Article 3, Section 2 reads as follows. Free public elementary and secondary schools.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Phillips, and thank you for calling back.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Hello?
Hello, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had answered. Hold on one sec. I'm trying to turn off the TV for you. My name is Jen Culp, and I live in South Lyon.
Please continue.
I want to say for the record that I oppose mask mandates, testing mandates, and any sort of vaccine mandates. I also do not support virtual learning. I want to comment on the fact that some are saying these calls seem one-sided. I believe this is because we are the ones in opposition. You are hearing the hurt voices of those affected by how this pandemic is being handled at the country and educational levels. I want to take a moment to thank all the educators who are working hard and continue to do their job, what I imagine must be the most trying times. I am tired of being labeled as an anti-masker, anti-vaxxer, or selfish. I'm a loving and caring individual that would do so much to help others. I don't judge others for the choices they make for their families. I'm also a mother to 3 wonderful children that I love so much. This pandemic has made us all crazy. Maybe some are still so traumatized from the initial stress of the pandemic start that they're forgetting to see how things are actually unfolding. What we thought we knew as true is just not true today. Another caller asked to hear the science and not Google references. I could throw out plenty of peer-reviewed articles your way that support my views, as so many are doing a great job of doing today, but instead I'm going to speak as a mother. Stop saying kids have adapted to masks. If a child goes hungry day in and day out, he will likely stop saying he's hungry. Does that mean he's okay? No. Please be clear that our kids have not adapted. They have complied. They have been raised to obey and trust their elders, so do not confuse what compliance is. My children are suffering. They have been suffering this whole pandemic, not from the virus. They had it, and they're fine. Last fall, my son had the start of a nervous breakdown during remote learning, 2020. I was juggling 3 virtual schedules, one being a kindergartner while working from home full time. I decided I had to pull him and my 2 other kids to homeschool them. It seemed to be best, but doing that during a pandemic also had consequences. My 13-year-old son has since developed severe DPRD. If you don't know what that is, it's often a coping response to trauma. This year, he is back in school, and it is worse again. He says he doesn't feel real. I worry about him becoming more depressed and even suicidal one day. My kindergartner experienced school for the first time, is crying most mornings, not wanting to go to school because she says she can't breathe with a mask, begging me to homeschool her again. It breaks my heart every day to consider she may even dream of faceless people. A mask is not a part of a uniform. For a child, this mask equates to emotionless faces, muffled voices, fear and sickness, feels hot, sweaty, and stifling. Can you imagine how distracting that is? Our kids are not high risk. The flu is more dangerous for our children. I beg of you to look at how this pandemic has changed and assess the true risk to our kids. I won't go over the figures as you have heard them. If you have not acknowledged these stats, I believe your stance is coming from a place of either stubborn ego or a political stance.
Thank you for
There's
your
been
comments.
so much talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I worry about her becoming more depressed.
Hello, if you can please mute the meeting in the background, that would be helpful. May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, my name is Jen. I have lived in Michigan my whole life, and I have a master's in public health. I have a child in public schools. I worked in a nursing home when COVID started, when other parents were keeping kids home for virtual in fall of 2020 to keep them safe. I found a school that was open and didn't require a mask because that was my way of keeping my kids safe. Now I keep my child safe with a mask exemption at school. First, if you're willing to support the 1619 project resolution, I believe you next need to work on a resolution for the 1776 report. Thank you for not pushing this COVID mitigation resolution through, and thank you for allowing us to continue to public comment. If you bring a resolution similar to this back to a vote, you will be weakening the students in the state. Raising children and making medical decisions are God-given parental rights. I only wish you would have kept the final resolution that should have been approved to work together to improve ventilation and indoor air and water quality. Although I disagree with the ability for the county health department to mandate masks in their county schools, it is much more appropriate than the state health department dictating what the counties need to do. The state has no business making a statewide mandate when counties have the ability to work with the schools based on the varying needs in each county. You're not helping the children to stay in school by recommending mask mandates. By making these recommendations, you are causing children to leave the schools and causing more harm than good by requiring mask wearing where it is not necessary. Vaccination clinics do not belong in our schools. There have been too many instances already of children receiving vaccinations when not in the presence of a parent to confirm whether the shot should be administered or not. This is unacceptable. Most parents make sure their child is not ill before sending to school. If you're worried about the parents who can't afford to stay home and end up sending sick children to school, such that the school must test all children to determine if a child is ill, should you not focus your efforts on getting to the root cause of that issue, not testing all students? Perhaps you could make a resolution to address root causes, such as to help parents find infirmary daycare when their child is sick so they can still go to work. Then we can stop the insanity of testing healthy kids. The COVID shot is only available by emergency use authorization. People are dying from the COVID shots, and the incidences of myocarditis and pericarditis are increasing in children after the COVID shots. Yesterday, Project Veritas released documents that exposed the National Institute of Health and the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease for their involvement in gain-of-function research. This contradicts what the National Institute of Health Director, Dr. Fauci, has been saying under oath. The very people who we are supposed to trust have been lying, colluding, and concealing potential therapeutics to fight the virus, the origin of COVID-19, and the government's role in gain-of-function research. Major Joseph Murphy, United States Marine Corps, confirmed the authenticity of these documents, but couldn't speak to Project Veritas regarding the investigation. But he provided a written statement that said, quote, "To those seeking answers, I offer encouragement. There are good people striving for the truth, working together in and out of government, and they succeed," end quote. The Board of Education should be advocating for the education of the students in the state, period. We need you to stand up, protect our kids from overarching medical mandates, not support them. Thank you very much for staying tonight to listen to these comments.
Thank you. Caller, may I please have your name and where you're calling from? Hello, may I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hello?
Yes, may I please have
I'm calling.
What's your name, please?
My name is Carolyn. I'm calling on behalf of our son. We're from Macomb County, and I'm going to read a written statement from him.
Go ahead.
My name is Nicholas, and I'm writing you to thank you for not approving the resolution that was provided today in this meeting. I want you to know that I live with an autoimmune disorder, and I was vaccine injured as a child. I choose to wear the mask. I am over 18 years of age, and it's very important for people to realize as well that our students in Michigan include a sanction that's over the age of 18 that are still attending public school. And for students in special education, as myself, we have the right to attend school till the age of 26. I choose to wear a mask because I'm an adult that's empowered, and I have had to wear a mask for many years because of my vaccine injury. My medical bills this year were over $1 million, and that's because of the injury that I occurred as a child. There's an ever-evolving scientific research that involves what transpires for vaccinations for a variety of people. We all have different immune systems. We all have a different ability to be able to be vaccinated or not be vaccinated. My parents were not anti-vaxxers. They vaccinated me. And they currently are being treated differently, as are all people that are ensuring that they have choice. If I were to choose to be vaccinated today, even though I can't, I would choose not to be, because I know what it has and how it has impacted my life. It's very important that you hear this information. I am not a lone person that's been damaged by a vaccine. I was a student in Michigan, and I have a choice. As being someone 18 years old or over, that is my choice. I want to thank you today for ensuring that you don't do what could harm people within the educational setting, but it's very important that students and people like me also have a voice and are empowered to make those choices, as are their parents, as are the teachers that are in our schools, and as are the people that are in the schools daily working to educate us and make sure that we get in a proper education in the state of Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please state your name and where you're calling from. Caller, please state your name and where you're calling from. Not enough digits, is it? Can you hear me, caller? Not enough digits. Okay.
Has to be enough digits to connect.
I know, I don't get it. Hello, may I please have your name and where you're calling from? Caller, may I please have your name and where you're calling from? Is there a caller on the line? Yes, I can see. Okay.
Hello?
May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
It's Connie Robinson.
Penny Robbins? Do I have that right?
Connie Robinson.
Okay. And you're calling from?
I'm calling from Heartland, Michigan.
Okay. Please provide your comments. Thanks for your patience.
Sure. As stated many times before, these vaccines are experimental. Normally it takes 2 to 15 years of research development and clinical trials before a medication is ready for market. The COVID vaccine had a 2-month clinical trial period. Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the mRNA platform, states, "We don't know what the long-term effects from this vaccine will be." He has issued dire warnings about vaccinating children, and he is strongly urging parents not to vaccinate their children. Vaccine clinics have no place in schools, and schools have absolutely no business in advocating for vaccines, especially since the Omicron is about as virulent as a bad cold. It is not causing mass hospitalizations, and deaths from it are practically non-existent. As to masking, we know the negative effects that masks have on young children. Studies show that masking interferes with a child's normal verbalization skills. Body language and facial expression play an important role in the socialization and psychological development of children. children need all of the facial cues to correctly internalize the world around them. Next, I'd like to speak to mental health. Released data from the CDC reveal a surge in self-harm and hospitalizations from poor mental health among teens in 2020. Suspected suicide attempts in girls increased 50.6%. And overall, the number of psychiatric-related hospital visits among young people increased 31%, and that was just in 2020. For 2 years, while mental illness and suicide skyrocketed, politicians, school boards, and health experts continued to disregard valid concerns over the dire implications of lockdowns. And make no mistake, remote learning and unreasonable quarantining yield similar results of lockdowns because you're isolating kids. The AMA recommends not returning to school until testing is negative, but that has the potential for isolating kids for long periods of time because many experts who are not bought and paid for report that people with Omicron may continue to test positive for months afterwards. So I would like to thank the 4 board members who voted no on this resolution today. I am, however, very disappointed that Resolution 3 passed. No one should be supporting this. CRT and the 1619 Project is revisionary history. It divides people and teaches children to hate their country. CRT is not about equity or teaching proper history. It's about the destruction of capitalism and Western civilization. I refer the board members to the March issue of Imprimis entitled CRT and the January issue entitled The Great Reset. Please quit trying to force your radical ideology on our kids. And I want to thank you for taking all of this time today to listen to us. And I especially wanted to thank
Thank you. Time is
Tom
up.
and
Thank you for calling.
and Nikki for
Thank you for
Tom
calling.
and Nikki. Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller.
That number keeps showing up.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Charnel Bacon. I'm calling from Petoskey, Michigan. Can you hear me still? Because there was a ring. Can you hear me?
What was your name again?
Charnel Bacon from Petoskey, Michigan.
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. I'm calling because I oppose masks, vaccines, virtual schooling, and CRT. Parents should be the only people making these decisions. I know you've heard this over and over again today. I'm glad that you are listening to people. Please continue to listen to people, especially before you make these decisions, because they need to be left to parents. I'm going to now talk about my family because I want you to hear what people are going through. I have 3 children. Not really children anymore. I have one that's 17. I have 2 that are 19 and one that's 20. But during the pandemic, when it started, my kids were locked down, and 2 of my kids became depressed. I now have to see therapists on a regular basis, and I have my youngest child is in theater, and he's just 2 of my kids are in theater, and they're amazing. And now, because of all this stuff that's going on, one, I have to worry about the fact that they're in early college, and that maybe next year someone will try to say, hey, you have to get a vaccine, and they won't be able to finish their degrees because of it. And it's so, please think about all these people that are losing their jobs. My husband's in education. He's up at all hours on our vacation. When we went on a trip finally out of town, he's working on quarantine things that keep getting changed every day. And my 2 youngest children want to be in this musical number, and they're like, oh, you have to be vaccinated. This is so wrong. They can't live their dreams, the things they want to go to school for. They can't live their dreams. They had to pick, my daughter had to pick a college
that that could fit, that like wouldn't require her to get a vaccine. She couldn't just go to the school of choice that she wanted to. What are we doing? We're talking about like not making things equitable for people, but yet you are discriminating against people over masks and vaccines. And please just start making rational decisions for our children. They're sad. I work at a school. I miss kids' faces. I miss them. Please just stop and just do the start. And thank you for not passing this, by the way. But like, we need to keep doing this. It needs to stay out of the education system. No CRT, none of that. We fought for people to be equal, but you're like fighting the other direction and we just have to listen to this brainwashed stuff on TV every single night. Can we have some common sense? That's all I'm saying. And thank you for listening to me. And I'm sorry you had to go all day with this, but I just please listen to your people. They elected everybody. You need to listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, please provide your name and where you're calling from in your comments. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, my name is Raina Benfermini. I'm calling from Livonia, Michigan, and I'm just really thankful for you all listening to our comments all night, and super happy to have heard so many parents speaking up in favor of choice. I was thinking about what I could add. I guess just a couple of experiences. Fortunately, I have one child who hasn't had to deal with this year. He graduated last year from high school, and he's taken a couple community classes. Life's pretty normal. My sixth grader, I kept him home last year, homeschooled, because I certainly wasn't going to have him wearing a mask all day. Knew that was never going to happen. Then now we have found a wonderful charter school that is allowing choice in all aspects, and he is absolutely thriving. I'm just completely overwhelmed. And this is what every child deserves. There's been no more COVID or anything there than at any other school. It just proves to me more and more that we are doing one of the definitions of insanity, the same thing over and over, and it's not working. My other student is a freshman at our Livonia Public High School, and so I see the stark difference between this charter school and the high school. Why should one of my children have to wear a mask while the other one doesn't? Why does one school require masking in sports and the other one doesn't? Why did one school have a band and choir concert where we could see their faces and hear their voices, and the other school, my son's choir, was up there with black masks on their face? You can't tell who's who. You can't sing with a mask. I studied voice in high school and college. The biggest thing is taking a deep diaphragm breath of fresh air before you sing. We've had enough, and I think I speak for many parents. We've had enough of the mandates. That's not the school's job. We don't need you to do that. We don't want you to do that. Stick to educating our children with truth and facts and imagination, and allow the healthcare decisions to the healthcare
Thanks for
professionals.
calling. I'm sorry your time has expired.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that number up there, we do not know what's going on with that, but Mark Howe has been kind enough to get the caller on the phone, and we will hear their comment.
She says she's on hold, so that number could be her. So Mike should try to let that person
Mike
in.
Flaminio, do you want to try to let that number in that's not enough digits? Are you there, caller? Hello?
Oh, PG is here.
Yay!
Okay, where are you calling us from?
Well, I am calling you from Southfield, Michigan.
Okay, please give us your
And
comments.
I want you to know that I've been on the phone for over 7 hours, and it took me almost 5 hours or so just to get access to call in. So I think you guys should be very patient with me because I've been very patient with the process and all of the rhetoric that I've heard. You know, first of all, I want to say to the people that have called in, when you're calling into a meeting, it's imperative that you know how to follow instructions. They ask for the name and where you were calling from. Most of you that have called in, your name and city is not even audible. I have written down every name with the exception of the few names you called while Mark was calling me on the phone. I could barely hear most of them. So I'm going to say my name, PG, Peagee, from the city of Southfield, one word. I want to talk about this critical race theory rhetoric and what you guys are saying and take you back in history. All of you are familiar with the Civil War. You're familiar with the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And if you're not, it was a group of Dixiecrat women that was formed in 1894. And what they wanted to do was to protect the memory of the Confederacy and try to change the narrative because the South lost the Civil War. What these ladies did, they reshaped education, textbooks, and just outright lied to the kids in the South. All of you are aware of that have spoke against CRT. I don't hear any of you advocating against the Daughters of the Confederacy and that big lie. What are you afraid of? Why do you not want our African American kids, and I'm African American, married to an Irish American, why do you not want our kids to learn their history? Slavery existed. You guys know it existed. And this world, this United States, was built on the back of slaves. Not only did you make black people slaves when we were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation, you didn't even deliver the message. It took General Gordon Granger on June the 19th of 1865 to tell black people in Galveston, Texas that they were free. Reconstruction, Jim Crow. Every nationality of people that have been enslaved or suffered violent, brutal atrocities have been given reparations. We are the only people that have experienced such vexatious
Thank
nature
you, ma'am. Your
from
3 minutes is
America,
up.
and you have not made us whole. Shame on you.
Thank you,
Shame
ma'am. Your
on
3
you.
minutes is up.
We have one more. Go ahead.
Is there one more in the lobby, Mike?
Then there'll be another
Mike, let that caller in if they're there, please. And this will be the final public comment, are you saying?
Yes.
Hello, please tell me where you're from and your name and provide your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Julie Reynolds. I'm from North Muskegon, Michigan.
Please continue.
Okay. I am a former educator with much education. I've taught in all different age groups. I believe in free choice for medical choices. If someone wants a vaccine, that is fine. If someone doesn't, that is their choice, not a school's or a board's. You are not doctors. You do not rule our bodies.
Wearing a mask is not a uniform. It should not be the new normal. It covers your only two breathing orifices. Uniforms do not. Germs are part of life. Masks increase trauma, reduce learning, make listening difficult, reduce conversation, irritate skin, ruin our development for young kids. Making fun masks doesn't make it fun. Kids hate them. Parents hate them. I cried at my daughter's senior graduation when the school made them sing at graduation in a mask. When I saw that, I ripped off my mask while glaring at the hypocritical principal who goes out to parties maskless and board members who mask at meetings and don't wear them at Meyer. These restrictions are ruining our youth's lives. My two kids are now in college and at the mercy of those liberal institutions who truly do not care about our kids. We had to fight to get an exemption for my son so he didn't have to get the poison shots. I lost months of sleep as he did, and so did he. So instead of focusing on school, he was worried about getting shots that he didn't want. There are many peer-reviewed studies showing masks do not work. I have many of them, but don't have enough time to go into them. Why are we implanting methods that do not work for money? Is that what you care about, money? I care about children. Shame on those who are choosing money over our children. At some point in this life or the next, those who are pushing these will face consequences. God wanted us to be free, not oppressed. Please use common sense and morals. People have been brainwashed by fear, which is a common tool of dictators and communist leaders. Fear also clouds proper thinking. So many others have mentioned the increased depression, anxiety, skin disorders, decreased oxygen inhalation of germs on masks. Masks and these so-called vaccines are making people very sick. We have higher cases now than we did before, and I agree with all of those sentiments. I've read many articles written by doctors without alternative motives or financial interest, but they are being censored. I'm against anything that encourages racism like the 1619 Project. People of all races have disagreed with it. We need to learn from history, not erase it or change it for popular beliefs. The media is pushing racial division and religious division. No CRT or other terms relabeled. No mandates. Let the people be free. When mandates disappear, the chaos will disappear. Kids are going to be getting pulled out of school if all of this continues. That's all I have to say. I do appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. This concludes public comment.
Board members, it is 8:14, and this concludes our state board meeting. Have a great night. Staff members, I want to say you have hung tough for one hell of a day. Thank you.